All right, welcome everyone. It's good to be back. It's been a kind of a crazy couple months. I've already said my apologies to you guys about not replying to emails on a timely fashion as I maybe normally would. It's been a little nuts with hunting season and other stuff. And so thanks to everybody for some patience on all of that. Thanks to the staff. There was a lot of emails that came out and things that were happening behind the scenes. I guess apology to the community of Casper. Something happened with the logistics on the place that we were going to meet on Tuesday or last night, Wednesday night, and so that didn't happen. So we'll maybe try to make that happen the day before the next meeting if we can. So so I guess we'll just do what we really need to do is some approve the agenda and approve the minutes from the last meeting. So I guess I would entertain a motion on the minutes. If somebody wants to make that motion.
So moved.
Second. Okay, it's been moved by Director Nesbitt, seconded by Tony Lehner to approve the minutes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. And then the next thing is the agenda. And I would ask that we do have an amendment to the agenda. It was late, kind of a late change to the agenda. We're going to move the Wyoga stuff from the agenda to the next agenda, that presentation. So that'll be one of the changes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd make a motion to approve the agenda as changed.
Second.
All right, been moved by Lee, seconded by Lisa, that we move the agenda forward with the amended changes. Any discussion on that?
Question.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Question, man. Question. Okay. So I don't know if do you want to go around and do some introductions again?
Yeah, I think we should welcome everybody. So happy to see you here. Before we jump in with our business today, I'd love to have you check in. I thought we were going to have a few more of us online or not able to attend, and it's just really lovely to get to see you in person. I was joking with Lee how much more facial hair there is. And it's like a seasonal thing to keep your face on. You look great. I know. I'm hiding my own. So, yeah. I just forgot my tweezers. Anyway, love to have folks check in, especially since we've, we took off. And as you do your check-in, I don't think that we've done town halls, but I imagine people have been visiting with you as they have experienced this past hunting season. So I'd love for you to share any highlights of that. I'm going to ask us to be as efficient and thoughtful with a balanced attention today, where if a highlight from your October was some miraculous experience in the field, give us the shortened version of it. Because we want to hear it, but just be really efficient. And same thing as far as the public comments and the word on the street. We want to hear those things and just ask you to be as efficient as possible. So remind us your name, what your role is with this group, and any highlights since we last talked, or since we last met, any highlights from your October. Jen, you want to start us off? I think you were virtual last time, and nice to see you in person.
Well, nice to be here. Nice to see everybody. I'm Jen Scoggin. I'm the Director of the Office of State Lands and Investments. I'm here in the capacity of the interests of the Board of Land Commissioners with respect to state lands. Highlights, updates. I guess I did do a little bit of antelope hunting with my daughter back in October. She unfortunately was not successful, but it was nevertheless a good sort of family endeavor. I did talk to, interestingly enough, some more of the senior folks in the state of Wyoming who've suggested that perhaps there be a separate draw for seniors for being volunteer, so that they're not in with the general population trying to draw out for things as their time is more limited. I'm sure many of you have heard that too. But anyway, it's good to see everybody again, and I'm glad to be here.
Thanks, Jen.
Elisa Ruckel, so owner of Elevate Wyoming. And here in the non-traditional, I was gonna say non-consumptive, but that's a lie. I consume a lot of our resources, typically with my feet. So very grateful to be back and see everyone. And as Rusty mentioned, yes, due to a series of unfortunate events, we're not able to hold the town hall meeting in Casper last night, looking at December. But very grateful for the conversations I've had and the input from emails and the written letters and face-to-face conversations, telephone calls. A lot of input, and the consensus, especially on the two that we'll be looking at today, some of the two big ones today. Consensus here seems to be, I mean, very much in favor of 90-10 and raising resident fees if we need to bridge that gap. And also very concerned about preference points, especially, I mean, I've spoken with those that have 20, 24, 25, 26 and honoring their investment. They're pretty much guaranteed to draw the next year or two. So not taking that away from them. So creating, I mean, recommending a system that phases out, but also honors their investment of time and resources. Second big one, I think, was with the type 9 and not really understanding the need for. So my understanding is any type, you have the option to archery first. So not understanding that and really asking for more discussion about the reason as to why, and maybe the utility of, and if that does in fact create more opportunities or unintended consequences, maybe diminish opportunity. So having more discussion about that before we vote. So those were the two big ones, I think.
Thanks, Lisa.
Pete Doobie, I represent the Game and Fish Commission. I just hope I don't hear Via Ferrata mentioned times today.
There was a lot of that.
I enjoyed reading all the comments, and I have spoke with a number of residents and non-residents over the last couple months and getting their input, and appreciate that. But ready to get started again.
Brian Nesvik, Director of Wyoming Game and Fish, and I had to miss the last meeting, but it was for a very good reason. I was in the middle of nowhere for several days with a friend chasing around sheep. Last couple months have been, I've heard from lots of folks on topics that we'll be discussing. Obviously, we've got the written comments as well, but people around the state are definitely interested in what this task force is doing. So that's good.
Lee Livingston, Park County Commissioner, also an outfitter. I was gone for the same reason at the last meeting as Director Nesvik, actually semi-close to the same area. That was the start of about 60 days of hunting. And, you know, in my occupation, I'm talking to a lot of hunters, talking to a lot of outfitters. I'm receiving a lot of comments both ways on the proposed changes to the Big Five. It's not an easy issue, and I'm hearing a lot of pushback from quite a few outfitters and obviously quite a few non-residents. But glad to be back here and ready to move forward.
Ogden Driscoll, Wyoming Senate, and echo the deal. There's sure stated elevated level of interest in what we're doing. There are lots and lots of people on different thoughts.
Tony Lehner, County Commissioner, Converse County, and also, I guess, a small landowner, few cattle, even no hat. But interesting and crazy fall. Again, visiting with the local game warden in Converse County, and a couple of them, in fact, and also with hunters and interested people around. Deer season, not real good, pretty poor. In fact, elk has been difficult. Same problems that we're having access and elk are bunched up and go where they're not going to be hunted. And so it makes it difficult there, but again, a lot of interest, a lot of input. But access is our problem, our biggest problem anyway. So glad to be here and continue on.
Thanks, John.
And Rusty Bell, Campbell County Commissioner and taxidermist. I spent the first 20 days of October at meat processor in Gillette. And so the level of interest, I would echo that same thing. Everybody wants to talk about it. Everybody knows about the task force, whether they're non-residents or residents, and have no problem expressing their opinion. I will tell you, it's been very civil. I appreciate all of that. I appreciate the level of education that they have on it and their views. So I really do like that. I think that northeastern Wyoming has seen a very large decrease in our populations over the last 12 to 18 months, and especially in the last maybe 60 days. So with some EHD outbreak and populations that are already down. So I think we'll probably clear some of that as we go through our talks here in the next couple meetings. So anyway, welcome everybody. I'm glad to get back at it.
Josh Corsi, Muley Fanatic Foundation, based out of Green River, Wyoming. I echo a lot of what everybody else has already commented on this morning. If there's one thing that stands out to me is I continue to hear, no matter where anyone resides within the state or visits from out of the state, is a great concern for mule deer populations across the Cowboy State and in the West, really, for that matter. For several non-residents that have not been able to paint a rosier picture anywhere else. I think mule deer continue to take it on the chin, and there's a lot of public concern for that. We'll echo a lot of what the others have mentioned on access, particularly in the central and eastern part of the state. That certainly resonates as a top priority for many. I have not heard a lot of pushback on the 90-10 on the big five. I've had a few, but overall, I would feel that the majority of the folks I have talked to, once they understand the reasoning behind that, the limited license allocations that are available on those resources, that it's made sense. It's something that they can connect the dots with and get behind where we're at with the preference points. I'm looking forward for us putting that to rest today, having that discussion and moving on. So, yeah, welcome everybody and thank you.
Cy Gill, and representing the outfitting industry. Yeah, the last 70, 75 days, anybody's been hunting out there knows pretty much a blur. So, excuse me if I'm a little bit behind the eight ball. I apologize for us not being able to present that econ study today, but I mean, we just rolled out of the hills. We had a board meeting yesterday. We tore everything apart. It's just not ready for prime time yet. There's some figures in there that are wrong, frankly. So we've got to get that fixed with our company tomorrow. So we'll work on that. But it's going to be impressive when you see the numbers. When we start tackling this issue of elk, deer, and antelope, the numbers are huge. And it's a huge economy to the state of Wyoming. So we need to nurture, take care of it, and do what we can to distribute the wealth, so to speak, between the residents and the non-residents. I've talked to a lot of recently, a lot of interest in the landowners and what's coming down the landowner issues. So they're all over the board too. It's going to be really interesting trying to herd up and try to get some kind of consensus on some sort of issue with the landowner issues and access. So it's going to be really a lot harder than I thought it would be when I initially got here. Mule deer, and I've expressed this as the higher ups in the game of fish, and there's places I've been hunting for 30 years, and the best way I can describe the mule deer populations on these places is they're remnant. It's done. These poor things have dealt with predators, they've dealt with habitat issues, they've dealt with encroachment of incredible numbers of elk on them, and then we threw a terminal disease on top of them called CWD. And I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but I think what's left of our mule deer populations in eastern and central Wyoming, we need to really, really think about how we're gonna distribute the little bit of hunting opportunity that's gonna be left. There's really nothing we can do for the species at this point in my mind. We can't, CWD's unfixable. Habitat issues, it's gotta rain, and elk, we just don't seem to have an appetite for, or we're trying, I don't know what the deal is, but the elk numbers are just outrageous in this state. And how we get that under control, I don't know. I have a ranch that I hunt, and on any given day, I can watch 1,000 head of elk eat that ranch up in the middle of this drought. I mean, it's just shocking. We hunt the hell out of them, shoot the hell out of these things, and they just keep throwing twins on them. It's unbelievable. How we deal with that, we've got to deal with it somehow. These ranchers are providing an incredible amount of habitat for this giant critter that we can't, the winter doesn't affect him. He's just almost unbelievable what they can do to a piece of real estate. So we've got to worry about that. We've got to deal with it. We've got to take it head on.
Thanks, Pat. Go ahead, Pat.
Hi there, Pat Crank from Cheyenne, I'm a sportsman. I emailed everybody and said I wouldn't be here, but my trial settled on the courthouse steps, which is great, so I'm happy to be here. And I just echo everyone else's comments. Thank you.
They're afraid to meet in court.
Good reason.
Jamie Whitner, I'm a legislator and a landowner, and I don't hunt, but I did kill a few mice that invaded the house. So, yeah, pretty good. Since we last met, your Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources Committee did pass out of committee the hard to draw big game license allocation legislation. So it is moving forward to the budget session.
Hi, I'm Lisa Anselmi. I represent the hospitality industry and family hunters. And it's interesting when we talk about access for hunting. I had a friend of mine ask if he could camp, or just where he was camping, stay, but he brought his camper up and parked on our land in Bondurant and with his daughter. And you know, it's a lot easier when he could go just back up behind the mountain and then have to go all the way around or something like that. But his daughter went down and got a trophy deer that first morning. So we're really happy for her and excited. So that was, I guess, a success story for women hunters.
Thanks, Lisa.
Larry Hicks, representing the Wyoming Senate. I think a lot of what you guys have already said, have heard, you know, whether it's, you know, I get in my areas, a lot of public land. There's a lot of support out there for the 90-10 for the Big Five, the 90-10 for elk, deer, and antelope. I think we'll have that discussion later. I think there's some opportunities there. I do think landowner issues are a big issue in my area. A lot of checkerboard out there. You know, we do have a booming elk population. We're lucky we still have a residual reproductive deer population, but it's got other issues, and it's just called demand. And so as we reduce the demand in central and eastern Wyoming, that demand shifted down there. So we have some significant hunter crowding problems. They're not getting worse. They're not getting better. They're getting worse. You know, so the demand on that resource is just going up. Something I think that we need to take a hard look at. I agree with Cy and Josh on that issue. As you can imagine, a lot of the conversations that I've had with people in the last month kind of moved from wildlife to vaccine mandates. That's been
How's it going, Larry?
for the last month. But you know, it's one of those things that the sportsmen and the sportswomen in Wyoming, after we get done with the mandates, we actually get back to really important stuff, and that's Wyoming wildlife. And so I continue to hear those issues. I hope we can come to some resolution today on this, you know, what we're going to do with this points issue. One way or another, I would tell you on all the years that I've watched this, somebody that's got, you know, decades worth of points in multiple states. There's no silver bullet out there. The search for the silver bullet's been going on for 30 years in multiple states, and it doesn't exist. So we get into the discussion, I just come back to the philosophy of what can we do that has the highest level of equity with the least amount of harm. And I don't know what that answer is. I'm interested as the discussion progresses today, but glad to be back in here. This is, this is the enjoyable part of my elected position, is to be able to have these discussions with this group representing the people of Wyoming. So I look forward to this. These are things I actually look forward to, these meetings, versus some of the other things that I have.
Larry?
Adam Teaton, Buffalo, represent the resident hunter, fisherman, sportsman. A lot of the same comments, a lot of anecdotal trailhead diplomacy this fall. Those are some very engaging conversations with folks. I've had a chance to speak with resident and non-resident alike. A lot have the same concerns, especially surrounding the mule deer. Northern Wyoming, I hunted across the northern part of the state this year, left you guys to the southern end alone. But a lot of concerns, resident, non-resident alike, with mule deer populations especially. My big highlight, my eldest harvested his first bull with an arch, with a bow this fall. It was one of my greatest experiences as a hunter. So I tout that over just about anything else I've done in the last 40 years of life. So
That's exciting. Congratulations.
Well, I had a pretty long hunting season. Even though it was all non-revenue, kind of gotten out of that part of the business, but I still like the outfit. I think on the mule deer, we got a new warden in our area just right before hunt season started. After about a week being there, he stopped by to visit with me. And his comment was, "Where's all your mule deer?" So there's no question there's a problem there. But I got a chance to hunt with some really good friends, retired game and fish people, retired forest or fish and wildlife guy, and some landowners, my neighbors, a lot of residents this year, friends and people that that I let on my place. I think I helped another friend that drew a sheep license finally after 20-some years. And we did get a sheep, but I think we saw more grizzly bears than sheep. That was no question. That's another problem that we have. Kind of the highlight was, I think with the Outdoor Green Foundation, and we weren't able to do that because of COVID last year, but we did this year. But I think the real unbelievable situation was one of the game and fish people from Lander through a sheep license, said maximum preference points, donated that to the Outdoor Green Foundation. And the little boy that got that license is in a wheelchair. 2 outfitters, active Navy SEAL sniper, but they were able to get that boy sheep. And the other thing I'd like to say about Wyoming outfitters and landowners is Wyoming is probably the biggest contributor to those kind of kids from the Outdoor Game Foundation. It's amazing how many people in the state that open their ranches up, open their lives up to deal with kids that are terminally ill or life-threatening illnesses. That's always the highlight of mine.
Thanks, Ray. Let's check in folks on Zoom. Albert, you want to go ahead and unmute yourself and check in? Can you hear us okay?
I can, thank you. Albert Summers, House of Representatives, rancher from Sublette County, and my apologies, I'll be gone for quite a little period of time today and then be back around noon.
Thanks, Albert. We'll look forward to whatever sections you're able to join in. Joe, we want to go ahead and check in?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Joe Schaefer. I'm a aspiring sportsman and a failing public educator, I think, representing sportsmen and women here in Southeast Wyoming. Sorry, I can't be there in person with you today. The schedule just didn't allow for it, but looking forward to the conversation. I'll just echo two things based from our last meeting. One thing's clear based on the feedback I'm getting, that it is very, very individual and very, very personal, your perspective on these things. And it oftentimes comes to how long you've been in this game and how many points you have. And so I heard a diversity of feedback. Those with many preference points, of course, want to keep in there. Those without them don't have the favor form. The one piece that I will suggest that was kind of consistent across all groups was keep it simple and keep it consistent. Trying to navigate the difference between species and processes and allocation and all those things, that seemed to be a common theme where folks really want to understand how these systems work, and they want it to be consistent instead of so varied. So a couple of pieces of feedback just from what I'm hearing down here in the capital city.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. It's interesting hearing the context that you all bring to this. There's definitely some themes that you heard echoed. One is that awareness of the pressure on the resources, right? Mule deer obviously being the most stark example, but the amount of demand for the resource, as well as just the environmental conditions of disease and drought, that awareness.
Hey, Carrie.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you just triggered that. I was going to say it's interesting hearing the comments about mule deer, and this is anecdotal, but I get the chance to chat with ranchers and farmers along the basically from here to Carpenter to Pine Bluffs, and they're actually saying they're seeing more mule deer this year and fewer whitetails. It sounds like the whitetails between the snowstorm and the EHD outbreak have really tanked, and we've seen that. But this is the first year I've actually heard from farmers saying that they're seeing more mule deer. One so much suggested that he wished that there were doe tags for mule deer given out in this region because he had so many on his alfalfa field. So anecdotal, but it's kind of interesting. I've never heard people tell me that they're seeing more mule deer.
Yeah, interesting. Thanks for chiming in. So I was going to add that with the context is there's this shared passion of your users, and that people are paying attention, they're passionate, but also that they're being thoughtful and really civil. So I hope to continue to build on that. And then the last big thing I heard was just how important those access issues are, and thinking about habitat and the landowners as stewards of that habitat, but the complexity and the difficulty embedded in that. So really timely, the issues that we're tackling today. And I'm excited to see the progress that we make. A couple notes on our agenda, and then I think we'll be ready to jump in with our first presentation. We are balancing being thorough and thoughtful and deliberative with making good progress and coming to recommendations that we can pass forward. It was really exciting to hear that your recommendation has made it out of committee, right? It's one thing to make a decision here, but it's another to see it shepherded through the rest of the process for approval. So with that, I have some timelines. I'm hoping we're going to hear this presentation from the tourism board this morning. We're going to bump this, like we said, economic impact study until December, but then we've got a bunch of answers from Game and Fish coming to us on issue 2, an opportunity for public comment. I'm hoping we get to this no later than 10:30, but just so we can be mindful, because I want to see if there's any other additional pieces of the story or interest that we want to add in thinking about issue 2. And hopefully that we can launch into some straw design, that we can look at some of the ideas you've already brainstormed and start picking off winners to say, yeah, let's act on this. What would it look like? What can we put together, and start moving things out from there? So I'm hoping we can get some solutions at least teed up, even if they're not done, ready to vote on, that we can get some solutions really teed up around issue 2 before lunch. That might be dreaming, but I think we can do it. So that's what I'm aiming for. We're going to circle back on issue 1 to see if we can get some agreement around the big 5 and preference points on that. I would love to have discussion about that just informally between people at lunch, and then come back after lunch and see if we can reach agreement on it. And then we'll jump into issue 3, which is the landowner stuff. I think there's a lot of appetite to get into that. So again, just as you're participating today, think about balance, the thoughtfulness and thoroughness with the efficiency so we can keep moving. One more comment on this. It's part of my job to help us manage our time, and that includes over the 18 months as well. So reality check, we're about 1/3 of the way through the process at the end of today. Often I tell groups we go slow to go fast. So to the degree that it feels slow at the beginning, it's okay. We're on track still of being mostly done with issue 1, being really deep into issue 2, and having a good start on issue 3, which are the 3 big main things that we wanted to tackle. So we are still doing well, and we just want to keep the train moving. So just know that I'm monitoring with the 18-month time frame, knowing there's still a lot to get to, but I feel good about where we're at. So any questions on that pacing and where we're hoping to get? Go ahead, Pat.
I just guess this is a comment from my fellow task force members. I guess I kind of think we're floundering a little bit. So I would really like to get issue 1 done today. And I think we've studied it, we've thought about it. I think there's some great ideas that will come out in the discussion today. So I think we really need to get that behind us.
Let's be done with it. Yeah.
And I guess I'll just express, the one product I guess we kicked out is changing the big 5 to 90/10 allocation. And that's moving forward thanks to Jamie and her committee, but we've put a lot of energy, a lot of thought, a lot of work into this, and that's our products.
Yeah, we want to see more things gelling. Yeah.
Start kicking out products, and I think we have everything we need to decide all these preference questions today, and I hope we get that done.
Yeah, me too. Good. Thanks, Pat. All right, I think, Megan, do we have, go ahead, Rusty, and then.
Just one clarification. I have on my calendar that it's December 3rd.
Oh, did I write 8th?
December 8th, and I don't want to confuse
Nope.
anybody,
It's the 3rd.
including myself.
Yeah, you scared me for a second.
I should have double checked that. I think I have another something scheduled on the 8th, so I have that date in my head, and it's not you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Are we ready with Diane?
Yes, she is on there.
Awesome. So this is continuing to add to the story of issue 2 and thinking about access with deer, elk, and antelope, bringing in the tourism perspective. Megan, can I change this so we just see the speaker view? Can I change that here?
You can, yeah. And she's going to share a thing as well.
Okay, perfect. Diane, we'll pass it over to you. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. Chairman Bell and members of the task force. It's great to be here. I wish I was with you in person, but that just hasn't worked out yet. So just excited that we have this opportunity to share some information with you today. I believe in the room is one of our tourism board members, Bud Betts, who is a well-known outfitter and very involved in this business and a lot of the work that you're doing here today. But Bud is also a great mentor for me and a great guider for me in the work that we're doing. So let me see if I can get this to actually go into slide mode. There we go. So what I want to visit with you today, I just want to share a little bit about the visitor economy, because wildlife, watching, hunting, fishing, so many of these issues are part of the visitor economy. At our office, we focus predominantly on leisure travel, and we focus on the non-resident traveler. Here you can see this, and I don't expect you to be able to read the tiny numbers of change, but this is from January of 2020 to September of 21. And this is just a barometer of the overall health of the tourism industry. And you can see in April, May, June of 2020, this industry had really contracted, but has rebounded quite nicely. And this is a combination of location data, tracking visitors as they're coming into the state and how they're moving, lodging performance, organic traffic that comes to our website, which is not generated and directly a result of advertising, and then tax collections, because that's all a big part of what the visitor economy is. And this is all benchmarked against 2019. We consider 2020 to be the lost year, right?
Let me jump in really fast. Folks have the handout in, I think it's right behind the minutes. So if you want to watch the slides, or if you want to see the details on the slides, they're in your packet. It's right after the minutes from last meeting. All right, go ahead,
Thanks.
Diana. Just make sure people-
No,
okay.
I'm glad you brought that up. I should have mentioned that, but I think it's, you can see where we're coming from as I know many times when you're looking at a presentation, numbers can be very small. But many of you have heard us talk about the export economy of travel. And by definition, the export economy of travel is non-residents coming here, buying goods and services from Wyoming businesses and then returning to their homes. And we actually commission a study, an economic impact analysis every year through an independent firm, Dean Running and Associates. They're an economics firm out of Portland, Oregon. They use the M-Plan model, but it's the same kind of forecasting that even the state of Wyoming uses through REMI. These are all, you're putting inputs in, and then they're through formulas making a forecast of what actual impacts are. I put both 2019 and 2020 up here so you could see. In 2019, 20% of the travel expenditures were generated through Wyoming folks traveling, 5% through international visitors, and 75% through other US, meaning other domestic travelers on leisure vacations. In 2020, we had 0 international, and we all know why, but fortunately the borders are open and they're coming back into the US, which means they'll be coming back to Wyoming. But 73% of other domestic travelers, and Wyoming folks got out more in 2020. We'll have the 21 results shortly after the first of the year, but when you often hear us refer to the 80-20 percentages of the impact of travel, this is the source of where we're getting it. It's roughly 80% of non-residents who are generating the impacts of travel. In 2020, still had some great economic impacts. The good news for Wyoming was that while the travel industry nationwide contracted 36%, Wyoming's travel economy only declined by 23%. And so we fared much better than most. Visitors came in, they spent $3 billion buying goods and services from Wyoming businesses and service operators. Total taxes, not just sales tax, but motor fuels tax, lodging tax, sales and use tax generated 160 million. Of the nearly 30,000 employees in this industry, earnings were 935 million, down just 9%, but still down. And then visitor volume was down about 26%. Looking forward to a much better economic impacts from 21. So then you look at, as I just referenced, the tax receipts. And the reason why this is so important is when you think about what an industry can do in terms of economic prosperity, economic contributions to the state of Wyoming and to local communities, it's really about jobs and about tax revenues. And here you can see the green is the 2019 collections, 2020 is in the yellow. And so you've got your local sales tax, your local lodging tax, your motor fuels tax collections, state sales tax is redistributed locally, and your state sales tax that stays with the state. And so this is, you know, a substantial portion coming from a non-resident traveler, and many of which are hunters or anglers or wildlife watchers. Here, every month, the Wyoming Division of Economic Analysis produces the insight, and they look at, you know, oil, gas, agriculture, leisure, hospitality. And so when you look at this and you see the contributions of this industry as it relates to tax contributions, leisure and hospitality is at 15% of all tax contributions in October of 21 compared to the prior October. Certainly retail trade has always been the leading contributor to sales tax, which, you know, contributes greatly to the general fund, which funds state government. But here you can see the contributions of the leisure and hospitality industry. Travel is also a really important contributor to jobs and provider of jobs, oftentimes the unsung hero of jobs. In 2020, the Travelers to the State supported 28,000 Wyoming jobs, including 12,000 that are in industries other than hospitality. So those could be in as sportsmen, as outfitters or guides, in retail. There's a variety of other sectors where travel supports those jobs. generated 935 million in direct payroll, an additional 609 million in other industries, representing 7.3% of total employment, or 1 in every 8 jobs. The leisure and hospitality sector is the largest private sector among all industries in Wyoming. And I think many times when we think of leisure and hospitality, we think of entry-level positions and jobs that are at starting wages. I would just, remind everyone that all industries have entry-level positions, but there certainly is a fast track through this industry for people who are, in higher education, and they want the flexibility of this industry to work while they're gaining their degree programs. But for those who are not going to pursue a professional career, there's a fast track to management in this industry that really helps move the middle class up. And so an important part of the overall job factor for Wyoming. And we talk about the secondary impacts. So in the dark blue, those are the direct travel generated jobs. On the left side are earnings, salaries, wages, and on the right side are the employment. But as you start to look down this list of other segments, professional services, transportation, real estate, finance, construction. I know that Lisa Anselmi is in the room, and Senator Driscoll, who both have operations, and just, they could share with you, I am sure, the dollars that they spend with trade, getting their parking lots striped, plumbing, heating, electricians. There's a variety of other services that are very necessary to support the hospitality and tourism industry that many times we don't initially associate with that. And as you can see here, there really is a lot of other employment that benefits from travel, whether it's directly or indirectly. When you look at, again, the Wyoming Insights, this is the October 21, state and local governments are the largest employer in the state of Wyoming at 21%. But then the leisure and hospitality is the next highest employer at 13%. So again, Wyoming's largest private sector employer here, and representing a large number of jobs and some really good career opportunities for those who wish to pursue higher levels of management. And again, these are all things when you have your non-resident hunters coming into Wyoming, they're contributing to all of these economic impacts. So I want to shift just a little bit beyond the economic impacts and talk about the Office of Tourism and some of the work that we're doing that are promoting this part of our Wyoming economy, and the work that we're doing to continue to have value-added opportunities within our visitors' options of what they want to do. But our offices, obviously, we're responsible for promoting our state as an attractive travel destination. We want people to come here and vacation. But also within that work, we're enhancing Wyoming's public image as a dynamic place to live and work. Through this impact of travel, we are enhancing local and state economies and providing opportunities for the people in local communities. Tourism is everywhere in the state of Wyoming, all 23 counties. Certainly, there's some concentrated areas that have more tourism than others, but certainly there's no community in Wyoming that's not touched by travel in some way. So I know that many of you in the room have felt the impacts of travelers, and you may not be feeling as optimistic and enthusiastic about visitors to the state as I am, or others, but I want to reassure you about the work that our office is doing in partnership with others that really encourage folks for mindful travel. We've worked closely with Wyoming Game and Fish, Director Nesvik and his team, Director Westby and his team at Wyoming State Parks and Cultural Resources, federal land managers, the National Park Service, BLM, U.S. Forest Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife. Just knowing that we want to be able to talk about Wyoming as a place that, we take good care of our resources and what we have. And we want our visitors to be partners in this with us. And we want to promote Wyoming as a vacation destination to those that have that as a high value when they're traveling. And so there are 3 tenets around why responsibly: adventure and camping, tips on campsites, reservations, rules. This includes litter. There's so many things that go much more deeply into this. Wildlife safety, tips to respect wildlife, reporting wildlife, and then the community responsibility. you know, every time a traveler stops in a small community and spends money, they're contributing to the viability of that community. And we want visitors to understand that their contributions are important to us, and we want them, as I said, to join us in our efforts to keep Wyoming wild and free. We also have engaged with ambassadors and influencers along the way. Sarah Carroll, I think I'm saying Sarah's name correctly, but she's the Leave No Trace Liaison and Public Affairs Officer with the Bighorn National Forest. Liz Rose, who's a field coordinator for Trout Unlimited, has joined us. Chad Brown is a co-owner of the Pine Bluffs Distillery. And then we have some of our stewards who've written articles and done some live social media endeavors. Elise and Landon with Wyoming Rivers Co-op, Tim Kellogg, the Matisse chocolatier, and Josh Menton with Jackson Eco Tours, and just really have engaged a lot of great stories and storytelling with visitors about being responsible and how you can enjoy these beautiful wide open spaces and all that there is to see and do in Wyoming and be a responsible traveler. You know, well over 1 million impressions, engagements, sharing these Why Responsibly stickers. But even if you could see the some of the responses from visitors, I hadn't had too much of Wyoming on my radar yet, but wow. These tips are small but mighty at the same time. You know, they're just talking a lot about, even the last one, thank you so much for your education around traveling responsibly. This is a new perspective for me, and I needed it. You hear some just broader examples of some of the work that they're doing out through social media. There's a photograph here of one of the overpasses near Pinedale, respecting wildlife, adventure time. I mean, these are just, what we're doing is we're engaging with people who already have a wide audience and having them take our message and share it out to an even broader level. Here, enjoying the outdoor spaces responsibly, Q&A with Wyoming stewards. This is, you know, they've been really effective, and we've just enjoyed working with them so much. And then once, you know, all of this information and everything is aggregated, there's a home for it, and it all sits on the back end of what is travelwyoming.com. This is the official website where all of our paid promotion drives folks to come here to find information and to be able to plan their trip to Wyoming. And so within Travel Wyoming, there's been a lot of evolution of the content that we've had here. I would give a big thanks to Bud Betts, who's on the Wyoming Tourism Board, to Cy, who's there. He's helped guide us in some of our content around all of this information. But there's a section here on hunting, the know before you go, again, going back into the why responsibly. If you would click through to the know before you go, there's a section here on hunting. I just highlighted it for the sake of our conversation this morning. So you can see that we're also directing people directly to the Wyoming Game and Fish website so they can buy or apply for a hunting license. More in Outfitters and Guides, you would find the same thing similarly through state parks for permits for camping, boating registration. You can buy your fishing licenses through here, but a lot of aggregated content to bring in our other partners and make it a seamless opportunity for the traveler as they come to Wyoming. Then in April of this year, in a partnership with the Outdoor Recreation Office, Wyoming Game and Fish has had a lot of input on this, state lands, other state and federal agencies, but we launched the Wonder Map. And it's an interagency cooperative. It's actually housed as a part of travelwyoming.com because we wanted it to be in a place where there was already a large volume of traffic. So we have over 2 million unique users in a year. And so to elevate this to a platform where the traveling public can have access to it, it really gets down to the activities that the traveler may want to see. But it's a progressive web application, which means it's not an app. And so it lives live. You don't have to go in and continually update like you would with an app that could be static. This automatically accrues. And it also, when it's caching, you're also getting higher abilities for search. So you can raise up your search levels. But it has a variety of business listings and things to do. The Outdoor Recreation Office spent a lot of time gathering, even like from horse hotels and a variety of other activities that would be placed within this wonder map. You can find it through a mobile application, desktop, and then just you can see like all of there's target ranges, there's game and fish access, just a variety of opportunities. So I encourage you to check it out if you haven't already. And we always want feedback. Any of these digital platforms we start, they're never perfect, and they're always an evolution of improvement. But if you were on travelwyoming.com and you would go to the maps page, or even if you put in the search for maps, you'd come up with itineraries, scenic byways, regions of Wyoming, but ready to wander, and the explore map that would take you directly to that wonder map that I just referred to and was sharing information. We also expend a lot of time in our social channels, just talking about wildlife and visualizing. It is, as I've shared with so many of you, one of the top motivating reasons why people will travel to Wyoming is to see wildlife that they would not normally see. And then in our traveler guide, which we produce a little over 400,000 of these every year. They're sent out to visitors. They have a very high conversion rate. About 6 in 10 will actually travel to Wyoming within 2 years of receiving their traveler's guide. And so in the 2022 guide, which just came out last week, so I was able to capture these earlier, but a little section, not a small section, these are 2 pages of the section on wildlife, but can you spot these wild Wyoming residents? And then there's information here. And then through CJ Box, who's also on our board, he happens to be the chair of the Wyoming Tourism Board, supporting communities through guided hunting trips, and just talking about that as a Wyoming experience. So, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that really is an abbreviated nutshell of the tourism economy, of the what we're doing to work with sportsmen and hunters and anglers. I'm going to stop sharing so I can see all of you better, but I'm happy to answer any questions. And trust me, those of you who know me and who think that I cannot be brief, I hope I've just proven you wrong, that I really can be brief when necessary. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the group?
Diane, thank you for all that information. I have a question. It looks like you already have a really good relationship with Game and Fish and are tying some things together, have some tools for websites and things. I'm curious if Game and Fish, we've had a lot of talk in here, probably going to have more about the impacts that some of our visitors are having on the habitat that's critical, lambing and calving areas in those sensitive times. And I don't know what the impact would be. We talked about, how do you regulate that? Nobody wants more regulation, but maybe if we had a little bit of a campaign to say, we really would like these folks to not have impacts in those sensitive times in those sensitive areas, and mark out those sensitive areas, which is also a little bit of a catch-22, because then you're marking out areas that they know that's where they're going to be. And so there's 2 ways to look at that also, but I wonder what kind of impact that would have to steer folks to different places, or at least some education that they're having a bigger impact than maybe they think, just by going into an area. I don't know. I guess I'd like to hear yours, maybe even the director's thoughts on something like that.
I don't know who asked the question, but I'll answer it. I'll attempt to answer it. I think in any time there would be changes where the public could have access to something, the impacts, what we would do is we would really rely on our partnership with Game and Fish, because they're the ones who are tracking those wildlife populations and areas. And as we have been doing for many years, trying to be a good partner with them about managing visitors to certain areas. And we understand, throughout the season across Wyoming, there are times when we're guiding visitors from one place to another and actually diverting them from certain areas because of wildlife activity. So I would, if I understood the question right, what would we do? And we would just continue to follow the guidelines of how the Game and Fish folks would want us to pursue that.
Thank you, Diane. And it was Rusty that Rusty Bell that asked that question, so sorry about.
Okay, I know, I should have recognized your voice, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry.
Okay, I think I'll just, maybe we'll direct some of that to Game and Fish and see how maybe they can coordinate if that's a possibility at some point and see where that goes. My next question is, the pie chart that shows travel spending by visitors and residents, and it has 27-ish%, I think 27% that's spending by in-state folks. Do you have that broken down by month? I'm just curious what the impact is. If I go hunt down in Senator Hicks's area, in October, I'm curious if we can capture the in-state hunters expenses, and we spend money when we travel to hunt in-state too, and I'm just curious if there's a way to capture that somehow. I don't know the best way to do that.
Mr. Chairman, we, from this particular bit of information, we don't have that broken down on a monthly. It's all done in an aggregate on an annual basis, but what we can do, and I've talked to Director Nesbitt about this too. We have some, we're working with some geolocation data and trying to isolate some areas. It's difficult when you try to do geolocation in a finite way around an entire state. But if there are certain areas that we would want to section off and look at geolocation data, and they can break that out. It's all done through, obviously through your cell phones and you're tracking there, but they can break that out by non-Wyoming. So you're looking at travelers, and then you also could be looking at residents. And it goes deep into how long someone's in a place versus just a pass through. So where people are staying longer. But Brian and I have talked about this geolocation data a little bit. We don't have it all refined yet. The company is still refining some on Wyoming, but I think that's something that would be a really good project where we could work together with you to give you some kind of an idea if we selected a certain area.
Thank you, Diane. And I think we'll probably get some of that information from Yoga presentation also. So I appreciate that. I probably jumped the question. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, I did want to just address the question you asked Diane. Just here a little bit. I will tell you that in the last, basically in everything since COVID started, growing concern within my own team and also from the public about the issue that you brought up. Director Schober, Director Westby, and I meet routinely to talk about our individual missions and goals. And obviously, there's times when they're in conflict. And so one of the things we've worked together on is looking at ways that we can still meet the mission of Wyoming tourism as well as state parks by encouraging increased visitorship, increased use of resources in the state without having the impacts that you described. And so one of the things that we've provided some help with is trying to encourage folks to use state parks more. If they're at state parks, they're not along popular stretches of rivers and streams in other parts of the state, and trying to focus more attention on places that are already developed. There's already a lot of use. There's not significant wildlife habitat concerns. So that's been one thing that we've looked at. The other thing that we've looked at is, and Diane talked a little bit about it with Why Responsibly is, and there's a new idea right now, as an example, Southwest Wyoming, to look at increasing opportunities for tourism in the Red Desert and around the Red Desert area. These are ideas that are coming through state parks, local community, local counties down in that part of the world. The first thing that we did when those opportunities were identified is start talking about early on what the impacts could be, and then also what can be done in the development of those opportunities that would mitigate to the maximum extent possible impacts to wildlife. Those discussions in Southwest Wyoming are in their initial that's all in initial planning and initial discussion. But I just wanted to highlight in response to your question some of the things that we're trying to do now. It's a real issue. I can tell you, go to a national forest, go to the Bighorns or the Snowy Range, Sierra Madres in the middle of the summer, and compare it to what you saw 5 years ago, and we're concerned. We're concerned animals are being dispersed from the forest and on private lands earlier than they might otherwise. There's definitely a concern there.
Thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman. Diane Lee Livingston here. I'm wandering out into territory I'm not real familiar with, but when you talk about, resident tourism spending versus non-resident, visitors to the state, is there a different multiplier for those dollars that are spent from within state versus money that is coming here from out of state?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Livingston, no, these are all the same. These are direct impacts. From this report, we're not using any of the on the dollar values and the impacts. Those are direct expenditures. And what I did share with you on that one chart were the secondary impacts of employment. I just because I wanted to emphasize the point that so many times we think of this industry as only employing people within the hotels or restaurants, and it is much broader. But everything else was all of the numbers were direct impacts, whether it's a resident or a non-resident.
Okay,
But if you actually broke out how much they spend on their actual expenditures, their trip expenditures for non-residents are going to be substantially higher because they're buying hotel rooms, they're buying food or camping spots. They're taking in and doing a lot more activities than what Wyoming people would spend.
Yeah, and I guess my question, and again, I'm kind of struggling with it, is a dollar that is spent by a resident of Wyoming is a dollar that was already here in Wyoming. Is there a difference? Is there a difference with that dollar versus a dollar that comes from out of state into Wyoming? As far as basically new money is, and again, I'm struggling with trying to clarify what I'm saying, what I'm asking. That is, if you have $100 that's already in Wyoming being spent in Wyoming versus $100 that comes from Pennsylvania, does it have a different impact, economic impact across the state?
Mr. Chairman and Lee, it isn't, a dollar is a dollar, but to your point, without those dollars coming in from non-residents, and I didn't put this part in here, but there's basically tax relief. And so if we didn't have the visitor economy contributing, buying goods and services and contributing to tax dollars, the average Wyoming household would pay, it has averaged around $700 to $800 a year, if you were going to take those tax dollars out and how we would have to make up that difference. But those are all part of the in-plan outputs that come with this. That would be, I think, the way that if you were to look at it, and then this information is broken out by county. I'll follow up with you guys and send you the link to the actual report, and I'll reference the page so that you can look at it. But it does break down the tax impacts by county and what that would mean if there were no visitor economy at all.
Thank you.
Hey, Diane, this is Pat Crank, and I will remind you that people that live in glass houses should not hurl stone, okay? So I think what I heard you say is your numbers are direct dollars spent in Wyoming based on however you calculate it, and you're not applying any kind of multiplier to that to determine the total impact. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman and Pat Crank, yes, that is accurate. However, in the report that I will send you, which has the tax relief that we just referenced in Lee's question, there are the secondary, there's the direct, the indirect, and the induced impacts. And so you will be able to see those in the reports that we provide to our industry, to legislators, that we share with our stakeholders across the state. We report out the direct impacts, only because it can be a little bit confusing when you start to look at the indirect and induced, but that's not to say that they're not very important. I mean, they are very, very important. The definitions of those are, a direct is obviously self-explanatory. Indirect would be the employees of if Lisa has her employees are going out and they're buying goods and services, they're buying groceries, they're buying a car, they buy a home. And so those are the indirect. And then the induced are the purveyors people who provide like food services to restaurants, or even in, if you're doing banking. And then what are the impacts of those businesses that are the recipients of businesses and their sales that they're doing with, within the travel sector. And so this report that I'll share with you in its entirety, it's long, it's a couple hundred, it's like 200 pages, but I'll send you the link and I'll reference some of the key pages to go to, so you can look at that definition of indirect and induced, and also the tax relief page. But feel free to look through it. And if you have questions, I'll also, when I send this off, I'll send it to you, Megan, and then if you would forward it to the full committee for me, I would appreciate that. And then you'll have my, if you don't have it already, you'll have my email and my cell phone number. So please feel free to reach out to me.
Dwayne has a question.
Diane, Dwayne Hagan, landowner from the TC. Back in the 80s and 90s, we ran a full-fledged guest ranch outfitting business at Wilderness Camp on his private lands. One of the things that when I start hearing about reducing non-resident licenses, a lot of our hunters back then would bring their families back in the summertime to visit Wyoming because they loved it. They wanted their families to see it. It was a big part of our business. It was something we didn't even have to go out and advertise. The non-resident hunter advertised for us. And I think that could be a big impact if we start reducing. And then what kind of a message are we sending to non-residents about visiting our state when we start? Well, we're going to reduce your numbers, to be able to hunt. I just worry about the impact that could have long term.
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Hagan, I agree with you 100%. I think that, a hunting trip, which is just, as I understand, a guided trip back in the wilderness, can be that experience of a lifetime. A dude ranch, the same thing. The saying is, as people grow old, you forget all about like who your first boyfriend was, but you'll never forget the name of your horse at your first dude ranch visit. And we call tourism and travel the dating of economic development for Wyoming. So you come here for whatever reason, you fall in love with Wyoming, and then you want to return with other family members, or maybe you want to look at Wyoming as a place to start your business or relocate your business. But I definitely do agree with you. And thank you for the work that you did with your guest ranch. I also, I don't know if I mentioned this right up front, but we were really pleased to partner with the outfitters and guides on that Southwick study. I know you're not going to go through it today, but we partnered with them when the initial study was done, and partnered again with them to get these updates done quickly for you. And so when you looked at these broad overall impacts that I shared, those impacts specifically from outfitters and guides and hunting will ladder up to be a part of these larger impacts. And so I wanted to lay the groundwork about the export economy. And, just for the reasons that one of you referenced, is Wyoming people are spending money, but really where the big impacts come are from the non-residents who are here spending their money with in our local communities.
I am real question based on that last discussion that we just had. So if we really wanted to boost the economy in Wyoming, we would just transfer all of our licenses to non-residents. And then we have absolutely no economic ills. Is that the way you want to interpret the data?
Is that you, Senator Hicks, that I heard that from?
So that's a natural extension. If all we're talking about is economy here, and economy is the only important thing, and we ought to just give all of our licenses to non-residents. Wouldn't you agree with that?
I would agree with the work of the brain trust that's on this task force to come up with the best solutions.
Could you say that again, Diane? I'm not sure we can hear you.
It was a motion, not
Yeah. I said I would rely on the brain trust that is this task force to come up with the best solutions.
Skilled bureaucrat does dodge the question.
Absolutely. Yeah. I've been at this a while. I've learned well.
Diane, this is Joe Schaefer. Nice to see you on the screen. Look forward to when we can see each other in person again. Senator Hicks' comment actually brings up an interesting question, though. Talk about the work that you're doing in partnership with the other agency heads in considering how we mitigate the resident, non-resident impact use questions when we're talking about drawing tourism to a state that it has abundant natural resources that we all have access to. Are you having that conversation at all? Did they come up at, a point where we start to see that maybe there are conflicts where in certain areas the prevalence of non-residents may actually impact resident satisfaction? And I'm just wondering if that comes up as you talk about promotion and management and some of the messaging that you're doing, which is fantastic. But underneath Senator Hicks' tongue in cheek, there's actually something to be considered there with regard to how we balance user impacts and user connections when you consider resident, non-resident. Down here, for us, that's Kurt Gowdy. And when we see the green plates come through every summer and can't get a camping site, and I know Director Nesvik hears about these things. I know Darren Westby's heard about these things, but I'm just wondering if you guys talk about that and have any policy conversations around that topic.
Always. I mean, I think that, the predominance of our meetings together between Director Nesvik, Director Westby, myself, are around problem solving and what are the challenges that are before us. Where's that intersection where we're all coming together that we could, try to find these solutions. And Joe, as I shared earlier, we're looking at geolocation data, but we also within that have an ability to look at a visitor resident ratio at over time. And so I think those will be important pieces of information too, to add to because there are impacts that are perceived, there's impacts that are real. I'm not saying that there aren't. And many times the visitor gets blamed for being the cause of those impacts. And, in a visitor management world, what you're doing is you're using the visitor as only one ingredient to impacts. So there's residents, sometimes there's infrastructure, or there's a variety of things that would go into it. And so from the Office of Tourism, what we want to be assured of is that there is a fair evaluation of all of this, and that it isn't just because the visitor is not here, they're here and then they leave, that they're not just left carrying the weight of everything that would be considered difficult impacts, because it is it's a little bit of everything. We certainly understand that in certain times of the year, certain weeks of the year, certain times of a day, there definitely are impacts. And we're committed to working with whomever we need to, state agencies, federal agencies, communities, to work through that as we manage visitation in Wyoming. But it's obviously a critical industry for Wyoming. And so we want to be good partners and good stewards. What the folks in the room there, all of you are taking care of a product that is such an important part of a visitor experience. And we appreciate private landowners and the agriculture industry for creating these habitats, and people still being able to sometimes see, a cowboy out on horseback, working cows or working sheep. It's important that they see wildlife. I don't think, they don't always understand the underlines of these big wide open spaces, but we do. And, I definitely do. And so we're committed to working within reason to grow tourism, but to be good stewards.
Thanks, Diane.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hey, Joe, Brian Nesvik, and one thing I think that's important to note here is and really these discussions about loving Wyoming to death are pretty recent. We probably started this over the last 6 months to a year, but really we've got two ways to directly regulate the amount of folks that come and visit our state. It's through licenses, obviously, hunting and fishing licenses, and it's through lands that we own. Well, basically that's state parks. Jen Scoggin doesn't manage state lands she manages state lands for the trust beneficiary. And that doesn't usually include inviting a whole lot of people to come use those lands. So a lot of our actions are influencing actions. So trying to influence how the folks that own the ground and manage the ground are going to use it. And that is we have to be wired really tight before we go and make recommendations to, for example, the Forest Service to go impose new regulations, because oftentimes those aren't things that are in the best interest of our local citizens, or they'll go too far further than what we intended. And so it's kind of a dicey issue, and we're really kind of struggling with it, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Brian. I mean, what I would say is that those are the things we hear a lot about. And I think, COVID exacerbated them in some ways, but as populations increase, it's that tension. While we realize and recognize the economic value of how we do these things, there becomes this growing tension. And then naturally we look to the folks that manage those properties, those places, those opportunities as the people who need to resolve that tension. And I think there's probably always going to be a tension, and maybe that's even healthy because we have to balance these competing interests. But it certainly has become elevated here in the last year and a half, at least down in the southeast portion of the state. And I'm sure it has elsewhere.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and just a slight deviation, but on this topic, Brian, I know, where I live down there, the Colorado state line, and we interface with DOW down there. Just conversations that I've had with some of their biologists, and I'm wondering if you guys have had similar discussions, is the issue of not only will we love it to death, we're going to use it to death. And I think we've seen this to a certain degree with backcountry skiing and maybe the Tetons. But those folks down there tell me with the steamboat being in close proximity, this mountain biking thing, they said is the single biggest issue that has emerged in the last few years is from a wildlife management standpoint. So is the department at the point where they start looking at that, knowing that this is moving, and I think Joe Shaver just articulated, it's moving out of this giant population center. But when do we engage the federal land management agencies? And we see what's happening and slowly progressing this direction to try to, because they're really the only ones that can regulate. We can't regulate mountain biking and cabbing areas or crucial winter ranges or, critical migration corridors, stopover, all of those issues that we know exist out there that are now being disrupted. What has there been some discussion with agencies or internally as to how we're going to engage with the federal agencies on this issue?
Yeah, there's been 2 discussions, and we've articulated informally, not in writing. We've articulated through just our normal coordination meetings with specifically Forest Service, not nearly to the same extent with BLM, but with the Forest Service on our concerns with where this is going and concerns with things we can't quantify with wildlife impacts yet. So that's one thing we've started. They know we're concerned about, Forest Service does. The second thing we've been talking internally about is how can we possibly go and try to quantify this so we can actually demonstrate a problem? And we're going to look to Colorado to help us with that, because I think they've also done work on paddleboarding. They've got a real issue with that as well. And that's not necessarily a wildlife impact. It's more of a user impact. It's lowering the quality of some other uses. So, yeah, I mean, those are the 2 challenges. Is then when you talk to and when you talk to the Forest Service about regulation, you just have to approach it so carefully, because if the issue is mountain bikes, we don't need them to go and deal with other uses. We don't need them to go start regulating hunting activity. We need them to focus on mountain bikes. And so we just have to have a good justification, have it wired really tight, and be able to show them why it's important to only go here and not there.
Any other questions for Diane while we've got her on the line?
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you so much, and good luck with your work today. I'll send the information off to Megan before the end of the day with the links. So if you want to reference any of that, you can in part of your discussions and deliberations this afternoon.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Diane. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
There was a bit of discussion starting to happen there. I wanted to check with the group and see, is there any other information we want to make sure we capture as we're thinking about issue 2, which again is how do we increase access for deer, elk, and antelope Look how I know these things now. Any other discussion or takeaways that we want to make sure we solidify before we jump into kind of the solution side of things? Rusty's got one?
Yeah, so the only thing I just want to add is, it sounds like the department and tourism department and state parks already have a good relationship, and some of those moving pieces are you guys are talking about those critical areas and how to, I guess what I would like to know is if you three directors, if there's any action that this task force would that you want us to look at and maybe make a recommendation on, then I think great. But otherwise, it sounds like you're doing some things on that, and we maybe don't need to spend time on that. And I'm just trying to think
Yeah, I mean,
about how that
the
works.
short answer to your question is I don't know what action this group could take, but I think it builds, it kind of builds, I'll use Carrie's term, builds a little bit of the story for, a lot of the issues that this task force is going to consider, like the allocation of hunting licenses, quality of life for the people who choose to live here, and also, significant sources of economic drivers in our state, balancing the two. So, but I don't look to this group to give us any, make any recommendations or take any action related to this issue.
Perfect.
Appreciate that acknowledgement of that work that's happening, right? And that we don't have to solve those problems, that work is being done. But that we have that broader perspective of when we think about quality of life for people here, what that means in different ways. Good. Any other?
If we could, I don't think we got a GM on that question. You know, the agency that manages the state that,
Well, and I would just add on to what Director Nesbitt said. State Lands has been in some of those discussions with state parks and with game and fish and tourism. We're trying to find ways. It's not that we don't want people coming out to state lands, but we have to monetize recreation and things like that. So we are looking to work with state parks, game and fish on where our state lands located, that we can partner with these other agencies and figure out ways to monetize that so that the trust beneficiaries are getting something. So it's not that we're not doing anything, everybody stay away, none of that. But we're also looking for new and different ways to monetize state land. So to the extent folks have ideas, and whether that's hunting related, whether it's partnering with private landowners, certainly we're interested in all of that. We're trying to figure out new and different ways. But yes, we are partnering with game and fish and state parks and others to try to figure out those aspects of it.
Mr. Chairman. So that's another piece of info I think we need. We asked Jim Gagnon for this before. I don't see him here today. There's a whole other economic component that I don't think that Diane's numbers or Wyoga's numbers will capture, but there are many ranchers who either outfit their own land or charge trespassers. So that's another piece of the economic puzzle that I think we need. It sounds, I don't know how detailed Mr. McGagnon could get, but that's just another chunk of money that I think we need to think about. I have no idea how much it is, if it's material or not, but I mean, we need to ask Mr. McGagnon to come back and provide that to us.
He's coming December meeting.
There may be a lot of ranchers that don't want that reported.
It is a little bit of a black box, but you're right that there's an economic impact there that to keep in mind of that piece. So I think I saw a hand.
Yeah, so the impact to, or the income that landowner sees, kind of three components. Actually four. There's the access yes programs, game fish pays basically an amount to enroll that ranch into the hunting program. And there's access fees that the rancher may collect from residents and non-residents to just have access to his property. And then the real difficult one to quantify is when we pass the state statutes regulating the outfitting industry, the landowners were pulled out of that, which is really unfortunate because I see why it happened, but it's unfortunate because we're missing those numbers. So if you want to outfit on your own private property, you don't have to go register with the state and be licensed and turn those numbers. The outfitting industry is heavily regulated, and those numbers are really easy to quantify. How much our activity takes place in the state, because we turn in reports every year, and the Southwick study was able to pull those numbers out. It does pull some numbers out on the access fees that we pay, but the outfitting industry by itself, just with guided hunters, pays landowners $11 million a year in just what we lease premises for. So we do know that number, but the dark number is how many ranchers are out there outfitting on their own deeded ground without turning in reports. And that's a big.
Mr. Chairman, I'm never gonna get to hunt on private ranch ever again for asking that question. Push back on the side, calling that dark money. It's a very legitimate, so any ranchers that will let me on, I'm gonna help you out.
Yeah.
It's a very legitimate
Good trade.
income stream for ranchers. I mean, and so they should do that, and they do it, and it's fine. But I just, if Mr. McGagner can shed some light on that, knowing how private many Wyoming citizens are and ranchers are, that would be great. I don't know where to get, but we should look at it.
Yeah, no, I think it's a good question. I think it might be I think it's a good question to ask. I think it might be a hard, solid number to pinpoint on that, but I think it's worth asking.
So, Mr. Chairman, and I did look at that stuff, and it does show up in the Southwood study. As we get into that, it raises questions as if there's holes in the data, and yet it makes assumptions, on the Southwood study. What other areas do we, is there holes in the economic analysis that we can look at to make better inferences of decisions? There's no study that's perfect. You can't capture every data point, so you make a certain amount of assumptions. I do think Cy makes a good point that a lot of our sectors is an estimate.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think the point that Diane's presentation was really good, and the outfitting industry for the last 10, 15 years has made incredible headways into the division of tourism to recognize this portion of our tourism economy. That 10 years ago, the division of tourism absolutely did not even recognize hunting as part of our tourism economy. And now it's a $300 million industry, is what it is in the state of Wyoming. So it's unfortunate we're not able to follow on the coattails of Diane's presentation, but I think once we get this back up and better understood for December, it'll help us quite a bit. But the point that I think that she's making in your comment, Senator Hicks, I think I understand what you're saying, but I think the biggest picture is that there's 72,000 big game hunters in the state of Wyoming, which is 15% of our voting population. The rest of the state of Wyoming, 85% of our adults that don't hunt big game are benefiting from this economy. So as we weigh these decisions and how we divvy up this resource and how we divvy up these licenses and access to this resource, we have to take into consideration those individuals who are gathering part of their livelihood from this huge hunting economy, but don't necessarily hunt themselves. So they're stakeholders. And I think I think what she really is trying to point out is that we all benefit from these traveling tourists that come to the state of Wyoming, including hunters. So what we have to do is we don't wait. What I'm afraid we will do is weight some of it too heavy in one direction. That's only a very small group of stakeholders in the state of Wyoming, and forget about the other 85% that don't hunt big game. But at the same time, we have to take everybody into consideration and balance this resource. I'm certainly not advocating for, complete denial or ignore the resident sportsman's needs. It's very important. I'm a resident sportsman and my friends, it's very important. But at the same time, it's also important to understand that young lady that's cleaning the terriers of the Round Dakota that doesn't hunt is receiving part of her annual income based upon all the hunters that we keep at the Round Dakota. So we just have to balance that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would agree with all the balance. I don't necessarily agree with 15%. Anybody under the age of 12 would be categorized. Maybe some of those people that have aged out still have family. probably a bigger than 50%, but I think the point is, it's gonna be balanced. That's the real truth. It's a supply and demand issue that we're dealing with. We don't have the ability to have supply. So it's a resource allocation, and how do we do that equitably to recognize that economic benefit, but also balance that with the cultural component. Families bringing kids out that aren't captured in that 15% number of the slice. I don't know how many kids we have in the state of Wyoming. Let's see, I think there's almost 92,000 in the public school system. A significant number of those are under the age of 12, so they can't participate in big games. So it's a bigger number than 15%. Let me just tell you that. So anyway, it is an allocation.
You're way into this.
I'm gonna, no.
I can feel us itching to start digging into the solutions.
Sword fighting or anything. A little bit more information in that day when I think it's gonna be a great discussion, but we need their study, we need to talk to the gang, and then let's have that.
And then let's do it then. Yeah. Yep.
Bring swords, because that would be fun.
We have some friends that have this giant inflatable sword. I'd like to.
And Corey, one other thing, I think when we really are focusing on the hunting aspect, but there's a very large component to fishing. Some of these rivers that you see, just hundreds of boats going down right now in the summertime, spring, summer, and fall, actually. Are we capturing what that's, I guess, what that economic impact is? I guess I don't know if that's captured anywhere, other than just in the whole tourism aspect, which is fine. I just don't know if there's a way to know what that is.
People that live in Wyoming are not happy with that right now.
I mean, it is, unless you're fishing guides, maybe.
I was thinking about this last night of in what ways, as I think about our timeline, in what ways are we not forgetting the fishing component of this? And then I thought about in the room, like, how many people have introduced themselves as a fish enthusiast? I don't think we've got it in the room. So it's not a surprise that like where our focus has been. And also we need to not lose sight of that and think about who else we need to invite to the conversation later. I think these are obviously issue 2 is not connected to fish. But as we think about tourism and visitors and that piece, that's certainly something we need to tackle. All right. If this is where, if we're good with this for now, I think when we come back.
One question on fishing, I just wondered, Mr. Chairman or Mr. Co-Chairman, whether we would want to consider a preference point system for people to be able to put their boats. That's a segue.
I wish Albert was here because he would be like, I make a motion.
I just saw Joe on the chat voicing that that Albert is a fishing enthusiast. So we've got Albert on that. All right, let's do this. When we, I think this is a good time to take a break, and then we come back. We'll jump into some information from Game and Fish, information that they are bringing back, I believe, is in response to the conversations last time. So you might want to refresh yourself in the minutes of those, where through the storytelling and starting to think about options, you said, can you tell us more about this, or what would this look like? And so I think that we've got folks from Game and Fish that are going to shed some light on those areas. Thank you, Jen. I think that's the plan. So let's come back at 9:45. Is that all right? Take like 12 minutes. Is that all right? Come back at 9:45 and we'll jump back in with information from Game and Fish. For us, there's kind of a couple different chunks of information I think the Game and Fish folks have brought today. I think we're going to try to focus on specifically deer, elk, and antelope stuff, recognizing there's some overlap in some of these issues. So Jennifer, take it away. Are you back to Britney Spears? No. Yeah, there we go.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Perfect. So I have just a couple of topics that I wasn't my understanding that you wanted additional data from the department. And the first one was, what would it look like if the department did not in the initial draw roll that undersubscribed resident quota to non-residents? So if you remember at the last presentation, I gave you a step through of how the draw worked for deer and antelope, and any of those licenses in the initial draw that were not subscribed by residents was rolled to the non-resident draw and added to their 20%. So the question I looked at is, what if that didn't occur? And so I just looked at 2021 and the revenue impacts and license number impact that would mean if those licenses did not roll to the non-residents, and we strictly ran the initial draw for deer and antelope and doe fawn deer and antelope with the 20% for non-residents. And so for antelope full price, that's just over 6,000 less licenses that would be issued in the initial draw to non-residents. And so that revenue total is just over $2.1 million in revenue loss to the department by not rolling those licenses that are undersubscribed by residents to non-residents. And to point out one of the biggest things in this number, because you might ask, well, couldn't we pick them up in the leftover draw? We issue, it would be almost 950 licenses less we would issue in the special draw to those non-residents, which when we do the leftover draw, we don't have that fee type. They don't pay those additional fees in the leftover draw. So all of the licenses that are sold in the leftover draw to non-residents are at the regular price. So they don't pay that premium fee in the leftover draw. But that revenue portion is almost 600,000 less. The majority of the revenue loss in antelope comes from just the regular fee licenses that are not rolled from the resident draw. I did that looking at a split of how resident or the non-resident licenses are issued between full price adult and youth. So I did take that into consideration in calculating that number. When we look at deer, there is a much less impact on deer because the majority of the deer licenses issued for full price are issued in the non-resident region general licenses. So the impact is much less because the only licenses that we roll from the resident draw that are undersubscribed for deer is those limited quota areas. So the impact is much less. There's 123 licenses less that would go to the non-residents in the initial deer draw, which revenue-wise is about $59,000. So that impact is much less in deer. When you look at doe fawn antelope, it's about $140,000 revenue, and doe fawn deer is about $27,000 in revenue. But total impact to the department, if we chose to not roll those undersubscribed resident licenses into the non-resident pool and issue those in the initial draw, based on 2021 figures and application counts, is almost $2.4 million revenue decrease to the department. The other things that impacts the department is we print all those licenses in-house and we have a pretty short turnaround, and it is already difficult to get licenses printed from the initial draw out the door and to those non-resident customers before our seasons open. Particularly our archery seasons open in the middle of August, and we're printing licenses in June and getting like 150,000 licenses printed and out the door. So the more of those we reduce in the initial draw and turn around and issue in the leftover draw, shortens that timeline to get those licenses into the hands of the hunters. So that was one of the questions I was asked to bring back data for. Do you have any questions on that before I go on to the next thing I was going to talk about, which was party applications?
Go ahead.
Jennifer, I don't know if you quantified this, but the question that I've always had about this is, of those 6,000 less non-resident licenses that are issued, if we didn't issue them and put them out in the leftover draw, would the results or the sale of those be any different? My question is, So if you're talking about 600 licenses in Antelope area, 23 that don't get sold. And we put those out available for the residents to buy first choice or whatever the case may be. We buy those 600 tags, we still end up with the same result. My theory is that it's an access issue. It's not necessarily them having access to that tag or anything, because they have unfettered access to draw those tags. All you gotta do is put it down as a third choice. They'll draw any of those tags we're talking about. So we go through this big gymnastics to change that draw. We don't change who actually gets up the tags anyway.
So that is really hard to predict because for many years now, there hasn't been those licenses left over. Even when they rolled, I know 10 years ago or more, those, even with non-residents, those licenses in the hunt areas you're talking about used to make it into the first come, first serve before we have the leftover draw. And so we don't have history to show whether applicants would apply because they're not available in the leftover draw. So we don't have historic numbers. But if you look at the numbers in the leftover draw now in the areas we do have licenses, which I presented last time, you could see those licenses and how residents applied for certain areas. But it's really hard to make projections when I don't have applications for residents because we haven't had those licenses available either in the first come first serve or the leftover draw. But I have heard, and we put it on our website, that all of those areas that we're talking about are difficult public access. Please make sure you have access to hunt on private land before applying or purchasing the licenses. Because we do get calls that say, you know, I applied for this, but I don't have any access. So we do let the customers know that when they're applying for those licenses, even in the initial draw.
So, this isn't so much a question, Jennifer, but thank you for doing all that work. I mean, man, this is a significant piece of information. So there's a component of people out there who believe for some reason, I can't comprehend that their crime chances might be different, or for some reason they refuse to just list 3 choices on their animal application. And they want the department to totally change its licensing system. And now we know from what Jennifer just told us that that change to mollify a small segment of our animal hunters would cost the department $2.4 million a year. And so, I mean, that's a significant piece of information. And, you know, I'm gonna burden my friend Pete, but you know, we were talking last night, this task force is spending copious amounts of time on issues that may only affect 200 people. And now when we know that these 200 people, or whatever that number is, maybe it's 10,000, but that would draw for these 6,000 licenses that roll to non-residents, that one change would cost the department $2.4 million. So are the rest of the residents in Wyoming willing to pay an increased license fee to make up that 2.4 million? I don't think so. So, I mean, that's just a significant piece of information that we just heard.
Can I clarify one thing? Because the 2.4 is in the initial drop. We do know that some non-residents will pick those up in the leftover drop, but I don't know what those numbers would be. But it would be at least 600,000 less in the special drop because we don't issue special licenses in the leftover drop. But in the initial draw, that is what that would equate to, is $2.4 million approximately.
Yeah, thank you, Jennifer. I think those kind of tie into each other because like Si is saying, would those be picked up? Not sure. Some of them would be for sure. Probably the vast majority of them would not, still would move in. So the dollar amount that we would lose, the department would lose would be less, but it would, but there's significant dollars in what you just said in those special draw. My question is, I know that the drawing times, when the draw comes out, you know, I hear this all the time. Why do we, is it an arbitrary number? I know it's not an arbitrary date, sorry. We back into it by when we do season setting and all of that kind of stuff. I realize that, but is there even time can that drawing be pushed back a few days if there was even, if there was a leftover resident draw, does that give you time to do those kind of, I'm just curious if there's even time to do that. Could you speak to that just a little bit?
Okay, so I'm gonna speak to just the timelines that we work through starting at the end of April. So at the end of April, the Wyoming Game and Fish Commission meets approximately the third week of April to set the seasons for all big game species. At that point, we post those on our website by May 1st, and we give non-resident elk applicants to May 9th to modify or withdraw their applications for the non-resident elk. During that time, after the commission approves, we are running the moose, sheep, goat, bison draws to get those results out to those customers. So that's the first draws we run. We publish those approximately May 7th, 8th for draw results, and we turn around and are printing those licenses and getting them in the mail. At the same time, we're prepping for the non-resident elk draw. So when that deadline for the modify withdraw date closes on May 9th, we turn around and push through the elk draw. And I don't know how much of this I talked about, but there is a lot of work that goes into pre-draw before we even start the draw. We have to balance all of the applications to all of the funds deposited by the department to make sure that every application paid for is going through the draw. We also have to make sure that every application going through the draw is eligible to go through the draw. So you might ask, well, why wouldn't they be eligible if they paid? Well, we have about 15,000 plus customers create new sports person ID records every year. And so they may create a record and submit an application in January and forget they created one and submit an application in April. And then forget that they submitted one then and create another record and submit one in May. So when we merge all of those records, they can only have one application. So then we have to go through, set them and mark them as ineligible to participate in the draw. And so there's a lot of work. There's weeks of work that go into what we call pre-draw before we can even conduct the steps of the draw. So we're working on that for non-resident elk. Those come out right around the end of May, about May 23rd, I think, last year. And then the deadline for non-resident deer and antelope, and then elk, deer, and antelope for residents is May 31st. It really hurts the license section when that falls on Memorial Day weekend, or a Saturday and then Monday's Memorial Day weekend, because we always close on the last business day if that falls on a weekend. And so it is very tight, just in those deadlines, if everything works perfectly, to conduct all of those draws. So that's full price antelope, doe fawn antelope, full price deer, doe fawn deer, resident elk, cow calf elk for resident. So we conduct those 6 draws between the close of the application period, May 31st, and we release results around June 17th. And we have done all the pre-draw work, conducted all of those draws, and then we run really stringent quality assurance to make sure that the draws are completed correctly before we release those results. We turn around and then have that 1 week leftover draw period while we're printing licenses. And so it really, I'm not sure what you mean by a resident leftover draw. I've heard different things, like give them the first 24 hours, look at their applications first. I don't know if that means just have a separate, completely different resident draw, but then you would want the department to publish licenses left over after that for the leftover draw, which that would back the department up really bad to try and get licenses in the. And so there's not a lot of flexibility. I mean, if we wanted to do something, probably the best would be like the first 24 hours or first day of the application 1 week period. Any applications that come in during that time would be, like, for residents, would kind of go to the higher, be done first. I've talked to our programmers, we could make that work. The one thing that you need to keep in mind is residents and non-residents can apply together in a party. If residents and non-residents applied in a party, even in the first day, their applications couldn't be counted because that would be a split party. And so if they applied, we couldn't give them the benefit of that first 24-hour period. So it would just have to be resident only parties or resident specific individual application. So I don't know if that completely answered your question, but that's all of the timelines that we go through to conduct licenses. And I have one license draw coordinator and myself and one other person who assists. So we're a pretty small group in there that gets all of this done in a very short timeline. So now we turn around and print about 150,000 licenses, cleanse them, cut them, and run them through our mailroom, which is all done internally, other than cutting them.
So what I'm hearing is if you really like this option, it could happen, but boy, oh boy.
So I think that, first of all, Jennifer, I just want to thank you for laying that out and telling us that, because I do get this a lot, and I think everybody else gets it. I can't believe that this is such a hard thing. All I have to do is press the button and have the computer run it. So there's a human component to this, and the work that everybody that receives a license and doesn't receive a license, much appreciated to the fact that you guys actually do all of that work, and thank you. And it's jammed into a small amount of time. And so thanks for that and laying out how that works. I don't know what the answer is. I think that's most importantly was knowing what the time frame was. So thank you for that.
Mr. Chairman. Jennifer, I would guess that you also have to refund people like me who never draw a license.
I thought you had earlier, how many shoe permits have you had?
Yeah, so after we do every draw and we publish the results, because we can't process refunds before we publish the results, because then if you get a refund on your credit card, then Pat Crank would call me and tell me I didn't give him the license again. So that's a whole process in creating those files. We have to work with the state treasurer's office to wire funds to our credit card vendor, work through them to process that. And our credit card vendor processes in June. I think this year we did about 65,000 refunds for just the June draw. So that's resident elk, deer, and antelope, and then non-resident deer and antelope on that. And then the other thing that is broken into that as well, before we can even print licenses, is the department several years ago to help customers and make it more a one-stop shop. Customers can elect to be charged their conservation stamp, an elk stamp if they need it, an archery permit if they're going to hunt archery, if they're successful. So then we also have to run those files and records to write those to the customer record, send the files off to charge those customers for those products with our credit card processor, get the results back, upload those to the licenses, and then we can create the licenses and print them. So that is an additional step that takes a little bit more time than had been in previously, because we didn't do that step, but it's a huge benefit to the customers. And they really like having that printed on their license and knowing that if their credit card isn't declined, everything they need is printed on their license.
Jennifer, I got a question on the credit card processing stuff.
Hang on. Is this, I'm just thinking big picture on number 2, is credit card processing. I don't want to go too far into the weeds. You tell me, I don't know what the question is. I just want to be mindful of keeping us on track with the two and what's most important.
I think what you were probably going to ask is pertinent to this conversation.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, the question is, given the amount of time, and particularly when it gets back to my friend that can't ever draw, and you got to credit his credit card back every year, creates a tremendous, because a lot of these licenses, there's more people that don't draw than there is the people that do. So let's think bighorn sheep, 180 licenses you're issuing, 6,000 refunds, something in that neighborhood. Has there been any discussion, have you guys looked, because what some states do is they only charge your credit card once you draw. So you never have to make those refunds and back to the state auditor step and refunds and all that. Is that something that would potentially alleviate some of that workload? The benefit to the sportsmen is they're not paying that credit card fee to the credit card company or the department that then reimburses the credit card company. So it reduces their cost if they don't draw. Is that something you guys have looked at and compared to other states where the economic feasibility reduces the workload? I'm just curious as to why some states do that, some don't. The sportsmen like it. not being billed unless they actually draw a license.
So several years ago, when the department took to the commission, the 2.5% credit card processing fee, part of that whole presentation was looking at exactly that. Would it benefit the department and sports persons more if we did exactly what you're talking about, Senator Hicks, and charge the credit card fee at the time of their successful drawing of that license? And the issues in talking to not only the credit card processor, other states, we reached out to many states around us, is that we start accepting applications the first business day of January. And in a resident or non-resident deer and antelope, a customer may come in on January 3rd and submit their application. So we have what in the credit card industry is called a token written to their record to charge their credit card if they're successful in drawing that license when we notified those results in June. Well, we all know credit card fraud is running rampant in this country. And so many states say they have trouble going back and charging the credit card. And so we would have to build a window in to charge credit cards. So we would be charging them and then getting results back of who didn't draw, like they drew, but we couldn't charge their credit card. So then you build in a window of time where it's the department's responsibility to reach out and continue to contact that customer and say, your credit card didn't go through. You need to provide us another credit card to process this payment, retrying. And at some point, we either then dump all of those into the leftover draw, which that would back that data because we wouldn't know. I mean, you have to give customers a bit of time to correct the payment issues they have due to fraud or their credit card expires, which we try and get them not to do, but their credit card expires. And so that just backs that data before we can do the leftover draw. And then the same thing, the leftover draw, if it was the same process, we'd have to back that further down before we could do first come, first serve. And like I said, all of it, license deadlines and dates and things have to get done pretty much between that commission meeting setting season and the archery season date, which is between the end of April and some of those archery dates are August 15th, August 1st. And to get those licenses, all the draws done, licenses printed, and in the hands, particularly of those non-residents that we have to mail them to. And on top of that, we've all dealt with the post office and the delays in postal service now is also impacting and keeps Jennifer awake at night, trying to make sure we get those licenses to those customers in a timely manner. So the department did look at that, and that's the reason we chose to keep the Game and Fish's model of taking payments ahead of time and then doing their refunds at that time. The other component of that is if somebody drew a really coveted license and they never paid for it, and it went in the leftover draw, and somebody who drew their second or third choice and can no longer even apply for that coveted license in the leftover draw, that would also make customers call the Game and Fish office.
At the risk of beating my own horse, okay, I'd like to keep shooting us along, because I know Jennifer has more to share, and I want to try to get it to public comment.
This is a question for Game and Fish because it goes to the timeline, and I think I know the answer, but I'll put it out there for everyone else to hear. So a lot of this is driven by the season setting date. And have you guys ever considered doing a 5-year plan, a 5-year look at your seasons instead of a yearly look at setting your seasons? Because if you did a 5-year plan, then you can back it up. Your seasons can be set, at the beginning of the year. So I've had this discussion, but I'm throwing it out there for the rest of the folks to hear.
Yeah, so our field managers are very, very, very uncomfortable with not having the ability to react to changes on the ground when they do all of their work through the winter. That's when a lot of the classifications where we collect a lot of our data on the current status of herds and how they came out of the hunting season. And that all that data informs season setting. Obviously, there's a big public process component of season setting. So it's all a matter of trying to time that back and not paint ourselves into it, having to have a long-term a 4-year, we've even talked about a 2-year season setting process. And I think those discussions are actually continuing now. Doing 2-year seasons, but then having the ability, if you have some major, like we just had a big EHD die off, being able to go back in and make a change to a 2-year plan. That has all happened, and you're exactly right. The season setting drives this more than anything else. When we actually take the seasons to the commission and say, this is what we think you should do.
And the department has also even looked at shifting that a little bit, and due to field and collecting that information to set seasons is backed up about as far as they can back it up into April as well, to get good seasons on the ground and be responsive to wildlife.
Good context for understanding why like these deadlines are what they are, the windows are what they are, being responsive to the biology and being nimble in that way. So you would have trade-offs if you adjusted that. Okay. Let's keep going on to another topic.
So the other topic you guys asked me to.
I have one motion. Brian, I move that you give Jennifer a raise.
Jennifer seconds that. I think she was looking over here, adding for extra help is what I think she was looking at.
All right, let's keep going.
So the other thing that you guys asked me to bring forward was having the department look at if there was a way for splitting party applications. And the context that this was asked is kind of around those antelope license areas that residents apply for their coveted, hard to draw, preferred, really want to go hunt area as a party with their parties. And then some of those party members would be willing to or want to pick up those licenses in a different hunt area, where we're talking like if residents utilize second and third choice, they could draw those licenses before those licenses are ever rolled over to the non-resident draw. Is there a way to split that party? And so in looking at that, talking through it with IT, bouncing ideas off, there are ways to do it. And then we came back to the realization that we wouldn't really want to do that. And the reason for that is, if you remember all of those draw steps we just talked about a couple meetings ago, and even a little bit I alluded to now. In the initial draw for residents, all party applications go through. We look at everybody's first choice. Then we look at everybody's second choice, third choice. And then at the end of the whole draw, we come back and do a second pass for residents for any undersubscribed non-resident quota. So if we looked at everybody's first choice in a party, which is the coveted area that the whole party wants to hunt with, and then they were unsuccessful, and we split off those applicants who said, I want to split my application and I want you to look at the second and third choice that don't match the rest of the party, and say there was 3 people in a group of 5 that wanted that other second choice area. We split their applications off, we awarded them that license in looking at their second choice. Well, if we come around and non-residents don't pick up that coveted area and we run a second pass of residents, and there's licenses from the non-resident draw available now for second pass residents, in that party, those 2 who chose not to split would get those licenses, which would have been their first choice. And then second, people who split and drew their second choice would probably be a little upset and would call the department and say, well, one, I thought all party applications either successfully drew or didn't draw. How did half of my party get their second choice, but I picked up my first choice and they didn't? Because they don't really know. We don't publish, oh, you drew back here in the second pass of residents. And then also we would treat all parties the same. So that could happen in non-residents for sure, especially with the like preference point draw versus the regular random draw. And so it would create a lot of challenges in customers who, if they split and there was quota roll back and half or members of their party didn't pick up their first choice and others did, would create some unique challenges for the department. So yes, it could be done, would complicate the draw, all of that pre-draw work we would do, add lots of additional steps to the draw, which is already, when I presented those, sometimes like 36 steps. But that's the real customer service party application reason that it's probably particularly not a good idea to do that.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I don't think anybody realizes the complexity of those things when we throw those out there. So I appreciate you looking into that and explaining that it's not near as easy as we think it is.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
this is for issue, whatever the preference point, but since she's up there, can I ask her a question? Jennifer, I just want to make sure, so let's do Bighorn sheep licenses.
Okay.
So 7 resident drop, 75% go to preference, 25% go to random. No, I'm sorry. You split it 75-25 first, correct?
So,
Non-residents, resident.
correct, so that whatever the commission approved quota is for a license is at 75-25%. 75% go to the residents. Of that 75%, because we do have resident preference points, we split that again, 75% into the preference point draw, 25% into the random draw.
And so if a person like me who never draws a license doesn't draw, and say I have preference points, if I don't draw out of that 75% of 75%, am I still eligible to participate in the random draw?
Yes, so every application goes through both. Every application participates in the preference point draw, the 75%. Even if you have 0 points, you still participate in the preference point draw. Any applicants that are unsuccessful in a preference point draw then participates in the random draw, looking at a different random number, and we award licenses irregardless of preference points. And that's in any draw, whether it's moose or sheep or the non-resident elk, deer, and antelope that have preference points.
Thank you.
I think we have one other question, and I was just looking back to the notes from last time. There was a question around if you were to regionalize elk tags, what the impact of that would be on management. Is that one that y'all were able to tackle? Oh, I'm not wearing my headset. I'll get that on. So just looking at the notes, there was an idea of regionalizing elk tags. And there was a question about what impact that would have on management. We can certainly kick it to December. I just wondered if there was any conversation around that one.
So my understanding was that a document was provided to this group.
That got emailed out. Okay. Just checking our boxes. So folks received information on that. And then the other question was wanting to better understand the current regulations on technology for fair chase. So I know that stuff was sent out for that, and we also have a substantial amount of information in your packets. So if that was one that you're considering, or that angle was an aspect of issue 2 that you're interested in, there's a lot of information about the current regulations for fair chase and some of the history of those changes.
Mr. Chairman, Jennifer, when you do the random draw for sheep, is there any way to quantify how many of those random people that are drawn actually have points versus how many, just their first time in the draw and have no points?
Yes, so I look at that every year when we award licenses. I've been told I like data, so I look at that. So yeah, plus if they draw in the random draw, we still set their points to history and mark them as ineligible to, in this instance, for moose or sheep for 5 years. And so we do look, there's people who have drawn multiple coveted areas in the random draw with 0 points.
So I guess my question is, if you have 10 tags or 100 tags, whatever, what percentage of people draw those licenses that have no points?
I have not pulled those numbers. I don't have them off the top of my head. I can get those for you. Are you specifically looking for moose and sheep data? Or just in general?
Statistically, it should be the same.
It
should be the same
Depending on how many.
because it's completely random.
Yeah, it's random.
It should be the same amount of folks that draw with 1 point as with 25 points if it's in the random draw.
But isn't that?
But in moose and
Doesn't that
sheep,
depend on how many new applicants you have? Because you have a whole bunch of people that already have points that are in the draw anyway. So it's how many new people come in. Doesn't that make a difference?
But if there's 5,000 people, you've got a 1 in 5,000 chance in the random, no matter what.
I understand, I understand. I just was curious, and maybe I'm not getting my point.
I understand what you're saying. I would have to look at those. Often though, in the moose and sheep draw, we don't have a lot of people. The majority of the applicants have some level of points. There's not a lot of, I mean, we do get new customers every year who start applying with it. Most often, like they're 12-year-olds who, now can apply and get in that. But the majority, if you're looking at moose and sheep, have some level of points, 1 to max.
Because we all know that the guys at the low end of the pool are kind of getting to no man's land. And if they were truly getting a no man's land, even in a random draw, that'd be a total twice ruin, so to speak. But I'm just curious.
And I think, Mr. Chairman, if you look, what data was actually in that stuff that was presented by LCCC and trying to find the numbers right here, but it was like every year they assumed because of the new applicants for sheep was 173. And maybe it was 173 for moose, 53 new applicants, but whatever, those numbers are in there. But they still, regardless, have a 0.29% chance on,
I realize that.
yeah, but there is a number of, we're seeing inflation, right? There is a number of new applicants every year that come into the system. Those numbers are actually in that data.
I know that people with points aren't receiving any special preference. Just curious if all the ones being drawn out of there, since there's more of those in the hopper than there are new applicants, if they're still getting most of those tags.
Got it.
Jennifer, I've just a couple things, and maybe this is something you can bring back on the 8th. Third. Thanks for having that.
I messed you all up permanently now on the 3rd.
I think you have a concept of what some of the questions are that we were asking, a way to, inside of our already the drawing that we already do, is there a way in there to allow residents an opportunity in the leftover draw to be chosen prior to a non-resident for areas that are undersubscribed. And so I guess that's my question. Is there a way to do that? Because we are talking about anywhere from 0 to 6,000. It's probably more like 300 to 500 is my guess, and it could be more than that. It could increase, but I'm curious if there's a way to do that. And the other thing, and you alluded to this earlier, the pop-up window that says this is a very hard to draw unit. I just went through like 2 weeks of people calling, and then I sat with the local Game and Fish on the 30th of September, and we answered phone calls, and we had people come by asking for places to hunt because they drew type 2 licenses, or they drew a license that's a type 1 license that has a hard to access area, and they just don't get it. And so is there a way, is it that hard to put in a pop-up window that makes them check a box that says, now whether they lie or not, and probably shouldn't have said that, but they have to check a box that says, I have access. I have access to I don't know the answer, but it's easier for me and Game and Fish to answer a question and others when they've actually checked a box, and you can say, did you check that box? And they say yes. Well, then you lied. I mean, and so, it's a problem. It's a problem in northeastern Wyoming. And so, I don't know, I kicked around, and a lot of landowners talked to me about it, make them put a name in there. Well, I don't know that that's feasible. Make the landowners apply for or register and get a code so that their hunters have to put a code in, whatever. I just think that's a bigger process than we think. But if we make them at least check a box that says, I do have this, I realize we're not saying, well, then who is it? But they're actually checking a box that says, I have access. I don't know if it helps or not, but if you can maybe dig into that a little bit.
Find out if it's technically possible to add a pop-up like that.
So we are I mean, this isn't a new problem. So the department has been looking at multiple ways through the years that I've been in licensing to get that out. Not only difficult public access, but whitetail air licenses only. And so we added the caveat that, asterisks to do that. I can talk to our IT if they can create a box that appears to be a pop-up. We don't use pop-up boxes because of pop-up blockers, but we do create different ways of doing that. I can see what they can do in timelines and see if there's other options, because we are always looking to explore options to help get that message out, because in Cheyenne, we answer lots of calls around the same thing, and we also get lots of requests for refunds through the license review board process for people who didn't realize that they were difficult public access licenses. So I have that note. And I have the first one. I will see what I can dig. I don't know how much I can dig and bring to the December 3rd meeting, since that's 2 weeks away.
And I'm not, and I appreciate that. And I'm not 100% sure you can dig into those numbers of how many resident leftover, or how many residents are applying for those leftover licenses in those areas, that maybe there's a way to calculate how many there would be.
Mr. Chairman, I think Jennifer already answered that. She said no. I mean, without holding additional draws and potentially costing the department between 600,000 and 2.4 million. I mean, we can continue to beat that horse, but I think it's dead, Mr. Chairman.
So-
It sounds like there's a question, is there a creative thing we haven't come up with yet that would give that opportunity with more reasonable costs? Because the way it was floated before seems unfeasible.
Well, I think certainly the $600,000 would, that would be gone. That would be gone. I understand that. I think what I'm getting at is that there's a way to increase opportunity for the resident hunters inside of that unallocated in those areas without an extra draw, just by changing the way the leftover licenses are issued, whether they're alternating, or you just say, okay, well, in area 23, there's this many.
Mr. Chairman, so all they have to do is list 3 choices on their application.
Unless they send in for a party.
So
That's
Rusty,
their
here's,
choice. I mean, we're, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but we're headed towards failure. We're gonna continue to cuss and discuss things that affect 200 people, and we're not gonna get anything done. There's gonna be no significant recommendations out of this committee.
It seems like there's a hunter education piece that they could be smarter on the application. If we could coach them to be smarter, that might solve the problem easier than some of these after the fact solutions. Lee, I saw a hand.
No, I covered what I was gonna say.
Okay.
So,
And I'm open to some hunter education from either from this group or however you think through the license process. I'm open to however we can make that happen.
Okay. Still feeling unsettled with the problem, but we haven't quite landed on the right solution for that aspect of it. Did you want to address any others?
so I just want to ask, if I bring back Dave, you're still looking at options and projections if we didn't roll that undersubscribed resident quota in the initial draw to the numbers. Is that correct?
I think the question is there any other sort of way to prioritize residents before it gets rolled over? I don't know what that would look like.
That's what it looks like.
It's
I'm even open to the non-resident, or I mean, the leftover licenses allocation, how that's done.
Okay, I might need to talk to you because I'm not sure I'm understanding.
Well,
Because if we don't roll it to the non-residents, then those licenses, if it's somewhere after that fact, those licenses in these areas we're talking are already gone.
Sure. So, and if nobody else in the committee wants to see any of that information, I'm okay with you not doing it.
Mr. Chairman, maybe let's just do a quick straw poll. I mean, and I'll make a motion. Maybe it'll be second, maybe I'm the voice in the room. But I move that we not change anything we do with regard to the antelope draw to, that we continue to allow the department to do it as they do, where there will be some undersubscribed licenses that roll over into the non-resident draw. So I make that motion.
I second it.
Okay. I'm gonna let you run the discussion from here. What's happening is we're taking an idea off the table and saying, let's stop spending time on this so we can get to some other more viable options.
Okay, so the motion's on the floor, discussion on the motion.
No, I was just gonna simplify the motion, as the motion is the status quo.
For animals.
I would agree to that amendment of my motion.
Can I clarify? And believe that department and commission would like to conduct all draws similar, so can we make that not just antelope, but all draws, deer and antelope, or done
Now
the
we're
same way?
moving.
Yeah, well, I think that's fair.
Okay.
So discussion, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, discussion, go ahead.
I mean, this is so simple. People can list parameters, people can list choices on their applications and automatically draw undersubscribed areas. So it's just always been silly to me when I was on the commission and in this task force that we would make a major change, further burden our licensing department and possibly cost the department between 600,000 and 2.4 million that other resident sportsmen are gonna have to absorb for a thing that's not a problem if these people who are complaining about this just follow the directions. So I would urge the task force to vote in favor for maintaining the status quo for antelope, non-resident, the status quo for deer, elk, and antelope.
Mr. Chairman, it'd be, and I don't know, I don't want to belabor this anymore, but my gut tells me that, you know, as a resident, I can put in for all three choices. If I put in as a party, I think that number is going to be very small. I think it's going to be a small number of resident hunters that put in as a party and then aren't able to apply for that, one of those easier to draw tags. I mean, they either apply, stay together as a party or split up, but I just think that number is not a significant number. That's just, so I'm speaking in favor of the motion.
Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. So I think I'm following and stand correctly. So we're not necessarily focusing on the first round of the draw. What I think Pat's recommendation is let's treat the second round of the leftover draw as it's always been and just get off this item. If I'm on that correctly, I would agree. Most of the conversation and feedback I hear is about the first draw and resident, non-resident split and the ability to have better, I guess, an increased ability to draw in the first round. I would agree if there's undersubscribed tags and we've got multiple choices. We need people applying to get those choices. So Pat, if I understand your motion correctly, I would also be in support of it.
I think you accurately characterized my motion.
Question.
Okay.
I'm not reading your motion that way. I'm reading your motion that way that we leave that limited quota antelope and deer and elk drawing status quo.
Initial draw.
That's the entire.
I didn't hear Joe suggest something different. Maybe I
He's talking secondary drawing.
No, it's we leave it. Well, this task force is gonna address 90-10, and we're gonna address possibly awarding preference points for deer, elk, and antelope. But those are future decisions.
Yeah.
And all I'm trying to do is resolve this idea that non-residents are getting too many tags because some of them roll over in areas where there's no hunting access. And, non-residents are willing to pay for access and I'm not gonna pay $1,000 to any rancher to go kill something. I mean, that's the problem. It's hard.
Hey, let's don't denigrate it.
They say you did for deer, didn't you?
So on page 12 in our minutes from last time, this was an option. That's the second one down there. And so I think this motion would strike that out and say, stop considering that. Let's stop pursuing it. Done. Did I hear calling the question?
All right, question.
Are you ready for that?
Okay, everybody, any, all in favor, raise your hand.
Got the cards in there?
That's fine.
They have cards.
All right. So the motion carries that we can make other tweaks to the thing, but that we're not going to consider this option anymore, that rollover from the resident only leftover draw before rolling over to non-resident is no longer on the table. We're not going to,
Was it unanimous?
No, it was 17-1.
All right.
but that's,
That's the count.
thank you, 17-1.
Actually.
We're missing
16-1,
Albert.
one abstaining, and one Albert did not vote, so.
Okay, all right.
Do you mind if Jennifer still looks at? I'm just asking on the window or whatever for hard to access.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, okay. all right.
It's a good idea.
Some
Rest
sort
of
of
that.
warning
Yes.
starts flashing on their screen, says, hey, heads up.
Sounds good.
So this idea, we're still interested in of some sort of extra layer to stop with those issues. All right. Hey,
Mr. Chairman, I was just going to throw in, so I believe that both Utah and Nevada currently do that. They do it just for the disclaimer around conducting game surveys via helicopter during the season. So as part of the application process, a screen actually shows up where you have to confirm that you agree and understand that they may be conducting aerial surveys at that time. So from a technology perspective in the process or the flow of the process, there are states that already have those types of disclaimers where applicants are required to acknowledge them and do that. So I would hope the systems can do that, recognizing that it's easy to say it and harder to program it, but states do have those types of things in their systems now.
Thanks, Joe.
So our system, just to be clarified, we have similar things. So when we open the seasons up in January, because the commission regulations are not approved until the April commission meeting, every applicant already has a box that they check stating that they will come back and review the commission approved regulations after May 1. So they have to check that. The reason this is a little bit more complicated is I don't think we would want to put this message to every applicant. So we would have to create it to edit against what their application hunt areas are and create a box that says, if they put this license in as their first, second, or third choice, then we would present this window. So it is a little bit more complicated. Our IT are really smart. And so I don't believe it's something that can't be done, but I will look at it. But we do put screens in there for certain things that apply to all applicants as well. So
We have a round of applause for Jennifer for her also hard work. All right. I don't want to lose sight of it, the regionalized elk tags. Is that something we can hear about in November? December?
The 3rd, not the 8th.
The 3rd, not the
I
8th?
guess the question would be if everybody received a copy of.
Oh, yeah, they got that. That's right. They got the
Do we
email.
need
Do we need to have any more discussion about that? Let's let people digest on it now and let's move on to public comment. All right, so we are miracles. I put 10:30 or 11 here when we would get to public comment. It's 10:42, so we're doing it. In the name of trying to jump in to get to solutions and say, what can we do? We're good with status quo on some of these things, but what do we want to do differently? Knowing that we want to get there before lunch, just encourage the public to be thorough and thoughtful and concise. So we can get through to these things. We've got a good stack of folks ready to speak. Again, asking folks to focus on issue 2, deer, elk, and antelope. We'll save the landowner related things and the preference points for Big 5 for later.
Okay,
Ready?
so, yeah, so we have 3 in here and I think 1 online, probably Wyatt. Yes. Okay, Randy Morrison first.
Randy, if you want to come up, and I've got the microphone. Make sure you hold these nice and close to your mouth. I believe it should be on and ready to go. Go, sir.
So I just want to, I guess, first thing to say, thank all of you for doing what you're doing. Sorry, closer. I know there's a lot that goes into this kind of stuff, so you really have to spend a lot of time and think about things. So I just want to bring a few things up to you guys to think about.
Will you introduce yourself real fast? Sorry.
So my name is Randy Morrison. I am an outfitter based out of Casper here. And obviously have, personal things, thoughts into this as well. And then I have 2 daughters, one just started hunting this year, so I have a lot of that as well. So not to get into a bunch of different things, I'll try to keep it to kind of, I guess, this number 2 topic. So hunter opportunity. One of the things that I have thought about and talked to a lot of people about over the years is trying to get the number of people that apply for limited licenses reduced, I guess, as far as not reduced, but spread out. So there's very few, like around here, you've got area 34, 87, 89, 90 for mule deer. And pretty much every Wyoming, or not Wyoming, every Casper resident, or a lot of them, applies for those close by limited quota areas. So you've got a number I don't have access to, a certain number of people that apply for those areas that are Casper residents. And so there's also a bunch of general areas close by to Casper. And I realize that the deer numbers are very low. Everything is changing statewide. All mule deer numbers are dropping rapidly. So this isn't really anything that's going to fix any kind of a deer population or anything like that. But what it will do is bring the ability for people to draw tags maybe a little bit better. So again, just a hunter opportunity type thing. So my proposal would be to add a very small number of limited quota licenses to every general area in the state of Wyoming. I've always been a proponent of going all limited quota, but there are way too many people that are not okay with that. And I do understand that there's a lot of hunter opportunity that comes with the general elk tag and a general deer tag. So to not take away from those people's opportunities, this would add an opportunity, let's say 5 licenses per general area. That would be like a late season after the general season hunt. A November rut hunt is what I would think would be the most sought after. And if you only did 5 licenses in each general area, you really are, I mean, you're talking, the numbers I looked at, there's 101 general areas. So you'd be adding 505 licenses, which is not a significant number of licenses, but it takes all those people that are now applying for those other very few number of limited quota areas, and it spreads them out. So now you're going to increase drawing odds in all those areas, as well as give people that hunt, say, area 66 for mule deer, which is a general area, you're going to give them an opportunity to hunt late during the rut. And you're really not, I mean, 5 licenses is not going to change the herd population in any way, shape, or form. But you're going to give people opportunity. So not to get into that too much more, I have some of this stuff written down, and I can get you guys a copy of that, but just for sake of time. The other thing that I think would be very crucial to resident and non-resident tag opportunity is some sort of a definition, and not to get into this, but a definition on landowner tags and how many landowner tags can go to landowners from a specific set number of limited quota tags. So they obviously they're not applying to a general tag, the landowner can get a general tag anyway. So like in reference to what I'm saying, to add these 5 licenses for each general area, those would not be available to landowners because there is a general season. If I understand the statute correctly, the landowner tags are only to be for areas that do not provide a general season. So this would not have any effect by landowner tags, which is a very big deal to a lot of residents. So, and then hunter surveys, I think are, not to get into this a lot, but they're not required by the Game and Fish, yet the Game and Fish uses them as one of their data points for setting seasons and quotas. Well, if you're using something as a data point, it needs to be 100% accurate, or at least accurate in the best means that you can get. Well, not almost every other state, but a lot of other states make it required. to do a hunter survey. And I definitely believe Wyoming should be 100% required hunter surveys. They're using that information and it's incomplete and inaccurate at best. So it's just one more thing that's, you know, everything you guys are hearing for all of these meetings is, you know, trying to get the best information you can get to make a good decision. Well, those hunter surveys are not good information right now. So just something to, I guess, put a bug in your guys' ear. The other thing would be, to add to hunter opportunity would be management tags. Right now, I see this across the board for everything, because everything is so hard to draw now as far as premium licenses. Every person, resident, non-resident, now wants to, you know, they want to be on the cover of a magazine with their huge elk, big deer, whatever it is. And 20 years ago, that was not the case. Even if you had a limited quota tag, they would still be happy with a lesser animal, something that's not, you know, let's just classify, say, a 180-inch mule deer. Now, everybody that spends 13 or 14 preference points on a mule deer tag, they all want 180-inch deer, every one of them. And it's not possible. You're not going to do that, especially for mule deer, because there's not very many of them. But let's say elk populations are blowing up. There's a lot of elk, and there are some big bulls and a good number of them, but you're still not going to get everybody a 350+ inch elk. It's just not going to happen, yet they all want it. So the problem is they're not killing the lesser genetic animals. So for instance, mule deer, they're not killing these 3 points and 2 points that are 6, 7, 8 years old. They're never going to be anything better. They are not a trophy animal for most people's eyes, so they're not a 5x5. And so they're not getting killed. And so you get into these late seasons, like right now, you can go out and see it in a ton of these limited quota areas. There's just a bunch of big 3 points running around, and they're breeding all the does because the 5 points are all dead, because that's the only thing people want to kill. And it's been that way for 15, 20 years. So you're ultimately knocking that genetic out, and you're taking these other animals that are genetically not as good. And only does this apply in trophy management areas per like the Game and Fish's statement. I mean, not statement, but the way that they dictate an area, you know, either trophy management or hunter opportunity. So just applies to the trophy managed areas. But if we were to so let's say there's 100 licenses in an area for limited quota mule deer. And if you were to take 20 of those away from that quota, just a random number, and put it to a management license that said, we need to be shooting, you know, this is just for a deer that has 3 points or less on one side. You know, there's other states that do this. Utah is a very good example. They have management tags in the Pontchartrain and Henry Mountains. They don't do it everywhere, but they do it in their premium hunt units. And it's working well. It's a very good management tool for them. And I just think that that really needs to be looked at. You know, there's a certain point where maybe it's not as big of a deal as it could be for mule deer, because mule deer are declining rapidly, and maybe in 15 years we can't even hunt. You know, I don't know that, but in the meantime, I think there's ways to manage it better. As far as elk goes, you know, that would look like something like a 5x5 only. You know, you would have a tag. Again, if you had 100 licenses, you would say, okay, you know, we need to manage these bulls, the genetics of these bulls as best we can. And we need to say, okay, you know, 20 of these are going to be a management license where you can only kill a 5x5. Something that's, you know, yes, you can get a big 5x5, but, you know, statistically, that's not really in the cards for them. Most of the time, they're just not the bigger, mature bulls. And definitely, they're not what people are searching out with their tags. they're looking for big 6x6s. Half the time they'll pass up a bigger 5x5 because there's a smaller 6x6 standing right next to it that's younger and could be something big. And so they'll shoot the 6x6 instead of 5x5 just because it's a 6x6. So just a management, I guess, a management tool and something that would provide, again, more opportunity along the lines of elk. You know, maybe depending on the area, this would be up to the game and fish, you might be able to add a couple tags or something along those lines.
Thanks, Randy. Any questions for Randy?
So, your idea about adding some late season deer tags, just a couple comments, I guess. You don't control wildlife with killing bucks or wolves, so I kind of agree with you. It probably wouldn't harm the herd. The other thing that's always appealed to me about that is those people that are willing to, limit their chances to draw those 5 tags or whatever, are out there at a time when a lot of our poaching occurs. So, have folks out there with binoculars and spotting scopes, and they're helping game and fish monitor the people that go poach on our winter ranges, and deer are in rut and being really stupid. So, I mean, that idea kind of appeals to me.
Yeah, I agree with you, Pat. I think there's a lot of merit to that idea. Biologically, there's no impact to the herd. But you're absolutely right. I mean, this goes back to what you mentioned, Senator Hicks, about this really is a supply and demand issue. Not being able to manipulate the supply, we're forced to be able to look at the demand. And this is an outside the box idea that does that. So I think there's a lot of merit to that idea, and I think it's worth a lot more discussion. Because you're absolutely right, Randy. If you put some of those premium tags at very low numbers, those areas that right now everybody's invested in the certain limited quota areas, it's going to make them think twice. And you'll see that spread out and create those opportunities. And yet truly will become once in a lifetime opportunities for those that are lucky enough to draw those. I think that would be something to really be proud of.
Yeah, at a small number, like 5 licenses, yeah, it's going to be hard to draw. But it's key to it to make it a small number and keep it a small number. But it really, I think it would have a huge impact on, like right now, one of the biggest things that is, pushing preference points and stuff is these guys that have been applying for this one area their entire life and they haven't drawn it. And they're really mad because they haven't drawn it. And this other guy has drawn it 7 times, the last 7 years straight maybe or whatever. And so they're like, gosh, dang, I need a way to, to increase my odds over that. Well, if you spread these people out, it's gonna help that. It's gonna help their, want for that tag. Maybe they still apply for that, but maybe the other people they're competing against, maybe they change their application and go for one of these other areas. And again, there's 100, if I have my numbers right, there's 101 general areas that you would now spread all those people out for. Mind there's only 5 licenses in each one, if that's what you went with, but I think it could be a huge change to the drawing odds for resident and non-resident alike. I mean, I don't even know what the numbers would look like. I think it would be.
Go ahead.
Just a few comments. Certainly, it probably deserves a warning, but I think we've got some test cases in the past. For that bagged mule deer herd, we used to issue those. So it's like everything we do with this situation, pull a string, something else on that. So let me tell you our experience. We had 20 late season, and then we went to 10, and then we got rid of the season. And you know what? Until you control the number of commissioners permits, governor's permits that come into these areas, we got to the point that we were having 18 to 21 commissioners and governor's permits. Had to reduce the number of tags to the general population, because now it wasn't just 20 hunters, it was 41 guys out there hunting mule deer. So it's like everything else. On the conceptual thing, it looks really good, but the devil's in the details. And so if you're going to do that, you better come back and say you cannot hunt with the commissioners and the governor's tag in these areas, or you will flood the best of the best.
And that's a possibility. I mean, there are certain areas
And
right
it will
now.
have a genetic impact, because and the other side of that is if you do these general license areas under our current structure, you would have to say, once you apply for limited quota, you cannot buy a general license. So, in those 105 general license areas, you run 5 late season permits, right? If they don't draw, they just go buy a general license and hunt the unit anyway. So the really only implications is those limited quota areas that you're talking about. So I'm not saying it doesn't deserve merits, but it's a lot more complicated than it would appear on the surface. Particularly when it comes to the commissioners and governors.
I saw Lee had
Our
a,
public went crazy and said, we want to get rid of it because it became a very wealthy individual's home. And to the point where we went from 20 to 10 because of not 20 permits to the general public, 10 because of the number of commissioners sites and governor sites coming in. The public said enough of this crap.
I saw,
I just wonder if anybody had any more questions. for
No,
Randy.
and Carrie, Larry hit right on what I was gonna talk about. We're on the same page.
awesome. All right, thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Randy.
Who's next in our,
Jeff Miratori.
Hey, Rusty.
Yeah.
Are you guys done talking about this topic? Because you really didn't touch on what I wanted to talk about, so I'll probably just,
Go to the end, or,
well, I'll just pull back on my comments right now.
well, I don't think we're done talking about this topic.
Are you going to continue to talk about healthier antelope today?
yeah,
Yes.
yeah, but this is the time for the public comment on
But
it.
if you want it real quick, go ahead, Jeff. Why don't you?
I think that where we're at in the process is we've started to generate some options and we're adding to that. So we're moving into like starting to look at them and say, how might that work? What is feasible in that straw design of like, let's kind of tee things up and see if we can push them forward. So just, I don't think there's going to be big votes on issue 2 today, but getting closer and closer to that.
So the way I read it was this was going to touch on opportunity for residents for elk, deer, and antelope. What I see is the idea that if we don't go with the 90-10, that we need to figure out something else to incentivize or to put more hunters in the field. And that's what I don't agree with. It's pretty obvious that elk, deer, and antelope 90-10 is not gaining much for wheels. And I totally understand that. I was involved with the original bill for 90-10, which was the big 5 with Larry. And we didn't have any intentions at that time to look at 90-10 on elk, deer, and antelope. And, you know, I put my word out there at that time that I wasn't going to push that, and I'm not pushing it today. But my fear is the group is, it's pretty obvious to me, the group is not looking towards 90-10 for residents in elk, deer, and antelope. And I'm afraid we're going to try to come up with all these newfangled ideas that are going to put more hunters in the field when we really don't need that. On any given year, if I don't hunt antelope, deer, either both mule deer and whitetail and elk, it's my own fault. I have that opportunity. As a resident, I can get those licenses. Sure, I might not draw a premium tag, but as far as the task force is concerned, nothing you guys do will make it easier to draw premium tags. They're hard to get. You can put any kind of preference point or bonus point system on those areas. You're still not going to make them easy to draw. They're going to be tough. And it's up to the hunter, the individual, if they want to apply for a premium area and get no tag, that's their choice. But I think what my main point is here is looking at things like choose your weapon, adding tons of type 9 tags. Those kind of things are focusing more on one group of hunters than on everybody, and they're really not necessary. We have a system in Wyoming. I think that makes us the place to come to for non-residents. They love coming to Wyoming because of the season structures that we have here. And I don't know if many of you know this, but the latest hunter attitude survey that was done by Research Management for the Game and Fish. 74% of all hunters wanted to leave our season structures the way they were. They wanted to be able to hunt with the rifles, hunt with the bow. They wanted that to remain the same. So that's what I wanted to talk about today. Is it's apparent to me 90-10 for elk, deer, and antelopes probably not gaining any legs. I understand it, and I don't want people to rush to different ideas to try to change our system and make it like Utah or Colorado or another state where I think Wyoming is doing just fine the way it is.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead, Joe.
Go ahead, Jeff.
thanks. Actually, want to push back just a little bit and then also agree with something that the gentleman just said. One, I hope that 90-10 and the distribution of resident versus non-resident for elk, antelope, and deer isn't off the table. It certainly isn't off the table with me, and hopefully attraction. But that brings up the more important point here, and that's the tackling the big things first. We are, I think Pat has said this a couple of times, we're getting wrapped around the axle around these smaller things that maybe we should push to later in our work, and we should tackle some of these big meaty issues first and spend our time there. So I actually appreciate that comment that we need to tackle the big things first.
Thanks, Joe. Any other questions? Oh, Si's got one.
Jeff, I got a quick question for you. There's an idea being floated about waiting periods for like these premium milkers, for example. Get up by my microphone. So there's an idea being floated like waiting periods. So let's say you take an area, like 10 of your premium elk areas as a resident, you draw that area, and then you have to wait 3 years, or whatever the number may be, before you apply for that area again, or any, so that or any area, any type 1 area, so we didn't flood the areas that were easy to draw. Have you thought about that?
Absolutely, I'm glad you brought this up. So if change gears just real quick here, if we look at moose and sheep, and the reason why the preference point systems looks like it's not working, it's because for 25 years we've had a waiting period for moose and sheep when it should have been lifetime. The best thing we did here is change the big 5 to 90-10 and make it once in a lifetime. Now, in the beginning, if we would have had it once in a lifetime, we wouldn't even be talking about this preference point system, because it'd be working, it'd be flowing way more than it is now. And as far as elk, deer, or antelope with a waiting period, they just flat don't work. I did the numbers on area 100 elk and a 5-year waiting period, because that's a premium area. 3 years wouldn't do anything. At the end of 5 years, when the first group of hunters is back in the game, it's a 1.1% increase in drawing lots. Nothing. So a waiting period, especially in our premium areas, doesn't work. And if you use the waiting period, some have said if you draw 100, then you can't put in for 100 for 5 years, but you could put in for 16. That absolutely doesn't work, because then you're putting hunters in all different kinds of areas that have drawn the 100 tag, and now they're upping the odds in all those areas. So I'm definitely not a fan of the waiting period.
I have a question, Jeff. And then Adam. I'm curious to get you to weigh in a little bit on the mule deer. You heard everybody but Joe said mule deer numbers are, they're in rough shape, and I would agree with that. And I was really, actually, it's good to hear somebody in one part of the state say they're seeing some better numbers. We floated some ideas of regionalizing a general tag, or even limited quota on more areas for mule deer. I guess I'm curious, and I'm going to throw this out to everybody that's listening. And I'd like to get more feedback from people on that idea, because I think one of the very, very big topics that we have is mule deer and mule deer populations and numbers, and how do we manage that, and realizing that can give out buck tags, and it probably doesn't hurt the population too much, but there certainly is something to do with pressure. I guess
Well, so Rusty, I was on the Area 66 mule deer working group, and we looked at all the information. And just like it's been said today, mule deer are affected by all kinds of different things, CWD, road kills, mountain lions, predators. It all affects the mule deer. In the end, we decided that as long as we left the harvest to bucks and we had the proper buck to doe ratio, we could keep Area 66 generally. And people in Casper have a place to go hunt deer. The way you prevent really bad things from happening is you just keep it a short season, and you implement, say, the 3-point restriction for 2 or 3 years, and then go to antler deer for a year or whatever. But I can tell you this, I noticed this year, we had a really bad EHD hit on the whitetails, but I'm seeing more mule deer in my part of the area. I have some property on the north face of Casper Mountain, and I'm noticing more mule deer. I'm noticing a complete, from yearling up to older class bucks, not many, but I don't see the CWD like I used to see back in the early 2000s. So I'm not sure if nature's taking its course with that, with this herd. But if we limit people in general areas by having them go to a region, it's more likely those folks are going to kill a deer. If I have a general tag and I hunt Western Wyoming, I don't find the buck I want, and I decide maybe later I'm going to go to the Black Hills and shoot a whitetail, I may not shoot a deer, period. But if I'm confined to one area, I think a hunter's more likely to harvest an animal. So I'm not a big fan of regional general tags either.
good point. Okay. Thank you, Jeff. Anybody else have any? Adam, do you have any?
Jeff touched on it a little bit, with shortening general seasons a little bit as an option too. Or even splitting that. I mean, when you look at the current opportunity that we have, but years general units for a month and a half, if you want to skip around. If we look at maybe splitting that as in choosing a general A the first half of the normal general season, or a general B choosing the second half of that general season. That potentially alleviates some of the pressure issues that you end up with. It might concentrate more into the general B, closer to the rut for some of those areas. But then it creates a little more opportunity in that early general season for other folks. So that's something that I thought was worth considering. But Jeff brought that up too, so.
That's all. Okay, Terry Pollard, we asked next.
Tony, did you have a hand?
Well, yeah, just real quick, quick comment on the longer seasons for the general permits. I know in our area, a lot of the landowners that allow hunting they don't like the longer season at all. I've had several comments from landowners that by increasing the season, and I'm 65 predominantly, they have been against, we had a little longer season in the last couple of years, and they just got hammered by the number of hunters and with not enough deer to satisfy the hunters that were hunting there. And so that creates a problem. I think if you increase the season to think you're gonna, maybe get a few more of the smaller bucks and that sort of thing, which is kind of the intent, but a lot of the landowners just really got
Frustrated with that.
they were so
over
disgusted
it.
by the end, the shorter season was better for them, and I'm not sure that they killed it, any more deer just because there's not many. So.
Okay. I saw Ogden has a hand, and then we'll do our last comment.
I'll echo that a little. Where we're at right now, I can guarantee you it's full. It's last season open in the state. It's Black Hills. It's resident hunters from all across the state are there. And we hunt through the middle of the rut. It kills the biggest and the best get killed off in the hills every year, because when you get in the middle of the rut on these whitetails, they're done. And they literally just hammer your genetics this time of year. And we've been to the commission multiple times with landowner and hunting groups to talk about trying to do it so we can actually, that hurt in my opinion, and they might kick back, but it's a commodity. They don't even try to really manage for better game. We also manage our mule deer and whitetail together up there, and I think it's a tragedy. We're in an area that the mule deer, we can actually expand that herd by splitting those two species apart. We have mule deer herds declining statewide. Black Hills, still the mule deer would expand if we gave them the chance to. And they don't cause the problems whitetail do. It would take a time frame. But I really truly believe it's sad that you have one season that's open at the very end after Thanksgiving, and it just literally impacts incredibly what goes on. So,
As our last in the room commenter comes up, Brian, can you help me in separating the policy versus management? Is season setting?
Yeah, I'm watching this very closely.
Okay.
We're talking about opportunity, and a lot of this
Yeah.
relates to, you're talking about having splitting seasons. I mean, that could put more hunters in the field. So
Right.
I think we're okay.
Okay, all right.
We are
Just wanted to
definitely-
check in. I was like, this
we're
is
blending it all
management. Okay, all right. Rusty, I forgot already who you called.
Terry.
Terry, come on up.
I think I'm gonna be here back here unless you want me.
Yeah, the folks online.
Thanks,
Come around the outside. Don't go through the middle there. That's a hazard. I love our flagging, by the way. We've got excellent logistics here, taking care of the flagging. And just hold this nice and close to your mic or to your mouth.
Yeah, I'm Terry Pollard. I'm a 45-year outfitter out of Pinedale. I've been outfitting there for 45 years, hard to believe, but anyway. Right currently, I'm president of Suffolk County Outfitters, and I'm on the board of directors of Wyoming Outfitters. Right now, the Wyoming, I wanted to touch on the 90-10 for the Big Five a little bit. I know you've already discussed it and decided, moved it on to the legislature. And I apologize for not being here at your earlier meetings, but I'm in the mountains making a living, so I couldn't make it. I really appreciate the time you guys put in. I've been on a few of these task forces, and I know it takes a lot of time and effort. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Anyway, I take probably more moose hunters than anybody in the state. And luckily, right now I do. And I've been, they found out about this an awful lot of it. Since I've been out of the mountains, out of the hills here recently, I've spent untold hours on the phone with these booked hunters that I have. And they're extremely concerned and upset that this is possibly going to change. A lot of my hunters are guys here, they're 60. 65, 70. I've got some hunters that are 80 years old. And this plays into not just the 90-10, but it also comes into the preference point deal. And these guys, I've got guys at 20, 21 points and more that, right now are sitting on that cusp going, what do I do? I'm going to be drawn. They'll tell me, I entered this agreement. The way they look at it, Brian, I entered this agreement with the Game and Fish years ago. That if I played this game, I bought those preference points religiously, and I did the price increases, and I did all that stuff, that eventually I would see a light at the end of the tunnel to where I could plan my hunt. I could plan that I'm probably going to draw this year or next year or the third year. The wolves kind of complicated that a little bit. Now, like I say, in my areas, it's taken 22, what was last year, 22 points. And I had two moose areas. One is area 3, where there's 2 non-resident life. The other one is the biggest area in the state, more licenses in area 25. I have that one also, and that's 10 non-resident life. From a realistic standpoint, somebody else said that earlier, on another issue. The number of points that the resident, well, not points, but the drawing odds won't increase hardly at all statistically
by adding one non-resident license to the resident side and 5 non-residents in the area 25 to the resident side. It's going to be very little increase in the opportunity for the residents, just very little. What it's going to do, it's going to hurt me, no doubt. But you know, where it's really going to hurt is these guys have been playing this game for 20-something years. In good faith, they're wanting to draw a moose or a sheep license. And they've been doing this, they've been buying the points, they've been doing this all along, and now all of a sudden the rug is gonna be pulled out on them, and they're gonna lose 50% of their available non-resident licenses for 9 to 10, if it passes the legislature. And then with the preference points themselves, you know, most of these guys, I talk, and I've not been involved with bonus points, but I've been involved with a lot of hunters that are involved with bonus points. And they all tell me, you know, they'll say, well, I'm 5 bonus points in Colorado or wherever, and I've got 30 points now, I'm still not going. They don't, the bonus points give them no predictability at all, you know, and I mean, as a non-resident and a resident, you know, there's not much predictability with folks and sheep anyway. But if you get rid of the preference points and the 90-10, it's going to significantly hurt those hunters. You know, I mean, and I've got to talk to them. I'm the one that talks to them. They're the one, they're calling me and asking me, what do I do? You know, all I can say is the fight's not over. You know, the Sublette County outfitters are committed to go to the legislature and try and put our point across and hopefully not get this 90-10 passed. So Wyoming Outfitters Association, we decided not to take a position either for or against it. So we're just going to let the cards fall where they might. And individual outfitters or organizations like Sublette County Outfitters, who is an affiliate of Wyoming Outfitters, go to the legislature and fight that fight. Another thing, you know, that comes up is the economics. You take a small community like Pine Hill or Du Bois or any of them, you know, we take a lot, well, not by the big scheme of things in the world or in the state, but we take a lot of moose and sheep hunters in those type areas. That's a significant hit to those hotels, motels, restaurants, you know, all that stuff. I've been bringing that up to my, you know, my suppliers. I said, how are you gonna feel when next year you got 50% less moose and or sheep hunters? And they don't believe it. They said, why would they do that? I don't understand. Well, I don't understand either. You know, these guys, you know, I'm a resident. I think I have been for most of my life here. But I'll tell you what, we're the most spoiled bunch of hunters in the whole world. So we just hunt everything every year. You know, and these hard to draw areas, they're going to remain hard to draw, even if you do 9 to 10. I think somebody said that earlier. They're going to remain hard to draw areas. I don't know how in the world you can solve that. But you know, I'm glad to see you guys pass that, got rid of the leftover question, leftover license question. You know, the residents, myself, I can put in for, you know, two really tough areas and put into an easy area. I can hunt antelope, deer, elk, bear, you know, every year, somewhere in the state of Wyoming, and for quality animals. So anyway, that's the main thing I wanted to bring up. Is, just the big thing is that these hunters, and the ones that I really feel bad about more than anybody, are these older guys, these 60, 65, 70. And as I said, some 80-year-old hunters, they've been planning on this their whole life. You know, I mean, they've just been, and a lot of them have been putting in for moose and sheep before the preference point system. You know, so they're not just 22 points now, they're more than that. You know, so they're pretty upset. You know, I mean, and not that this is a threat, but I'm just passing on to you what a lot of my clients have been telling me. Some of these old boys are saying, my God, if they pull that whole rug out from under me, you can guarantee me I'm going to be suing the state of Wyoming. And I'm totally against lawsuits personally myself. But that's what I'm hearing back from some of these guys. So it's gonna be a can of worms, I tell you, it's like, it's a good system right now. It's working. When people say that the preference point system isn't working. You know, the outfitters, we've been working with this preference system for a lot of years now. And it's a pain in the butt. It's terrible. Trying to getting these guys to, you know, every year I have to say, well, yeah, I'm sorry, it's red, you didn't draw. You know, next year, hang in there, we can probably make it happen. But you know, and with the wolf and whatnot, changing that whole scenario, when I first started started booking these hunters, we were drawing with 5 or 6 licenses. And the wolf entered the picture. It went up and up and up and up. Like I say, right now we're at 22. And I don't believe there's anything. I've not seen anything. But I think lifetime licenses. I've been fortunate in my life to draw 2 moose licenses in Wyoming. I'm not even putting in it. You know, I don't believe I need another moose. And I don't believe anybody needs a lifetime moose. You know, anything over a lifetime moose or sheep license. And I think that would help significantly. But over and above that, any of this 90-10 stuff, in my opinion, and the Suffolk County outfitters, we're all pretty much agreed on, is not going to have the effects that are being proposed and put forward out there. It's not going to have hardly any effect for the residents to draw easier draws of any statistically significant amount. But anyway, I've taken up enough time. I really appreciate the opportunity that I speak with you. So thank you.
Any questions for Terry?
Thanks, Terry.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Terry, I think we have one online.
Sorry.
Well, good morning. Can you hear me?
All right. Yep, go ahead, Rob. Thanks.
Yes, thank you again for your time today. Nothing discussed so far would increase resident hunter opportunity as much as 90-10 for deer, elk, and antelope. And I just want to reiterate that we're talking over 900 or 9,000 limited quota tags every year that are currently going to non-residents under 90-10 for deer, elk, and antelope would start going to resident hunters. That includes 500 limit quota buck deer tags, 700 type 1 bull elk tags, and 3,500 limited quota buck antelope tags. I think it's important to understand that these aren't kills, these aren't harvests, these are experiences. Earlier in the meeting, Mr. Teton spoke eloquently about his experience this year with his young son getting his first archery bull elk. And right now, too many of these incredible experiences are going to non-residents. I think it's important to understand, and we understand as resident hunters, that there's an issue here about money. And the fight for us is about those who make money from wildlife and the resident hunters who don't. Unlike non-residents, Wyoming's resident hunters, including roughnecks, ranch hands, teachers, carpenters, first responders, cooks, mechanics, we contribute to Wyoming's communities and economy every day, not just during hunting season, not just during a week or a weekend, unlike resident hunters. Again, many other states, most of our neighboring states already have 90-10 for deer, elk, and antelope, and we're not asking for anything more than what these other states are doing. So I ask again, why do other states treat their resident hunters better than Wyoming treats us? And this extends to leftover tags. As a matter of principle, resident hunters should have precedence for leftover tags. A lot of the discussion this morning has been on leftover tags for antelope in Northeast Wyoming. I understand that's an issue and because of the access, but leftover tags in other parts of the state for elk, especially cow-calf, is a big deal for resident hunters. Fill-in freezers. Other states already offer preference for resident hunters for leftover tags. And again, I think New Mexico is a good example. All their leftover tags are offered over the counter electronically. The resident hunters have a 24-hour head start to purchase them. After that, it's opened up to everybody. You know, prior to 2017, Wyoming had a similar system, just in terms of over the counter electronically or at a licensed selling agent without any draw. We went to a draw in 2017. I'm not too sure what the solution is, but as a matter of principle, leftover resident hunters should have precedence over non-residents for leftover tag purchases. I just want to talk a little bit about, I know there's been discussion on mule deer. My own experience in the field this year in Western Wyoming was I actually saw more mule deer. I'm pleasantly surprised. One of the concerns that I have and Mount Pursuit has, and I know some outfitters have this concern, is the effect of extreme range hunting on mule deer, especially in the Wyoming range, regions G and H for non-residents. A lot of the big deer is with one of these rifles now that can shoot 1,000 yards, and outfitters actually promoting this and hunting shows and technology and everything else. It's just much easier now to kill one of these big mule deer than it was in the 80s and 90s when you just couldn't shoot that far. I know that I hope that the task force addresses fair chase issues. That's a concern that we certainly have. We have recommended short range restrictions, and that's a concern that we have about mule deer. And I guess finally on type 9 tags, personally, I'm in favor of more type 9 tags and choose your weapons, or at least looking at that option. I understand that some of us, and myself included, are primarily archery hunters now. And now we're competing with rifle hunters for limited quota tags where we don't hunt rifle. So that might actually spread out some of the opportunity. Thank you again, and I'll entertain any questions.
Any questions for Rob? Right. Great. Thanks, Rob. Appreciate your presentation today. I think we've got one more in the room or online, Megan.
Representative Winter wants to speak.
Great. Trying to shut this off. See if that works. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to your stage.
Sorry.
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Well, again, thank you for allowing me to speak. And my concern is for quite some time now has been that the action to create a bill was premature. And we, in the TRW, committee, we have voted on this particular bill twice now. And the first time I was the only one to vote no. The second time, I think there were two others that voted with me. But after today's discussion relative to the tourism and whatnot, it's pretty obvious that the effort to create a bill was premature. I think the discussion verified that there's a lot more information out there that needed to come out before anything was done relative to a bill. So I just want to encourage you to really think this through before you are sure you want to do it. This 90-10 bill on the big five, I have to echo what Terry Pollard has said this morning. I guess my biggest concern is for the economy of these small towns, and not to mention the outfitters that have specialized in these bigger major species. But I just would hope that due consideration would be given to these small communities that rely on these hunters each fall. I guess that's about all I really wanted to say at this time, but I do thank you for the opportunity.
Any questions for Representative Winter?
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
So Representative Winter, do you know how many resident sheep hunters use outfitters? What that percentage is?
You say the number of percentage of sheep hunters that outfitters take, is that what you said?
No, so, you know, an outfitter can take either non-resident hunters or resident hunters. So do you know what the percentage is of outfitter guided sheep hunts that are conducted by residents? I mean, that residents pay an outfitter to go hunting?
No, I'm not aware of that figure, but I don't know if that really enters into the fact that on the economy for these small communities, the non-resident is going to present a whole lot more economic impact to these small communities than the resident will.
Well, I think that makes sense, Representative Winter, with regard to deer, elk, and antelope. I don't know that it does for sheep. I just wanted, so you don't know that. How many resident hunters hire an outfitter to go moose hunting? What's that percentage?
I don't know those percentages, but just my own experience in the past, that it's becoming more common for residents to hire an outfitter to take them sheep hunting. However, with moose hunters, I don't think that's the case. And you still get back to the economic impact to the smaller communities that I'm concerned about.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Real quick question, John, on that economic impact. I'm trying to understand when you say there's a differential. So if somebody from Cheyenne, a resident, draws a moose license and then hires, say, Mr. Pollard to take him hunting, he still drives over there, spends the night in a motel, buys gas, pays an outfitter, the outfitter then hires the guy and buys the hat. I don't understand why that dollar coming from somebody from Cheyenne going to Suffolk County is much different than somebody from Denver going to Suffolk County. I don't understand that, if you can explain it.
Okay, I think that question was answered earlier by Dwayne Hagan when he talked about the return benefits we get from these outfitters. They bring their families, they talk about their experience to their friends. And that's just one item that I can see as a real valuable issue for the state of Wyoming.
Representative Winter, I'm gonna apologize to you and Chairwoman of TRW because I wasn't able to make it to the committee. And I know that the director did a really good job, but I really wanted to make it to that committee. My schedule didn't allow, but I think just the conversation that we had, we did spend, upwards of 3 full sessions on this category. I mean, this topic and had a lot of discussion on this. And I feel for those folks that Terry was talking about, and I do, and I understand it. And I don't expect any vote to ever come out unanimous, to be honest with you. Ultimately, this group voted 18-0 that we would move those things forward. And I get that not everything is exactly right, and that you thought it was maybe premature. But I really thought that we covered that topic extremely thoroughly. We have a very diverse group of folks here that are in all the different kinds of things in Wyoming, and so doing our due diligence. I apologize I wasn't there to express that probably as good as I could maybe now or we can later. I will make sure I'm there to talk about that in February when this comes to the floor and comes to committee. But I feel like we did really do a good job hashing a lot of these things out, and I think it is a small amount. It's not a small amount to the tourism. We did talk a lot about that and the same things that Pat just asked and Senator Hicks just asked. We did really weigh into that, and ultimately we have to raise our hand or not. And all 18 of us basically raised our hand and said, this is something that we want to move forward, that it means a lot to people in Wyoming. So I guess that's just me being a co-chair saying, you know, this is how this came to your guys's, to where it is now. So, like I said, I appreciate the conversation. I look forward to having more of that with your guys' committee.
Well, thank you. I guess my efforts were to slow that down a little bit because after that conversation this morning, I just felt like there was a lot more things came out that hadn't been maybe discussed or emphasized at that time. And so I just wanted to bring that up and hopefully you understand where I'm coming from, and if not, why I'd be happy to visit with you anyway, but
Appreciate that.
thank you.
We don't have anybody else? Okay.
It's tricky in all of this that we're acutely aware of how some of these decisions create winners and losers, right? And we can seek for the win-win. We can look for how do we make, I think Larry said the increase the equity, but like decrease those negative impacts. He said it more eloquently, but how do we mitigate those the losing side of it? And for better or worse, the burden of leadership is you're wrestling with sometimes choosing those winners and losers. And that's a hard position to be in. So I just wanted to acknowledge that for folks. It is 11:40. Our next task is to start tackling. So what are we gonna do? We've been rolling around with a lot of this information and studying issue 2. And on page 12, you have the beginning to page 12 of your minutes, if you want to check out there. You have the beginning list of options. I like to think of this as like a salad bar of possibilities. And our next step is to start picking some of those things off the salad bar and putting them on the plate and saying, is this a meal we can order? Is this a meal we can serve up to the commission or to the legislature and push forward? I think there might be some new options to add to the salad bar. Some new ideas that came up through public comment and just through conversation today. But take a second to look at those options there around issue 2, just so we don't reinvent the wheel. Yeah, so we're moving from kind of looking at the options. We can add some options, and then we're going to move into straw design that starts saying, let's consider this. And we kind of hold it up and look at it and maybe tweak it, play with it, and then see how close we are to agreement. And some of these might be like, all right, straw design, we think this is good. Let's collect a little bit more information and make a final decision in December.
So are we gonna break for lunch at 12?
So that was my question for you all, is one thought would be to have you all discuss, like look at this option and over lunch, so we could break for lunch right now and say over lunch, let's start putting some things together. So when we come back from lunch, we can serve up some ideas to consider.
Mr. Chairman, so I would suggest maybe I have an idea to throw out. That's all we would. Let's throw it out and then we can chew on it over lunch. No pun intended.
So you wanna say from this list of options or other things, let's throw something out there and let people kind of chew on it over lunch, literally?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm okay with that if other folks are. And we can, I think there's really value in just like talking to your neighbor about it. What do you think? And doing that over lunch sounds great to me. Other ideas process wise?
So, others. I've been a proponent of just doing away with preference points. I've pondered that at great length. I don't think we can do that for what Mr. Pollard expressed, that we have these people that are vested in this, and so.
Hang on, let me just check in. You're going to serve up an idea for issue 1, not issue 2. Is that right?
No, I'm going to preference points. I thought we were done with 1.
So 1.
Issue 1 is preference points on Big 5.
That's what I'm doing.
Okay. That okay with folks? I thought we were still talking about issue 2, but it's fine to go to issue 1 if we're gonna serve that up. Let's do it. Let's get this thing done. Brilliant. All right, so go ahead.
So I think we need to recognize the value of those long-term preference points. It's broken system, but I think we have to do that so we continue. I guess my idea, and it's not just mine, it's other people I visited with, but is you continue with the residence preference point system, not big five, it's just cheap and loose, right? We continue on with that, we continue to sell preference points, we continue to award preference points. And then there are a couple options below that that I think we need to discuss. One would be to shift the allocation between preference point holders and random draw. It's currently 75-25. So I don't know what that number is. It could be 50-50, it could be 60-40, but that's a potential option, is to shift that 75-25. Or the other option I think that's out there is to go to some kind of weighted, I don't even know those names, but some kind of different system that rewards weighted bonus points or double, triple, square root bonus points. I think Larry is probably as prepared to talk about that, but I think that's the real solution. I mean, I've given up on trying just to do away with it. I think that's the idea that we should ponder after lunch.
So I've got your preference to continue with the current system, but make some tweaks. If you look at our straw designs from last time, they start on page 4 of your minutes. Straw design 1 is kind of what you're describing here, of shifting to a weighted bonus point system, and that was the idea that had the most support last time.
I don't know, this is just an idea I threw out, so I don't know what's in the minutes. I don't know what the straw design was. It's just an idea.
Yeah.
That's what I think we should
Yep,
discuss.
and I'm just trying to say, so we don't redo the work that we did last time in evaluating these options. If there's a contrast here between continue with the current system and then shifting to this would be kind of moving towards abandoning this one, but with.
No, absolutely not. It's the same system. We just take those people who have preference points. And we
And
change
convert 'em.
how they calculate, and so how many chances they have in the draw.
Right, so
We're changing nothing about the preference point system, other than potentially shifting random to preference and or doing some kind of bonus system that would award people bonus points or whatever you want to call them based on the points that they hold.
Right, so this, and this is where I want to be precise with the language of if it's preference or bonus or whatever else. Well, so if we shifted to the weighted bonus point system, I think the idea before, the way we articulated the specifics, is that the preference points you have would convert to weighted bonus points. So that's a way that you're preserving, honoring the investment that people have made, but making it more random, because they would no longer be preference points where you're guaranteed to draw if you're the highest preference point holder. It is a more randomized draw. So,
You have it written.
well, but these are different. Help me understand how preference. This is the current preference point system, right? Continue with the preference point sheep moose system, but shift to a weighted bonus point.
Maybe I think there are two options that I would propose. We shift the percentage that go to preference point holders and random draw, which you have written. Or we do that as well as potentially go to a weighted bonus or whatever the heck we want to do. That we take those, a person has 20 preference points, it's squared, so they have 400 chances in the draw.
They've got much higher probability.
It's right there.
Okay. So in the name of Dwayne, you want to comment on this, and then I'll set us up for chewing on it?
I'm not a lawyer, but I just don't think you're gonna convince somebody that has a preference point that
where he eventually will draw, but he's gonna have a better chance with both. Now, I do agree with you, that the change in the percentage should be done. Leave the preference points like it is and change it to 50-50 or even 75-25. I'm not sure what that is, but I think if you start saying, we're gonna give somebody 25 preference points, we're gonna give them 25 bonus points, or might even give them 100 bonus points. They're still not gonna be assured that eventually they will draw a tag.
Well, and Mr. Chairman and Dwayne, that's the debate I want to have.
Yeah.
I just threw the two ideas out. I don't know which is best, but
I just think if we go to any kind of bonus point thing, we are gonna open this up to a legal battle.
Okay.
No question about it.
So acknowledging the vulnerabilities of making some changes. Joe at our last meeting brought up, and I know Joe's there. He brought up the idea of kind of looking at this with the lens of your values. And I know I pushed back on it a little bit of it's not that simple, but I am hopeful that this will be a tool to help us kind of evaluate these options.
Harry, can I?
Yeah, go ahead, Joe, and go ahead.
Well, I wanted to make a comment there. Certainly I have my preference, my values, but what we're trying to do is design a system or redesign a system. And in the wonderful world of engineering science or in project management, when you design a system, you start with requirements. And that's the piece I keep struggling. Call them values, call them requirements, call them whatever you want. We don't have a good, strong list of requirements. But I think there's some commonality there that would just help us continually bounce these ideas back instead of having them, because right now you're bouncing these ideas off of your own internal values.
Hey, Joe, we're having a hard time understanding you, so let me see if I can clarify, and then I'm not sure, there's just like a funny echo delay. You were saying that when you're designing a system, you want to align it to your priorities, call them values, call them ideals. And so as we think about making it criteria, so as you think about tweaking this system, that it can be helpful to center that on what's most important to us.
Yeah, I said requirements. I'm sorry if the audio is bad, but for example, do we have a requirement for whatever we design to be that it is cost neutral to the department? Or do we want it to actually generate more revenue? That would be a requirement. Do we want a requirement that suggests that any applicant, regardless of their entries or when they apply, should be able to draw in any given year? Do we have a requirement that we want it to be simple? Do we have a requirement that we want the system to be consistent across species? I think if we have those conversations as we bounce ideas back, at least we'll all have a set of requirements we can go to and say, does it accomplish that? But right now, our requirements are all in our heads and they're individualized. And so that's why we're struggling to get any traction here, even though the straw polling helps. I just think it would help us with the decision process if we actually knew what those requirements were.
Good. So in my world, I phrase these things like interests. And so these are the list of interests that we have identified previously around this issue. And I want you to, this is probably not an exhaustive list, but over lunch with somebody that you're sitting close by with, I'd encourage you to look at the possibilities. And again, you've got ones that you've been working on and kind of kicking through, and we've got this idea here from Pat as well. But I'd love you to think about these in terms of how would that meet the value of having it of simplicity, right? That people can understand it and make sense of it, right? How does it help with access and opportunity? How is it fair, right? And where I think it gets muddy is what's fair to the people who have been buying in all these years, right? And the points that I think Terry brought up, right? Like, I made a deal and I've been buying in. What's fair to them looks different than a new to the system hunter who feels like they've got no chance until they've been putting in for 40 years themselves, right? So even if you get really clear that, fairness is really what's most important to me, that still doesn't necessarily tell you which the best path is. You still are having to play the balancing, but maybe thinking about it in these types of terms would be important. So as you're filling up your plate, maybe consider what are the core values that you think we should be trying to build off of? And in what ways do these, if any change you make is going to upset the apple cart, right? So in what ways would one of these changes help you get more of these things in a way you're not currently getting, right? So thinking about, this feels unfair in this way, but it's more fair in that way. So this is what I think we should do, or whatever your other priorities are, and we can certainly add to this list. But I'm hoping that can help us feel better about one of these options that we put forward in the straw designs, or this idea put forth here with Pat. Larry, before we dismiss for lunch.
One thing, and it's been brought up a couple times, and I just want to give you a little context to this issue of, well, if you change it, we're going to sue. That's just a red herring, folks. Colorado's changed their system 2 or 3 times and reduced the number of quotas. New Mexico's done this. Montana changed their point system. South Dakota just changed their point system. So the idea that if we somehow change the ratio or we change the points, it's just a red herring. In fact, the states have been doing this for 2 decades. If you watch, Colorado's done this 2 or 3 times to non-residents. Used to be everybody was in the pool, then they got restricted 40% of the premium tags, and it's 20%. New Mexico changed their ratio 4 years ago to 10% non-resident, to 6% non-resident. Montana has shifted from preference points to bonus points. South Dakota just did this. So the idea that all of a sudden that we're going to be a threat under a big lawsuit is absolutely no motivation not to do these. And I would tell you, there wasn't any of these giant lawsuits, and if they do, they're going to look at the precedent that's been established by state after state after state. So number one, I would encourage people that are advocating for that not to waste their money on attorneys that a lawsuit is probably completely frivolous and will get thrown out. But as far as our ability to make decisions, I certainly hope that doesn't influence anybody to think that we're adverse because somebody's threatening a law. Just a little historical context.
One criteria people often do put on the list is that something be legal. I'm no lawyer, so I can't advise you on that, but we're hearing that there's precedent established for this type of change anyway.
The other thing I guess I would just throw out there is that right now the status quo with the LSO drafting the bill that's there, going to the floor, anything we do now would be an amendment to that, I guess, to that percentage or to which isn't a big deal. I'm sure you guys can negotiate that path.
It may or may not. So, if we get to this discussion on type 9, that would be fall back to the commission as far as rules and regulations. We don't specify the statutes, those type of things. So it would be the nature of what we may change, Rusty, here as to whether it would require some, which can be done. We've got time to do some modifications if the committee decides on.
But the status quo right now, so everybody knows, would be what it is, which is preference points. That's what's there. That's what we left it. We haven't changed any of that. That's what we're talking about doing.
And that last time was straw design 0, and 2.5 people were supportive of that. Half meaning that somebody was like at least so supportive of that. Maybe that has changed now. But I just encourage you, because we've gone in circles on this a lot. I would encourage you to look at those straw designs before, because we did really dig into the details of what would it look like and think about it in terms of how does this reflect my values, that then I could communicate to the public of this is why we think this is the right change, or this is why we don't want to make a change, even though it's frustrating at times, right? How long do we need for lunch? Half an hour since you're working, 45 minutes? What time do we want to come back and say, all right, where are we at? 12:30? All right, members of the public, if you cannot wrangle our task force members so they can get their food and get this work done, you'll have more time to chat with them in the hallways, but let them get their lunch and have this conversation for now. Head on out there. I don't know what's on the menu for today, but I hope some ways that we might think about this and some decisions. But I want to just check in for those of you that were able to think about how these different options reflect values. I just want to give give an opportunity to check in and say of the ideas we've talked about before, how are these or aren't they meeting your interests or your values, right? So we had this partial list, but I imagine some of you came up with other ideas. Love to hear any thoughts, and this doesn't mean we're not gonna like take whatever you say and run with it and vote with it. I just wanna like get a sense of the room, how some of these reflect the values that are important to you here. Go ahead, Elisa.
Well, I had I guess a clarifying question, and maybe I don't remember it correctly. Based on some of the different scenarios, I guess, that Joe and his folks ran out of LCCC. What I thought I remembered is that the challenge with keeping the preference point system the way it is sustainability.
Yes, in that
you weren't improving opportunity, or I mean, it would just be a perpetual challenge.
Right. Yeah. So in I think one of the cons of keeping the status quo is that people, especially as the pool grows, people's lifetime drawing on. I can't remember the actual numbers. I wish Joe was here to say what the lifetime drawing odds look like with the status quo. But essentially, it's you're going to be giving tags to the oldest in the population who have been in the longest, and your chances if you have been in less time are very, very, very low. So that was,
if we leave it the way it is.
If you leave it the way it is. Also, a drawback of number 3, if you phase it out, that the phasing it out and just like letting it, like if you stopped issuing new preference points and you phased it out, he just modeled how long that would take, and it was a very, very long time. So that was,
Mr. Chairman, that's a $4 million hit to gaming.
yeah, there's financial implications to that
You
too.
have to replace that revenue to gaming fish if you no longer sell that.
Right, right.
It's a huge con for that.
Yeah. Other things, so financial viability or fiscally responsible can be a value, right? That we make decisions that are fiscally responsible, and different ones of these might meet or not meet that value in different ways. Lisa, what were you gonna?
I was gonna say that, I'm so sad, Selmy, I was gonna say that I always like number 2, but I can get to 1, but the reason I like number 2 is it's fair to the people that have bought in all this time. They can make the choice one time to say, hey, I'll keep my points, we'll wait them, and then it sort of just shift people out of the preference point system, but still give a monetary benefit by having weighted bonus points. So kind of a combo. I like 2 where you go to the weighted bonus points, so it's between 1 and 2 is what I would say. That way we honor what we did and give future generations and younger people a chance to get in, but still be financially responsible. So.
Okay. And when you say number 2, you mean the second one down?
No, 2. Or
actually, number 2.
2 and then 1, but use, keep people, let them choose whether or not they wanted to keep their points. But one time, that's it. They choose, and otherwise they go to the weighted bonus point system.
Okay.
And then you get rid of people that you never sell any more preference points.
Okay, good. So for Lisa, number 2 here of moving towards a fully random draw. It's described in the minutes. I didn't try to articulate it up here. There's kind of a phasing out where you get to decide that meets the idea of fairness for both the newer hunters and the established folks who have been buying in for a long time. Okay. Other ways that these are resonating with values? Yeah, I see hands and pointing. What does that mean?
We had the email that Joe had sent. I don't think Joe's gonna join us. Maybe he is, maybe I have the wrong information there, but he did present something that he was able to circulate to some of us. I think Director Nesbitt can touch on it a little bit more. I think he presents a pretty good option for us to, as a team on this task force, to talk about it a little bit more.
I think what I'm taking from what he said here is that, he's basically offering these requirements, as he called them when he was on earlier, as maybe somewhere, there's 5 of them, maybe somewhere everybody could agree on. It's not an option, it's just different requirements, and if everybody was to agree on these 5 things, it might really guide the discussion on what the best option is.
Okay, and what, did he offer up like what those 5 things were?
Yeah, and I can.
Yeah, let's hear what they are.
Okay, so the first one is every person should have a chance to draw in every year, even if it's their first time.
So to me, that sounds like opportunity, like everybody has an opportunity, even if it's your first year.
Well, it's not, again, it's not specific to any one particular solution.
Right.
He's just saying this can be a requirement or a condition that we're gonna agree on, that everybody gets a chance, just like right now, everybody does have a chance in the current system, even if it's your first year. The second one he has is those that have applied consistently for many years without drawing should have advantage to draw on subsequent applications. Their drawing on, their ability to draw should get better.
Okay, so that idea of honoring experience, like that you have better odds if you've been trying for a long time.
Exactly. The system should be revenue neutral, but ideally revenue positive for the department.
Okay,
That would mean keeping a system of some sort.
so that fiscal responsibility, keeping it like revenue neutral.
And that point is, that is a very valid point. That eliminates, we agreed on that, that eliminates one of the options.
Yeah, and just so you know, that a dollar amount for preference points and moose and sheep this year, $3 million. 2021.
The fourth is the system should be easy to communicate and understand. I don't know if we can meet that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So simplicity, that's that easy to understand.
And then his last one is the system should be consistent across all species.
I disagree with that. Completely. They're not, it's not, it's, can I expand on that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. You're talking about 100 or 200 tags versus thousands. You can't compare non-resident elk, non-resident deer, or non-resident antelope to sheep.
So I wonder if he's thinking of this just within the big
Well,
5.
I was gonna ask that too.
I think I would like to propose that what we're talking about right now, sheep and moose, period.
Because there are no preference points for the other ones, right? We're just
Not
trying
for
to.
residents.
Right.
And they're not the same creatures.
Right.
The number of licenses are huge when it comes to deer.
Yeah. But if we were to say consistency, at least between sheep and moose, that you're not gonna have a different system for sheep and moose.
Or big
Yeah.
5, that's what.
Yeah,
I think
we
that's
moved
what
the
Joe
points with the
was-
others, but
Yeah,
I wouldn't suggest that.
yeah,
Well, I think that's what he was saying.
I think so.
He didn't say it, but
So, species within-
that's what I think he meant.
So this is Albert. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Albert.
Just a couple comments. The revenue neutral piece. In my view, we have to look at that at the end of everything we do on at the total end, right? We're not going to create revenue neutral options for every little piece that we may tweak, but in the end, I think we need to look at whether we create something that's revenue neutral. Now, people may disagree with me, but I think what's important is when we're all done with all of this work, that we look to see how much game and fish is in the hole or on top, and then we make some decisions on how we want to fix that. I think that's easier than dragging this subject into each individual clause. And, and then I think consistently applies. I think his number 2, Joe's number 2 one. And that is that in future years, in the future, whether we should, people that put in longer, whether they should get more points or more bonus points or more opportunity in the draw. I think that's what we're challenged with now. And what comes out of a system that looks like that. So for me, that's not an automatic, I guess, whatever you want, the major plank of the thing. I think more importantly, it's how you treat the people that exist in it today and whether you're treating them fairly. So I just wanted to touch base on that revenue neutrality thing. I think that's a broad issue we need to take up at the end.
Okay, so that we should think about the revenue neutrality, not just for this, but as a whole, because we might be able to make up some of that ground in another way. But the idea of honoring experience, you could honor people who have invested to be fair to them without necessarily saddling yourself to having to do that forever. It sounds like you could split those a little bit.
Mr. Chair. Yeah. So maybe I wasn't as clear as I should have been before, so. Something Lisa said, I'm wondering if we're passing kind of like ships in the night. So my proposal is to convert existing preference points, either leave them like they are, or convert them to some weighted system. I'm not talking about having two pools of people. I personally think that's a horrible idea. It's too complicated. It's not simple. So if I have 20 preference points today, whatever, the legislature decides ultimately, and this group decides first, squared or multiplied by 10, or if that's what this group wants to do. So we're not creating some new beast out there.
Right.
And I'm going to push back a little bit on Albert. This is a potential huge change, and we know if we were to do away with the preference point sales going forward, it would cost Game and Fish $3 million from last year's numbers. So I think that's an important consideration as we decide on this issue. I just think we look at those as one factor as we make decisions.
Okay.
I don't want to wait till the end and say, well, these 10 ideas cost the Game and Fish $12 million. How do we
Now, how do we do it? Yeah.
Because that would change my decision on some of those recommendations this task force makes.
Okay. Okay. I can see a way where both of those might be true, and we'll have to find that balance of keeping track as we go versus thinking of it holistically. I can see an opportunity for both of those. Let me just get a sense of the room. I was thinking about those of you that prefer certainty and predictability. I'm thinking about I think it was Terry that spoke to this, like people have been counting on it, versus like, no, this is not fair to people who haven't been in as long, and you want to lean more towards randomness. If the choice was just between, let's keep preference points as they are, where if you're the highest preference point holder, you are guaranteed a draw eventually. It might take forever and ever and a day, but eventually you will get there. Do we lean more this way or some flavor of different, whether it's all random bonus points, weighted bonus points, this being like honoring that investment the most, the weighted bonus point, but where preference points is like the gold standard of if you've been hanging for a long time, you have a lot more certainty. Let me just see, and I'm going to ask you to vote with your fingers. If you lean towards like, no, people deserve that certainty and predictability, and I think we should stick with preference points, I'm going to have you hold up a 1. And if you think, no, something different of one of these flavors would be better.
I'm sorry, but I think the first question we should ask is, are the majority, how many people on this task force are in favor of continuing the preference point system? And then, then the second question is, do we want to modify that somehow? So the first question should be, how many people are comfortable continuing forward with the preference point system and continuing to sell preference points going forward? If we can agree on that, then we can figure out how we modify it. It doesn't get confusing and messed up.
And this is where, to me, how we modify it could be one of these flavors.
And that's the second question. I don't want to answer those two together, if that's okay.
So could we have a show of hands for folks who say, continue with preference points? We believe in this system and we think we need something like that.
In some way, shape, or form.
In some way, shape, or form that could be changing them to bonus points or, okay. So that's saying we want to honor the experience and the investment. We want to continue with something we don't like the idea of going to all random. Go ahead and hold your hands up again. Some sort of point system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got a well over majority. Okay. Well, okay, do them again. I'm gonna get the count who's not up. I've got one.
What is this question?
No, I'm confused what we're doing.
This is if you support points of some form.
Points of some sort,
Points
not
of some
necessarily
sort.
as is,
Points of some
points
sort.
of some sort.
If you support points of some sort, so I've got two, Albert's got his hand up. So I've got two that are not supporting points of some sort, one abstaining. Oh,
Mr. Chairman, it's not points of some sort.
well,
The
it's,
question was, do we continue, are we in support of continuing the current preference point system?
No, we don't.
And selling the preference points going forward?
so I think,
Mhm.
Pat,
That's too.
Well, because they're the same, because it's yours.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
So I just want to clarify,
Let's
to
make it simple. Let's
Pat,
vote on that.
to Pat's point, and is if you're selling a bonus point or you're selling a preference point, you're still selling a point, and you're still gonna eliminate that revenue issue. Agree?
yes, and that some people, I would just add the caveat that some people might be more willing to pay for one type of point than another, but it's not gonna just cut it out entirely.
I'm okay, you know what, with your 1 and 2 thing, let's just see what that looks like. It's not gonna take very long. Put a finger up if you like the one on that side, put 2 fingers up if you want like the one on the other side.
Let me do this though, because it seems like we had very few people, and I want to acknowledge that they exist, but very few people saying they like the all random idea, so that some sort of point system is valuable to people. Is that fair to say? Okay. Well,
It isn't, because the weighted bonus point system is random.
Yes.
So you're confusing topics with how you're drawing the chart. I mean, the
help
question.
help me draw it differently then, because I thought I was trying to get to what we were talking about, and I obviously did it wrong.
So the question is, continue forward, awarding preference points, bonus points, whatever you want to call them, as we currently do. Status quo. Status quo.
Well, bonus
Strictly
points are
status
status quo.
No, they aren't, because we don't have bonus points.
That's what I'm saying. So status quo and bonus points are not, this can't be in the same conversation.
Right, this is where I think to you, you're
Okay.
saying that's just modifying, and I think other people are saying, yeah, modifying means it's really different.
All I want to do is answer that question. Is this group in favor of going forward with status quo, awarding preference points? My argument will be that's a $3 million change if you're not going to sell bonus point or preference points going forward. Are we, and then.
No, it doesn't mean that.
How we modify it is a second question. That's all I'm trying to do.
So if I phrase it this way, if I say, do we want to keep going with a point system, currently preference points, but with the option to modify it to a different type of point system? When I asked, do you want to continue with the point system? All but one of you said yes. Go ahead, Pete.
Let's try it again. I don't know. I couldn't.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
what I kind of feel like we're doing, we're like in a lot of proposed plans, you have zero option, which is the same as it was,
Right.
status quo.
Yep.
I think we should vote on status quo, which means the current system
Does
we
not change.
have in place now,
Yep.
period.
I agree.
All these other ones are different.
Right.
Do we, if I look through Joe's 5 different options, our current system meets 4 of them. Everybody can get in it. People who've been in it a while have an advantage. It's revenue neutral and what, that's a non-factor. It's easy to understand. We've been doing it for years.
26.
People understand it. It may be an Edsel, as Craig pointed out, but we know how it squeaks. We know every little bump and we know how it works. We know how to kick it here to make it work or do whatever. So there's a difference. And if we say or some type of point system, that is different
That
than
is
what we currently do.
And
And I personally would like, we've all thought about this a long time. My thing is, I can't let go with these guys who've been in for 20 some years. I just can't. I can't vote against something when we turn it around and make it a whole different point system. It's not right.
Okay.
Whether it's okay to do, like other states have done it, sure. I mean, it's just not right.
Okay, so for you then.
And, well, I'm not finished
Sure.
yet. But I also think that that we're worrying so much about very few people in this state. We can't make it even for everyone. It's just not possible. It's too few licenses and too many people want them. We had over almost 6,000 residents in the drawing last year. We're never going to get everybody a fair crack at it in their mind. But what's working for us now? If we didn't have a system at all, I think we'd have a whole other discussion, whether it's weighted points or whatever, but we do. And we've talked about it. We've tried all different kinds of ways to make it better, and anything better is 0.00 nothing percent better. And so in my mind, I think the decision would be, let's leave it the way it is, deal with the 75-25 or whatever with the random, that people come in, still have a chance. That doesn't totally take out the guys in the middle, because as I talked with Jennifer, my question earlier, which I didn't come out with very well with, most of the people who get on the random side do have points. So they are part of that process. If they're not, it's not like all the new people come into the system are taking all of the random slots. It doesn't necessarily work that way. But so anyway, that's my 2 cents.
First question I want to add, because I kind of mostly agree with Pete, other than it's a very few number of licenses. I don't know that it's a very small number of people, because I went back and looked, and there's 53,000 people that have currently bought points. So it is a pretty significant group. It's a small number of permits. I would agree with that. We're talking 500 sheep and moose, and then another 100 and some bison and goats. So not a lot of permits. I would argue that it is a lot of people at 53,000 people with top points.
So just to be clear on what Pete is arguing for, and let me see if I get it right. You're saying that you feel like you need to honor that commitment of the people who have been buying in. So keeping preference points as preference points sounds better to you, but that maybe instead of keeping it 75-25, maybe changing that ratio would be kind of a nod towards increasing some possibilities on the random side, but not getting rid of this whole thing.
Correct.
Okay, so there's an articulation of values there that says, I think this is really important, and that this honoring this commitment is important, but we can get some of that randomness and fairness by shifting this ratio.
If we were starting over, it'd be a different discussion, but we've been in this thing forever.
Okay.
And we're working that way.
Good.
So
Good. I think about getting a divorce without kids and getting a divorce with kids. You've got kids. It's more complicated. You can't just leave.
So, to the adding into the conversation, and Larry brought it up, there's 53,000 people that have bought points. I know of a bunch that quit. And the reason what's wrong with this system is once you get down a few years, it is mathematically impossible for those points to be applicable for some of these people to draw, because you do the math. I can't live 300 years. It's going to, if you look at it, it might take 300 years for me, for them to exhaust. So those points that you're given, these 5, 6, I'd have to look at it, will never be applicable. At some point in time, and I've had clients that are wising up to it, they're saying, I'm not buying them because it's a waste of money. At some point in time, it is an economic factor to the game and fish that people are going to go, wait a second, you're selling me something that's not going to work. And so I'm not going to buy it. Now, with a bonus, some sort of bonus point system, it incentivizes those people to continue to buy, because if I have 5 points, it means I got 5 more chances, or whatever. And as I wasn't here last meeting, but I was here the meeting before, and I was talking about, and it might be cumbersome, Jennifer might start throwing stuff at me. Oh. But, is honor those folks that have if they feel they've got a chance with preference points, let them stay. But if you want to move into bonus points, let them go there.
Okay, so I'm hearing that the status quo, what Pete was describing, is too low on opportunity. That there's not enough realistic chance. Your odds are so low.
With the majority in there, I do not believe. I'm not smart enough to run the math. There's somebody around here that is.
So it's while Pete's does great for honoring the experience, it's not doing enough for you for the opportunity and the real chance. Acknowledging there's only so many critters out there, and the chances are low no matter what.
There's a hunting lifespan of an individual. There's
Right.
X number of years that you can really hunt.
Right.
Lee, are you saying if you go to that bonus point system, it's a 50-50 thing?
I haven't gone to the, I would say 50-50 is fine. Yeah.
So it sounds like,
You know.
so it sounds like Lee would argue that to lean more highly on this randomness and fairness for the people that are not in the high point holders.
But you need to honor, and and protect those guys that those preference points have got them really close. That they know with those preference points that they've invested 26 years in this game.
Okay.
That they should have some value. But if they've only invested 10 years, it's not going to help them anyway in majority of the cases.
And is this where, Lee, as you read straw design 2 in the binder, I'm thinking that what you're advocating for kind of sounds like what Lisa likes of moving towards more random, but preserving the preference points.
And the problem is it might be way too cumbersome to implement. That'd be the only.
So that's where
Yeah,
the simplicity side, and that it's easy to understand and easy to implement is trickier that way.
Sounds good on paper.
What Lee suggests is inconsistent. So if we do the status quo, which I think Pete is arguing, I think we should go with that.
Yep.
Every one of those preference point holders who are on the top end have certainty. They will one day draw a license. If you go to a bonus point system or some other random people,
right,
they have a greater opportunity to draw a license in every draw, but there's no certainty left.
Right.
That's why it's random.
Right.
So I'm trying to convince everybody, let's vote on the status quo, and then let's talk about how one might modify that.
Let me do it a little bit differently. Just yeah, ask your question and then.
I help people make an informed decision. Can we have the slide put up here? So we're kind of resawing sawdust here. We went through this a couple of meetings ago when we had the LCCC here that presented it. And so this is bison. So you look at it. So the status quo for bison is a complete revenue. We've already thrown that up. Reason because it's not revenue neutral. It doesn't give any weight to people that have stayed in the system a long time. If you go down, so the reality is, as you look at, if we did bison 50-50, it doesn't change your odds after 26 years of applying. You go into a straight bonus point system, which would be just to convert reference point to bonus point. It does improve your odds, but if you're still in there and you're already in there 26 years, it doesn't improve them a lot. But if you go to the latest bonus point, you're up to, after 26 years, to 75%. And so the fundamental difference that I see that we're going to have to grapple with is to honor those long-term commitments. And I think we're all agreed with that. But if you do that in a strict preference point system, you're saying future generations, because if you go back to the statistics, eventually it gets to exactly what Lee's saying. There's no incentive because people that are that far back in the system. The preference points mean nothing because they will never be guaranteed. So the preference point system was established to provide certainty. If you stay in, you will absolutely guarantee a license. Moving forward, that's not true. So you deal with that reality on one side, and then you say, well, we want to honor that commitment with those folks that have been in there a long time. So if we stay with the status quo, which I'm absolutely fine with, you're making a decision. We're going to weight the decision in favor of the long term versus those people that not only the ones that are not even in the system yet, but some of those, and you get down to those single digit numbers, there's a high probability most people, in particular, because we've gone to 10, it's not residents, we've never done. Even some of those residents that got in at 50 years old, never been. The other one would be the weighted bonus points or the bonus point system. And I look at the weighted system from the standpoint of, so I've always, and this has been an evolutionary process for me. What is equity for the absolute most people that we communicate on? What's fair, what's equitable, and yet honor our commitment and our agreement. Everything's going to be a trade-off. There's no silver bullets. So if you look at the weighted bonus point system under that scenario, your highest probability of drawing a license are those people that have been here for a long time. The trade-off is versus the preference, they are not guaranteed. They have a much higher probability, if you look at the data, 26 years, 75%. By the time they get 26 years, they will have drawn. So you're going to give up that certainty for a small group, but you look at everybody that comes in, either a bonus point or a weighted system, every year you have a chance of drawing. And as the longer you stay in, your probability of drawing gets better and better and better and better. In my mind, that provides some equity. That the longer I stay in, I'm never guaranteed. Never guaranteed. But I know that if I stay in there, there's an incentive. The probability is I'm going to get one of these programs. And so when I look at the situation, it's really the question that I have in my mind is you either keep the status quo, and in that case, you chose that this group here, let's say 20 points plus, we're going to honor that commitment at the expense of those that say have 10 points or down, or anybody coming into the system in the future. Or you can say, we can heavily weight the system through a weighted bonus system and say, we're still to the maximum extent possible, try to honor that commitment to those people that have been in the system the longest. They have the highest probability of drawing, but yet everybody has a chance of drawing. And even that guy that's in there 10, the guy that's in there with 10 points, he has a 10% better chance of the guy with 1 point. The guy with 15 has a better chance than the guy with 10. There is a certain level of equity put in there to reward those long term. It's not a guarantee. So the question becomes is what's the trade-off? Certainty on this end, or no certainty for those people coming into the system, or you remove a little bit of that certainty through a weighted bonus point system. Not guaranteed, but they've got a high probability. But all those other people coming into the system are going to have an opportunity to get those licenses sometime. Never guaranteed.
So with that idea of a weighted bonus point system, you're still honoring that experience and that investment people made and increasing their odds and their likelihood without certainty. Like you're taking away the certainty, but they are still having much better odds. But you're giving a lot better chance to newer people coming into the system. I want to hear what Brian has to say. I'm wanting to see if an idea is maybe rising to the top.
I want to throw a few things in. I think it's important here, and I agree with almost everything that Larry just said. But there is a small group of folks who are right there, and they're guaranteed.
Yeah.
They know they're going to draw in the next 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
I wonder if we looked at the data and said, okay, if you can reasonably be assured to draw if you have X number of preference points. We're going to honor that for a period of time. I don't know how long that would be. And some licenses are going to be allocated to those with preference points, but we're going to slowly transition to this bonus point thing. And I'll tell you why I think that's really important. Number one, the average age of the sheep hunter is going up. That's one. Average age of the sheep hunter. Did I say sheep?
Sheep hunters.
Sheep hunter, you said sheep
I did say
hunter.
the average age of the sheep hunter is going up. And two, I'm looking long-term for the department. We need to have a system people want to buy into. And we heard people are starting to not buy points in them. The longer out it looks to a person, a young person, I'm going to be 60, 70 years old by the time I can draw, the less people are going to buy points. The other thing is that if we transition to a bonus point system over several years, or right away, we can include other species like mountain goat, bison. We can have all the big five in the bonus point system.
Well, you're going to just add that to the mix, huh?
Or it's consistent.
So I'm hearing that balancing act of honoring the people who have bought in and that commitment, and also wanting people to keep buying in, and that if they feel like it's so far off that it's not going to happen, that that's not going to work. So that the weighted bonus point would be an improvement for that. It's interesting to think about if you did something like number one. And I think that the weighted bonus point system, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, Joe's slide showed that over your lifetime, this gives you the best odds no matter what your age. Is that right? I think that was the one that mathematically thank you. That the weighted bonus point system over your lifetime gives you the best odds no matter what your age is. Whereas if you want to favor the older hunters, then the preference point system favors lifetime odds at higher ages.
Jerry, hold on one second.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, right? I don't know that your idea works. I mean, factor it in, I mean, so Devil's Canyon and Sheeperd, we get what, 2 tags?
Right now we do, yeah.
So, and we have 100 or 200 people that have maximum bonus points.
No, there's, as of going into the 2021 draw, there were 15 resident sportsmen with 27 or 26 preference points.
So if everyone ticks Devil's Canyon or the Seminole Mountains, I mean, it could take years till those guys phase out.
Or you say, we're giving you notice, I mean, put in now, because we're gonna phase this out in 5 years, that's another option.
So
I don't know what's better, I really don't, but I don't think that if you're sitting there right now with 26 points and there's 96 people that are in that boat, you know that if you stick in here for 2, 3, 4 more years, you're gonna draw a license.
But you might not draw the area that you're wanting to pursue.
Right, and you know what, even with max, well, I'll say with 26, so just one below max, statistically, you may never draw it either.
Yep.
You may never draw Devil's Canyon.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
I'm thinking about if you did say number 1, and then Megan's telling me we have something online, I think. Okay, if we did number 1, you could implement it, say, in 3 years. So your current top point holders would get to have that certainty or a better chance of drawing. That they would get to hold on to that certainty for longer, whereas they could see the writing on the wall from where it's going. Joe, you wanted to chime in?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I had some comments that were similar to what Brian was suggesting and what you're suggesting, delay the implementation to allow those people that could draw the opportunity to draw. I'm on the fence with that one, since they probably could have drawn any time, you know, if they were at that top point holder. But the one that I found intriguing was at the time of conversion, actually apply a multiplier to anybody with preference points. That would maybe give them a even further jump towards the far end in terms of entries into the pool. So if you have max preference points at 22, when we make the conversion, instead of simply saying those are 22 bonus points now that will be weighted, apply a modifier, a multiplier at the time of conversion, say by 2, so that 22 turns into 44. I know this starts to get complicated with the number of entries, but it would give those people with preference points maybe a jump ahead if you did a multiplier in the first time. That would take their preference points and actually give them additional bonus points at the time of transition.
So we're adding to the complexity, but then instead of just having a bonus point system, you could have a bonus point with a multiplier. On the
Only at the time of conversion. It'd be a one-time conversion, and then you have the same system. And it was intriguing, but it does do what I think Pat's expressed concern about, is when you start getting so many entries in, the computational power and the manpower, woman power to run the system gets a little bit more challenging, I think.
Right. I think about the simplicity aspect of this, both for the users to understand as well as for the folks on the back end to implement. I keep thinking of Jennifer in this conversation. So I wanted to see if one of these ideas has legs. I feel like we're spinning in circles a little bit, and perhaps with the dot vote, we can have a little more clarity of at least the direction that this ship is moving.
So just a real quick thing, and Joe's got an intriguing idea that even that wouldn't guarantee. They get back to this issue of Devil's Canyon. So that's the extreme example. And so we had this discussion about this resident antelope and rolling that over. And what it really shook down to, in my opinion, is just personal responsibility, right? Exercise your choice or don't exercise your choice. Maybe it's an education issue. But when we use the example of Devil's Canyon, in my mind, it's the exact same thing. They choose to wait for the hardest curve. Last year in Area 1, which is the coronated routes 1 through 4, 1 through 5, there's a 40% chance to draw with 18 points. So if somebody decided they wanted the Encampment River or the Ferris Seminoles or the Devil's Canyon, that's a conscious decision they've made for at least 6 years not to draw a sheep license, but to hold out only for this particular reason. And so if you do the cutoff, we should at least look and say, you know, well, what about these guys that are 18 points that didn't draw an area 1 permit? You know, they could draw under the bonus point system next year with 19 points, most likely guaranteed. But we're going to throw them out at some point in time. Again, there's no silver bullet here and no answer, but I don't want to conflate the issue of somebody that chooses to only hunt 1 unit that has had 6 years to be guaranteed a tag to hunt sheep. Where they ought to be, if you're going to do that, we got to reward everybody that potentially could draw sheep next year in a particular unit. And so I don't want to use that 26 as the example. Where is that number? The question then becomes is where is that cutoff that we either preserve that opportunity? I don't know what the answer to that is, but I would tell you in my mind that the guy that thinks next year he's going to draw an area 1 with 19 points. And we don't guarantee him, but we guarantee the guy that's chose not to hunt sheep for the last 5 years, not very damn equitable.
All right, so with that consideration, and what I'm gonna suggest we do is see if we have a lead horse and then take the lead horse and ask a small committee to iron out the details, make any of the innovations like Joe talked about, or any tweaks to this idea if necessary. If we just have a clear winner, maybe we just have a clear winner. But if we need to do any other changing of like, oh, I like this one, but let's phase it in over 3 years or some other thing like that, then we'll send it to a committee to bring back an idea in December and get final approval then. Can we just see where we're at if there's a.
Mr. Chairman, I really want to be done with this preference. I'm not in favor of it. We're here, let's.
Okay, you want to just finish it?
9 o'clock.
All right, so let's see where our winner is and maybe we can just get it done.
I would just say, Carrie, to that gives us 2 more weeks to figure out how we're gonna explain this and who's gonna be batter up to legislature with this bill. So depending on how this shakes out.
So let's consider these options as they are. Number 5 is kind of what Pete was describing of keep the status quo, but shift the ratios. I have it to 50-50 instead of 75-25. So keep preference points.
I think your percentages is just, that's negotiable.
Okay.
50-50, 75-25. I don't think that's going to be a huge number.
Yeah. Put
Okay.
0 and 5 should go together.
I think
So this,
whether we stay at the stay at our preference points or convert to other points, that's the issue.
yeah,
75-25, I think we can all.
okay.
Am I wrong on that? Or?
I agree with you. That's just all you take.
Yeah.
So status quo, both weighted bonus points, moving towards fully random, but this is more phased. Well, it's Lisa's favorite idea, so I'm not gonna strike it. Okay.
So, but when you gotta just explain that, what do you
Look-
mean by fully random? You mean
Look at what's in the minute.
straight random?
1, no points.
It is towards fully random, no, after the end of preference points.
That's why Larry said strike it, because we already said we don't.
We're not
Gonna
interested.
stop
Just
it.
you don't honor the system.
Yeah.
It's just a bad.
Yeah.
Gonna cross it off, but if you still really like it, you can put your stickers there. That's fine. I just want to be mindful of like, that's fine. So number 3, read the details because this is one with a lot of nuance. And then number 4 is kind of phasing out, stop allocating new points.
Mr. Chairman, so. Larry can help me with this, but 50-50 and changing to, I guess that could still work. Couldn't it?
With number 3, it's changing, phasing out from preference points to bonus points. So this could still be revenue neutral.
I mean, so if we allocate 50% to the random draw, and then we convert preference points to bonus points, that seems to me to be a little bit consistent. If you go to bonus points, you're going to a totally random draw, right?
It is, it's a random.
So you don't need an allocation of 50/50 to go into a totally random draw. What's that?
I think this is in the phase out. The early on, like as you're trying to phase out the bonus points, I'm trying to remember from last time, is that what it was?
No, and I think when we look back at the old CCC's statistical analysis, we threw it out. It's just, you're gonna run sheep out 53 years to phase it out.
Yeah, that's
Out 60 years to phase it out. It's something that I think that we looked at pretty hard. You look at the actual statistical data, and it's just an honest hard to try to phase everybody with a point. Remember, there's 200,000 sheep points out there right now. Phase those out of the system, takes 53 years. It's not reasonable.
So I'm hearing some non-support for that one.
So my point is, scratch the first line of 3.
Yeah.
And then, that idea is in 5. So if you like that idea, vote for 5.
So so what remains of this is phase out preference points, but then this one has changed to bonus points.
I think you'd want to change the word phase to convert.
So if we convert preference points to bonus points, that's number 1.
Yeah, right.
So scratch 3 altogether.
But there is a discussion out there of using, I understand the phase out part of a portion. There could be a portion of preference points that we retain and then move into a bonus point
For the
system.
highest
So that's where I see the phase out. I don't see it phase
That's what
out
was
every
different.
single one. I see it phasing out a portion of, that's an option. And the devil in the details on that as far as, but
Well, that's not a phase out, then that's a convert.
well, you're phasing out.
85% of your preference point holders to bonus point holders and leaving the other 15% up.
As is.
Preference points. There's no phase out, it's a
Let's call that.
full conversion except for these guys who've
Let's
been in
call
it
that a
for 5
hybrid
years.
system.
That's the hybrid, it's a flex fuel.
Those are real popular in Wyoming, I've heard. So this one is hybrid top.
And to answer Larry's question about how do you make that decision, you let the holder make that decision. If I feel confident that I hang on to 15 preference points that I'm gonna draw, then I'll say I'm staying, but once you've made that decision, you're there, you're stuck with it.
So this,
You
with
pick
this,
your
you're,
model. You pick your model and you're there. And if I've got 26 points, I'm staying with preference points. If I've got 10, I'm moving to bonus. But it's a decision they make, the department doesn't make.
and then the remaining folks that opt out of the preference point system, are they going into fully random or a bonus point or?
Bonus. Well, bonus is random.
I know, but like, is there any points?
They're going
remaining?
into a bonus point system and then everybody else that applies from that point forward is into the
Whichever one they.
bonus one, whichever. No, one.
Oh, I see.
You see them.
It's a one-time switch.
It's a
You either
one-time
stay
switch.
with preference point
And from
system.
that point forward, from 23 or 24, whenever this is implemented forward, if you apply, you're applying as in the bonus point system. And it would continue to be actually a revenue gain for the department.
People might be bought
People are
in.
gonna say,
They
hell,
might
I'm
be having
staying
a
in, I
better
want to
chance.
buy points, I want to buy points.
Okay.
Instead of being in there 5 years and saying to hell with it or whatever.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I mean, Jennifer's head should be exploding.
She's been thumping me a little bit.
Come on, Brian has suggested we draw some arbitrary number, people above 23, 24, whatever, and we honor that, so they have certainty.
Right.
And then everyone else goes to bonus point.
Right.
You can't have people with 1 point changing to a bonus point system, and then Jennifer and the department has to keep track who has made that selection
All 50.
One-time deal.
There's 53,000 people.
So
who
this
don't
is-
wanna do that.
This is where I think if this is the path-ish that you want to go down, that your top point holders could stay, whether it's you define or they define, we can work out those details, but this is a straw design that remains. That keeps your top point holder people with the preference point system, but replaces everything else with the
And then,
bonus point.
Larry, can I have one more thing? So could we go through here? I think we could, as a group, decide which is revenue neutral.
I think we scrapped number 2 because of the revenue,
Well, the status quo would be revenue neutral.
right?
1 would be revenue neutral.
Could be, yep.
3, I have no idea what that might be.
I think it could be. You might even get a boost of people
I think it's
buying in
revenue-
if
I
they
think
did.
it'd be revenue, I think a bonus system would be revenue positive.
For the long term, it definitely is.
Yeah.
Okay,
4, I guess that would be revenue neutral.
so this wouldn't, because if you're phasing it out, then you're moving towards random, then there's no more
There's a quick
purchasing of
Just
points.
strike through that.
And then 5 would be revenue neutral. So 4 and
Stop, so.
how would weighted bonus point systems be revenue positive? Because
There's more people.
going forward, everyone is gonna get 1 preference point every year, whatever we call it.
Because more people might
Because
believe in
people are
it.
gonna start bailing out of this preference point system. And that if they think they've got a chance, they'll buy the points.
Well, but that's true for other examples as well. So I think it's unfair to say that 3 would have revenue positive when.
I think it's hard to say positive. I think it's hard to measure the positive, but we can at least say like the money
Speculate.
loser,
The positive of 1 is the same as 3, right?
potentially.
To keep more people in the system going forward because they think they have a chance, but you could say that about all those
They're
alternatives.
already reducing that.
If we change it, I would agree, you're right. I think they're all, if we change to a bonus point system, at least for the long term, it's revenue positive. If we stay with status quo, I think it's revenue decrease over the long run.
So here's another way to address this long-term point holders. Right, so how long do you want to give your funding for, right? So the only thing we have to do is, so realistically, we could put an effective date on this. So right now, if we come to a decision today that we wanted to say, okay, well, it's not gonna happen in 2022, guys, because of the nature of getting the bill passed, the governor signed it, non-residents have already, and residents have already, the application period is over. So you've got all of 2022 that people have an opportunity to know it's time to use your points and go sheep hunting. You want to stick with area, 26 in the Paris or area 12 in Dennis Canyon or wherever, that's your decision. The other alternative would be not to make this effective until 2024, which gives them 2 years to utilize those maximum point holders to go out there and make a decision. Do I want to hold on and transition to a bonus point system, a weighted bonus point system? Do I have a high probability of drawing my coveted area 5 sheep per minute? Or I can burn my points right now in the next 2 years and draw an area 1 or area 7 or something. So it's a way just to put a date out there that says you've got 1 or 2 years to make a decision. It's your decision to make. And then we don't have to have a very complicated system for Jennifer.
This is to me where some of those, I think of those as like the really into the weeds details. For any of these, you could say start implementing in X year, or you can add some of those really specific nuances, but I want to see if we have a direction. And then we can figure out those
Just
little
to follow
details.
up with what Larry's
Uh-huh.
saying, if you put a date out there, it's damn sure gonna work, because I had some guys that I was talking to this year that were hearing the rumblings coming on about stuff, they're paying attention, they said, I'm using my points this year, because I don't know what the hell the next year is gonna bring. So if you set a year out there, if you set a date out there, I like what you're saying, is in the year 2025, this is going. And if you haven't burned your points, you're going to a bonus point.
But it's got to be explained extremely well, so that
Well,
people
that's true.
keep buying in now.
Yeah.
And they know they're gonna convert to bonus points. We want them to keep.
You
buying.
put it out on the hunting forums, those guys will pick up. Like I said, I had guys talking to me, I'm not saying everyone, but I had guys talking to me this year saying they were hearing the rumblings that there might be changes coming. They said, I'm burning my points.
Yeah.
I would almost guarantee in my conversations with some of my friends, particularly in the outfitting industry, I've already had this conversation with the clients, knowing TRW has already got a draft bill out there, and they're saying, you better go sheep on next year.
Let me,
It's a way to deal with this. Realistically, we have at least 1 year right now, 2022. We wanted to make it not to go into effect until 2024. That gives them 2 years. But it's just another suggestion as to way to keep it simple, right? So back to Joe's, keep it simple, no hybrid system.
Explainable.
yep. Okay, so given all those things, I'm kind of tempted to just go do a go around and have you tell me where you put your green dot.
That's a good idea.
Let's do that. But I need somebody to volunteer to go first and look out people on either side because I'm gonna go around the circle. What's your top choice of these? What's your top choice? And let's see if we have a lead horse. Yes, sir. Number 3. Hybrid, where the top point holders can stay.
And there's a working into Larry's suggestion, there's a way to keep them, you know.
Yep.
I'm not, but number 3.
Okay, thank you. Gentlemen on either side, when do you go? And we're going that way.
I'm in the same spot.
3?
I could support 3 because I think my major concern is taking care of the guys who've been in there a while.
Okay,
And
so this,
I could chew it's not like it.
so it's maybe not enthusiastic, but good enough.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Zero.
Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
What is all that scribbling?
This is the hybrid where your top point holders can stay. Everything else gets converted to a bonus point system.
Is it bonus or related?
I had written bonus, but
Some sort of.
some sort of
Please
bonus.
microphone.
I'm number 1 because I'm not exactly sure what number 3 does.
Isn't 1 and 3, I mean, couldn't you add what you have written for number 3 to number 1, and then that's the option? Isn't that what you're saying, Lee?
If-
That's, if number 1 is converted to a weighted bonus point system and number 3, then I'm number 2. It just-
But I think that's what we said.
Yeah.
That is what we said.
It is.
All right.
Lee
Yeah.
said we're gonna have 2 pools of candidates.
Well,
He said do it like.
Or do it like Larry's talking about is
There's a date certain.
you got X amount of time to use your preference point.
It's
So-
a phase.
So this is Albert. Just briefly go over your top.
Hang
go
on,
over
Albert's
the
got a
first
question.
3. Yeah, my question is, go over your first 3. What is option 1? What is option 2? What is
Thanks,
option?
Albert. Option 1 is convert preference points to weighted bonus points. And you could have a time horizon implemented in a certain year.
He knows we have a 0, Terry, so 0 is that first is status quo.
Sure. And Albert, these are mostly in your minutes from before, starting on page 4. I don't know if you got those emails. So option 0 is the status quo, no change. Number 1 is convert preference points to weighted bonus points. Number 2, we scratched because it would have pretty big economic consequences. Number 3 is kind of a hybrid where your top point holders can stay. Other people would move into a weighted bonus point system. Number 4 has some negative financial impacts, but it's status quo, but phase out all points. And number 5 is like the status quo, but change your ratio to 50-50 or 25-75 or something like that. But keep a preference point system, but change the ratio of how it's allocated.
So just want to clarify one more thing. I don't know if Albert got that, but if we had next to number 1 converted, we just said effective date 2024, 2025, something like that.
It's gonna change where I'm voting.
It does.
Yeah, it does.
It does. If we change number 1 to an effective date, then that's what I'll vote for.
Okay, that's
Why
that's
don't we
what,
do that?
that's
That's
what.
what
I'm
he's
curious.
getting at what
Well,
the
why don't we
one
do
was
that?
in the first
Okay,
one.
yeah, I understand it now, because
Just
I'm
put
wanting
effective
to
date. Just put
somehow
effective date.
help those top
We
folks,
would
so,
give them 2022 and 2023 for them.
or, you know,
Effective 2024.
Or whatever arbitrary date.
All right, so
so I can start over.
you are the wiliest little people to Rachel, I tell you what.
Start
Starting
over,
over.
I'm gonna go with number one.
All right, Ogden, I'm going your way. 1. Tony, surprise, I'm coming your way now. Number 1. Number 1. Number 1. Five. Number 5. Thanks. I appreciate, by the way, just, it's easy to get group things when we do it this way. That's why sometimes I like the dots. So I want agreement so badly, and also cheers to standing up for what you think is the best choice, whatever that is. Okay.
I don't know, 1 or 5, I don't know.
I'm gonna,
I don't know.
I can come back to you if you want, but
I've always been with one. I know I was not very clear in this explaining, but I thought number 2 said that we would move to a bonus point. You know, like, so when I said 2, when we killed it off, I wasn't trying to be revenue negative. I was thinking we'd be buying bonus points.
okay. So number 1 is good for
Yeah,
you.
I've always been like where we honored points.
Okay. Okay. 1.
Where you at?
5.
Do something different.
This one goes to 11. Anybody? No.
Probably 1.
Okay.
I would lean towards 1, but I would rather the game of fish come up with an effective date.
Okay. Yeah,
That's why there's a
I've got a little question mark there, but
2025, they'd have to crunch the numbers and see how that would work best.
okay. So, but a vote for 1, but then with the,
I could live with that.
okay,
Exactly what Pete just said.
okay. You
Do
start.
I get a vote twice?
No, Albert and Joe.
I'm number 1 for sure, but I'm gonna keep putting the plug for all 5 of the species, maybe not grizzlies, but doing that for all 5 for consistency, but number 1.
Thanks, Albert.
So at risk of this option not being there, but I would do the status quo, only change the percentage.
Okay, so that's number 5. All right, so by your decision-making rule, you have a majority, you've got 14 people, so that's a overwhelming majority of folks.
Here's what I said, a little brief conversation.
Yes.
We have promised people that we would, when we were going to vote for something, or we would put it out there and say, hey, can we take some public comment on this?
You did that last time for this option.
I think it was funny.
I think it's more clear now, and
I think this is what we need to
they
take
need
back.
public comment on
And
that.
so
So the
I
motion
think,
can be take this to the public.
yeah,
Exactly.
so I think this needs to, the motion
Okay.
should be to take this to
You
the
wanna
public.
sit with it a little bit, and I don't think that you need to, do you need to move for that? I think that we can just say this is what you need to do, but.
I mean, the public can always comment on anything they want to, so that's fine. But I think the message from this committee should be that we're considering 1 and 5 very explicitly. And then we focus, try to get them to focus their comments on what's good or bad about 1 and 5.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the numbers, I wouldn't even give them an option number 5.
How do you feel about number 1?
I mean, that's just me.
There's only 4 people.
Let's take let's take as much public comment as we can on number 1, because we want to hear what people think of that. If they think it sucks and they want to stay with number 5, and I think they know what we're talking about.
And I heard some variability in folks that some people were like, yes, I feel good about that as the 1, and others of you are like, that's okay. But it seems like there's a high number of you that can at least live with this, get some public comment, and ultimately decide in December. Yes, Lisa.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to say that the good thing about number 1 is Director Nesbitt has pointed out, I think, you know these things well, I think the variety things that people are gonna buy, and it's like sort of, we buy Notre Dame football tickets. They have all these legacy tickets, and these people already have their seats, and at a certain point, I'm like, I could keep buying it, and they kept my money. I'd be like, why am I doing this? So I worry that we're diminishing it by doing number 5. And second, I think that Larry showed us, Senator Hicks has shown us with his chart, that at least it gives a fair balance to everyone. You get a 74% chance where you might get it, and you also have 10% in the middle, where you're putting it pretty consistently. It rewards long play, and I think that's why number 1 in the end is better than keeping our existing point system as we move onward, just to give everyone a better chance of a more level playing field to people that are younger as well. I think we've all expressed the desire for younger people to stay interested, not feel disenfranchised. And these younger people aren't into buying in long term. They're kind of, I mean, it's always on my show. They're kind of like, just say it. So
A little more immediate gratification on that. Younger folks. Okay, I'm just trying to, in the name of time, do we agree we want to take a last round of public comment, meaning not right now, but in the communities, online, et cetera, saying this is where we really feel like we're going, last double check. And that when we come back, one of our first orders of business in December on the 3rd will be to vote on this. Take a final vote.
Mr. Chairman. I want to get this done today. I really want to get it done as soon as possible. So I don't want to throw in, as Joe suggests, that we muddy this water with Buffalo and Mountain Goat.
That's an option for the commission, I mean, for the department, I would
We
think.
haven't discussed that.
Yeah.
Is it an option?
Oh, it's not an option for us to do a commission regulation.
No, but
It's got to be statute.
it's got statute, but it's, I mean, if you guys agree to it.
I just want to come to.
Keep it simple for December and.
So-
Yes, the other thing I push back a little bit on, if we have comments today, let's take it, we're here.
I wonder if, just for efficiency's sake, do we need to take them now or could folks put them online?
Take them now.
And we need to take it right now or at the end when we have our public comment. Do we have any of that?
I didn't put it in specifically because I didn't know how far we would get, but we can certainly add it. I think we need to look at the agenda and decide where we want to go. So,
Mr. Chairman. Can I make a motion? What I do, for the sake of discussion and gaining more public comment, and this recommendation stands today. Another one, as I understand it, is for sheep and moose, because that's where we currently have points. So I would make a motion that we would entertain including bison and mountain goat, and then take that out for public comment to include into the same time. And the reason that I bring that up is one of the comments that I heard from numerous people is whatever you do, make it consistent. And so if you're gonna do a point system for moose, sheep, do goat, and so when I get in there, I don't have to understand this system and go look at the drawing on this scenario. So for the sake of just gaining public comment and providing some consistency for it, I mean, I don't want to include grizzly bears. We don't know if we're ever going to hunt grizzly bears. I don't know if we ever want to do a point system anyway. But for those 4, I would, at this point, I make a motion that we include bison and goat in that.
I'll second that.
Okay, so just so, I don't know if Joe was listening to his speaker, but he's been a consistency guy, so I'm gonna guess he heard that the motion was to add bison and goat to this, and that's the motion on the floor for public comment. So let's just take a show of hands. Susan, let's have some discussion on it.
Discussion. So I think everybody sitting in this room would agree.
let's not overstep.
Majority of people sitting in this room would agree that it was a mistake to go to preference points. We just spent days
Trying to undo them.
how to try to fix a broken system. And now the motion on the floor is to create this, to make, in all respect to my friend Larry Hicks, to make the same mistake.
It's not the same.
It's not.
It's not.
75% of the draw is not going to preference.
I mean, there's a system there. We know what the odds are, Larry. It's next to nothing. You know, you're wrong or you're not. But let's not create a problem for people when I'm dead and gone in 15 years where a kid can never draw a gun license or never draw a buffalo license because we created a preference point system.
So having potentially divorced ourselves from preference points, but re-entering a relationship with bonus points, do we want to have that spread more broadly, or should we be a little more cautious about how we apply those ideas of points?
Multiple comments.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, if it's just to get public comment, I don't have a problem with that. If we go that route, my concern is I would rather we wait a little while to make sure this system seems to be amenable to people before we saddle them with another system. We may be sitting in this room 15 years from now trying to fix that system.
Okay.
So my thing is just pump the brakes. Let's see if we have consensus and the public seems to like this one first. If you want to gather comment about including, fine. But as far as is that's the one we're putting out, that is everything and those two right now is our recommendation? I don't like that. But that's.
So this is Albert. Question in the comments. So I want to hear what the final version of number one is that was supported, and whether it included a time frame for the waiting period for the effective date. So that was one question. And then my comment, as far as creating a point system of any kind for any more species, I am totally against that. So whatever I need to do to vote no on that, that's where I'm at.
Thanks, Albert. So the end text is that it's converting preference points to weighted bonus points effective. And I wrote 2024, but we had a question of like, let Game and Fish decide what the best timing is for that. So there's still a question mark around the year that we can finalize in December perhaps.
I think before you go out to the public, whether the Game and Fish finalizes that, that's fine. But you better have that, because that will change people's minds as they look at their own preference points and how that would play out, in my opinion.
Right. Okay, good. So this is a place where you could get some comments. Just want to remind folks to speak loudly for folks on Zoom, and also be mindful of side conversations, because those are loud and clear in your Zoom viewers' ears, whether you want them to be or not. So just be mindful of those.
Albert makes a real valid point. I think today we should say hit 2023, 2024. I mean, I don't know why that.
That's my proposal is 25.
Brian says 2025, that gives people 3 whole years to earn their preference points. Is that actually?
2 years.
No, because by the time this gets through the legislature and actually has an effective date, we pull the trigger, they'll have 2 application periods then to do this.
So I would move to go to the public on number 1 as it is phrased, but the effective date of that legislation would be 2025.
Okay, that's what you can get comments on.
It doesn't need to be effective date of the legislation. The legislation should include the conversion happens in 2025. The other thing that we need to put out there, and I know there's people on both sides of this, but one really important part of this is that currently in statute, the department sets to history preference points after people don't apply for 2 years. And that's really important for her, because she doesn't have to track people that are dead or that just don't put in for 10 years and then come back in the system. So right now they go away after 2 years. And I think
why would we change that?
What I'm saying is it will, what just happened at TRW is we went in with a proposal and something we didn't even think of got changed that I'm concerned about. So I think if there's a statement that comes from this group that says, don't change this, leave it alone, that's helpful.
You would want the consistency that even with changing to a bonus point system, that you could set points to history if they, okay.
I'd say don't change it.
Need 2 years, you lose them.
So I was still comfortable with 2024, and I'll explain why. So if you run the math, we had 186 sheep licenses last year. 75% of those go to the highest point holders. You run that out 2 years, that's 279 sheep licenses that will go to the max point holders. I think that's more than at the time, but let's look at the numbers. But my guess is when we look at this, 2 years for people that make that decision, that's 276 people out there that could potentially draw those max point holders if they want to move around and draw those. That's a lot of sheep. So anyway, I'm more comfortable with the 2024. I do want to respond to that. I absolutely disagree with the statement that you said that it's broken. That's hindsight looking back. But if you go back and understand the history of where point systems come from. I said in the legislature as a young man and listened to this debate because it was an interest to me back when they did this. The reason that Wyoming went this way, and almost every other Western state, Western states and Northeastern states, is if you don't understand how we got here, you're going to recreate the same mistake. And the outcry was the time then as we had a jillion people coming in saying, I've applied for 35 years and never drawn a darn permit. I want a better chance of drawing a license. And if you don't understand that's how we got here, then you're going to go back and you're going to recreate the same mistake. And then 20 years from now, they'll be back in here figuring out trying to do a point system because you're going to have a bunch of people on a random system that never do it. And so that's the you see this from Kansas to Maine, to New Hampshire, to Vermont, to Iowa, across the nation is the history is people that have applied and applied and applied and applied and never drawn on a random system have demanded that we do something different. The other thing is the preference point system would be operable today and we would not be sitting here if we were still issuing 300 sheep permits like we did in 1995. And so the circumstances have changed. So to come back and say it's broken and it doesn't work, that's not taking into consider how we got here or the change in circumstances with the number of moose permits. And so I disagree with that statement.
I just want to make sure, can the folks hear Senator Hicks when he was speaking, I mean, was there, I just got a note that we just need to make sure we speak into the microphones and so that people can hear us and.
Don't repeat it, though. What I hear as I think about this is and I feel this humbly that people are making the best decisions they can for the context they have with the information they have at the time. And sometimes in implementation and as conditions change, that solution doesn't work anymore, right? So we're doing the same thing here of making an improvement based on the best information, or we think, based on the best information in the context we have now, and humbly acknowledge that in the future that might need to change, and that's okay. That's what governance is.
Mr.
Right?
Chairman.
And go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead. I'll go after you. Yeah.
I was just gonna make sure that everybody knew what the motion actually on the floor was here for all what we're taking public comment and that kind of stuff. So go ahead.
That was one of my questions to see if that what Pat gave was an amendment to Larry's original motion that's on the floor. To get there, I do agree with the time frame for implementation or what works best for the department and giving that. I will probably disagree with, in fact, I know I'll disagree with the Representative Summers. Point systems are not all inherently bad. And we're carrying a lot of latent issues with preference points to the bonus point system. There are 3 strong reasons to consider all of these animals, and you'll hear me argue this for elk, antelope, and deer as well. The first is the consistency and the simplicity of having one system across all species that people can understand. The second, in the case of bison specifically, but also with mountain goat, with a once in a lifetime chance, we will not have the same mounting pressures that we had on the preference point side. As people draw, harvest hopefully, and are out, we're not going to see that same pressure that preference point is done with having a portion of those tags in there. And then the third one is by doing so, there's revenue generation for the department. The bonus points being added to bison and goat actually will generate revenue for the department. And, looking into the crystal ball, I don't see a future where there is going to be significantly new or increased revenue sources coming into the department. And so for me, I don't want us to just discount the idea of weighted bonus point systems because we don't like preference point systems, or we have some of that baggage. There are very strong pros to moving all species to that model. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, so
Are we, oh, sorry, do you want to
Well,
clarify what
I
we're?
just want to make sure that you know, Larry made a motion to take public comment, adding bison and goat. Got a second. Just want to see if everybody's okay with that, or if we're just gonna do it with sheep and moose and taking this public comment coming. Not that people can't put in whatever public comment they want. But adding that to this, taking that public comment. So is there any more discussion on that? Okay,
So the vote isn't to approve adding, it's to take public comment on
correct.
whether this could cover these other species as
So
well.
raise your hand if
Is
you
that
want to
correct,
take
Larry?
that.
Is that your motion, Larry?
Just to include.
To take input on, it, not necessarily that be our represent, or our.
It would be to take public comment on including or goat and bison into this new system.
Thank you. Okay.
I had one quick, could I just, I need I guess the question. If they were included, does that mean that it's status quo till whatever date we would move to this? So there's no, we don't start
Correct.
we just keep it as it is until this changes.
It would be
Okay.
consistent, so it would still be random until this system went into place.
Right.
We wouldn't create two different effective.
Good.
dates. Again,
Good.
that creates complexity.
Absolutely.
Just keep it simple, dummy.
Well, you could say stupid. I'm used to
Talking to myself.
Any more discussion? I see a hand from Pat.
Question. So Larry, I want to move forward on December 3rd with some recommendation from this task force. It's preference points with regard to moose and sheep. So it's not, we'll take public comment, but I don't want to get caught up in our internal rules that we can't vote on that come December 3rd because we're not reached any consensus on whether goats and buffalo should be included in this. So is that consistent with your?
I agree with that. I think you take the public comment and if it seems like it's favorable and the committee wants to include it, they can, but by no means would it prohibit just moving forward with just sheep and goats.
So as a point of clarification, on December 3rd, those will be two separate issues that we'll be voting on.
It could come out as one final recommendation.
If both were approved.
Correct.
So you could at least get part, even if the whole thing to take. All right, any other discussion?
Okay, raise your hand if you want to take some public comment on it.
We have all but one and
Albert?
Albert.
No public comment.
So we've got 16 in favor, 2 no's on taking public comment on this. So that's what we're doing. The motion carries. That's what you say, right?
Who's the other no?
Decided vote.
Both sides.
I don't know why we do that.
Okay.
Okay.
Spend all this time trying to fix a broken system, and we want to create two more species.
We're just deciding on taking public comment at this point, but yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Let's check in on the agenda.
We have a couple people that do want to make some public comments on this.
On this topic,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So let's.
I have a question.
Yep.
So, but we have agreed to, right now, like we are, doing, we're saying, yes, we're pretty acting on for two.
Yes.
So I would be in favor of that.
If you take a public comment on option number one.
Yeah,
Sure.
we'll clarify that to make sure people know we want to take public comment on that issue. In addition to adding those to it. Yeah. So, and so I appreciate you guys wanting to put in public comment. So let's try to keep it to what we just talked about, if you're okay with that, Jeff and Randy. Okay, perfect. And at least one online. Also, right? Also one online. Yep. All right, go ahead, Randy. Yeah, if you can keep it to maybe just a few minutes, that'd be great.
I'll be super quick.
Okay.
All right, so I really, I didn't have anything written down or specific before I got here, but these are kind of the things that I would encourage you guys to think about on this topic. Anything that you guys are changing or anything you're doing here is going to be hugely impacted by already having the switch to lifetime. So all these numbers that you're using and a lot of the stuff that you're referencing is based on how it has been. So as soon as you go to once in a lifetime, those numbers are all going to very much change, which obviously has not passed yet. That's actually not in place. But if that were to get into place, then everything that's happening, with this decision would actually be, those numbers are all going to be different. The other thing would be, I guess my opinion is that we already have a point system in place. You obviously, as you guys agreed, you can't take it away. The decision was made a long time ago. I guess, my personal opinion is you just have to stick with it. I am 100% against points in any way, shape, or form. Bonus points, preference points, any points, which I've been pretty clear about in the past. And I just, but you have to keep what you've got. You can't take them away from people. They've already invested. It is what it is. As far as a bonus point system, calling it a random draw system, I think is a far stretch. It definitely is not a random draw system. And it also gives opportunity in, when they put that stuff in place and they're going to vote on that on the floor, they can put amendments in there or do different things, change the wording and say, like in other states, a lot of bonus point systems give a certain number of the tags to the top bonus point holders. So now it's a bonus preference point system, which is all messed up. So, and they do that in many places. So, to kind of speak to Brian's terminology of like, be very, very, very specific as to what you're recommending and what you're very specifically saying do not do, because there's a bunch of things that can get changed after you guys make a recommendation that are just, it might seem like something super small or something you guys haven't thought about, but there's so many things out there that can really, really, really change it. So, yeah.
Thanks, Randy. Jeff?
I think I've already said this at one of the meetings, but I was in favor of leaving the preference point system and changing the random preference point split to 50-50. And I understand the difference between the bonus point and the preference point. But what's going to happen is people who are sitting out right now are going to all jump in. So if it was, if you were able to draw a sheep tag in one with 19 points, that's not going to happen. So the top point holders and only the top point holders are going to be drawing some tags, and then it's going to go to a bonus point system. And all the folks down below that, which there's going to be some in the 20s, 20 preference points, are going to all of a sudden change to a bonus point. And while it's not the same as a random draw where everybody has 1 point, it truly is. Bonus points is a random type draw, because if you have 20 points, you get 20 numbers, you're only going to use the lowest random number of those to draw with. But I just feel leaving it the preference point system the way it is right now. I mean, think about it. Right now it's 75-25. So residents are drawing 75% of the tags in a preference point system, and we are already down to 19 points to draw a tag. And that's because of attrition. It's because people are sitting out waiting for that time in their life that they're ready to draw that sheep or moose tag. So I like the absolute part of the preference point as compared to the bonus point.
Thank you, Jeff. Jess Johnson?
long walk around. Jess Johnson with the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. I sort of wanted to commend you on taking this really complicated topic on, but I also wanted to remind those of you that when we are getting into these really convoluted, really detailed things at legislature, someone that's only been there 6 years lobbying on bills, every bill that's gone through, you know, it requires 90 people looking at it and having different opinions. So knowing that what you put through may get changed, and if it's complicated, it's more likely to get changed. And maybe the recommendation to look at this is going to sound funny, but the commission authority, where you can put this to a group of people that are tied a little closer into the resource to make these kind of decisions, rather than tackling this at a statute level. Maybe the statute to tackle is commission authority, and not trying to put every little nuanced bill through. I do think that there should be some sideboards on that and some guidelines for sure, and that's for you guys to figure out. But I would just recommend that we're having a hard time in this group looking at that, and having witnessed bills go through that are license allocation or anything else. It gets so complicated, and educating 90 folks that are incredibly well-meaning on the complications of a license system in time to get something through that doesn't get changed is impossible. So why don't we look at commission authority on this rather than arguing and trying to put through piecemeal bills that will likely get changed on the floor when very few of us have the ability to change that thought.
Dusty Porter.
Okay, so a couple comments on what you guys just talked about. Obviously, you know, super complicated, but if I was sitting in your shoes, I would have voted for number 5. I like the idea of keeping some preference points, although shifting that over a little bit more random. But since we didn't go with number 5, we're obviously going with number 1 that you guys voted for. That being said, I think it's going to be hard for you guys to get public comment if we don't know exactly what we're talking about here. So we've talked about drawing the line in a certain year. We've talked about 23, 24, 25. So I would encourage you guys, before we leave this conversation, know exactly what we're talking about. So let's flush that out real quick and see what we're talking about, because that might make a big difference for someone. You know, if they're sitting at 18 or 20 or 22 points, depending on how much longer they have to draw those tags. And then also, we've just got weighted bonus points. So what exactly does that mean? It makes a big difference if it's squared or cubed, or Joe even threw out the idea of, you know, putting another multiplier on people that have current points. So at this point, as I sit in this crowd, and I've been to every meeting, I don't know exactly what we're talking about yet. So I would ask you guys to define that.
What's your recommendation for the date?
That's for you guys.
Looking for some public comment. We'd love to know what you think.
Following up with things with 2025 was what we're gonna kind of float. So that's what I think.
Terry, Rusty and I were just visiting about it. It would be very helpful if Todd could send out to all members of the task force exactly what we're looking for public comment on, so we're all on the same page, drinking the same Kool-Aid. Instead of all these variables, I think that would be very helpful for everybody.
So if we started with the text that's on your minutes from last time on page 4, but then flushed out, define what would it mean?
Yeah, I mean,
for the
Dusty
weighted
brings up a
bonus
very good
points?
point. There's a lot of little other extras that were added there that are really under that same umbrella. And if we could all just streamline that to one organized message that we all are looking at and know that that's what we're supposed to get feedback on, it would come back with a lot better results, I think.
Mr. Chairman, then let's do that. I mean, Todd can't do it. And
Yeah, no, that's what
and I
I'm
want to
saying.
go back to the minutes from a meeting 2 months ago.
Right.
And that's totally.
That's exactly it. I mean, if you guys wait another meeting to get that info, then you're gonna wait another meeting to vote, because you're gonna have to get more public input.
I'm okay with us fleshing that out right now. Like Pat said, we need to flesh that out, and I appreciate that. So is there anybody online? Do you have anything else?
I think Si's got a question.
Well, I'm not stopping this, it's more for Jess. So there's no thought about that. I need to ask Jess questions.
Oh, Jess, do you mind coming back up and answering some questions? Thank you, Dustin. One online. Oh, boy.
Okay, Jess, you've been in Cheyenne a number of years, so have I. What if we made a recommendation to, on this subject, where we change the state statute to give the Game and Fish Commission the authority to do exactly what we're talking about, which is a justice to a rate bonus system, or down the road, they could add species like bison and goat. If we just push that forward so that the commission has this authority, then these changes that we're talking about will not require another trip to Cheyenne. They would require the commission making those changes in the future, which would be a much simpler deal if we decided to add bison or go or take them back or whatever the case may be on all the drawing systems, on all the transport systems. How do you feel about that?
I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna look over at the director so he can tell me. But,
You brought this up.
But I do think, you know, if we are, and this is just from sort of, and granted, it's 5 or 6 years experience, but I've seen one of these bills almost every year that we're there. And I think handing that authority down with that 30,000 foot view, like here's kind of the idea. You don't want to put too much like sideboards on it, but you want to give it enough so you're at least going to get what you want, and then let the commission figure out the nuances. And I think aside from that, like having your more detailed system, like what you guys were talking about, if you do hash it out more as a recommendation that's written out, not to legislature, but to the commission, that way they can look at it and understand that as well. But keeping it that 30,000 foot view, just, I mean, from the lobbyist perspective, it makes it a lot easier to get something like that through. And then from the public perspective, they understand it better. And then it's not political suicide for one legislator to vote one way or the other. Because if it turns into a licensing, I mean, as we're seeing, it's kind of 50-50 in a lot of ways. And you win and lose elections over that level of pissed off hunters.
Mr. Chairman, so, I mean, we have legislators here, but and I've lobbied more than 6 years, Jess. It's been my experience. I have scars I can take out my church. I mean, we've asked the legislature to give the Game and Fish Commission authority to set license prices. Failed. I mean, so the legislators can talk about what they think is most palatable and most passable, but that thought has not worked. I'm sorry.
I agree, and we've been in some of those discussions a lot. I just, you know, we have a task force here that has a lot of people that can talk and say this is too complicated to try and parse out. We have a level of step in that might add to that, but I mean, looking at the legislators here, you guys are going to know better than I how this will go through.
Well, let me, if I may, speak for maybe not all of my colleagues, but I think the most of them. So let's start with the very basics. That you have 3 branches of government: the legislative, the judicial, and the executive branch. The Game and Fish Department is a division of the executive branch of government, and there's a separation of powers right there. So once we get to that issue, we're supposed to write the laws that we appropriate the money, with the exception the Wyoming Game and Fish Department has more autonomy than any other state agency, with maybe the exception of WYDOT in the state of Wyoming. So they already have a tremendous amount of autonomy over their entire budget. And so the reason I think Pat's got a lot of scars, it's unlikely that I see the legislative branch giving up what they feel is their elected responsibility to do, because they're elected, the commission is appointed by the executive branch. And so the reason there will always be scars when this comes up is it's not necessarily anti-commission or anything else. They feel they were the elected branch of government by people who go down there and write the laws. We don't write the rules, we see that over the commission. It's a separation of powers issue, clearly, executive branch, legislative branch. And it's probably the biggest battles that if you want to draw, is try to encroach. When we encroach on the executive branches, he sues the legislative branch. And so the answer to your question is, I don't see the legislative branch ceding our authority over to the executive branch of government. At any level. Irregardless of it's Game and Fish Department or DEQ or Department of Agriculture, it's just not something we need to do. But that's the answer to the question. And I understand that it may simplify things and expedite things, but it just goes to the core principle of separation of powers, period.
Thank you. That's very good.
Yeah. Albert's got his hand up too.
Am I good to?
Yeah, because Albert, I got a question for you. Go ahead, Albert.
Hi, so I think Larry and I are not going to totally agree on this. But I totally agree on the part with Larry where you're setting fees. You never have an agent, you shouldn't have an agency set fees. That's my personal opinion because we are the appropriators. I just think that's the way it is. The people make that decision, not government. And but then when you get to the intricacies of a preference point system, frankly, I'm comfortable with that. I'm comfortable with turning that authority over. I think probably we have too much authority in many areas in game and fish law. I suspect the reason that exists is because maybe in the far, far past, people didn't like what agencies did, this agency or other, and that's why we step in, is because then they're not representing the people's voice. I'd be fine with the preference point thing, but boy, license fees, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah, for the record, I was only just talking about the intricacies side of it, not, but I would hide behind a corner if we had talked about the license fees.
Anybody have any more questions for Jess?
I think that we have a comment online perhaps, but before or as that person is getting brought in, this is what I have drafted up based on what I heard today. Take a look at it to see if this clarifies, if I've captured the intent. And it's what you're getting comment on is clearly articulated here. I'll read it out loud for the folks online. For moose and sheep, and maybe bison and goats, we're getting feedback on that. Beginning in 2025, again, starting with that year, but you can get feedback on it. Preference points will be converted to weighted bonus points. The draw will be random, but applicants enter the draw with as many points as they had accumulated squared, because it's a weighted bonus point system. I.e., if you have 10 points, you would enter the draw with 100 entries, and brand new applicants would enter with 1. Points would be converted to history as before, maintained in the user legit.
That appears accurate.
Does that answer the questions where, especially public who haven't been sitting here, that they would understand what that looks like and how it would impact them?
I don't know if we agreed on square multipliers.
So
I'm not prepared to answer that today.
it was my understanding from, I think, Larry's presentation in the language, thank you for the microphone, that the difference between points and bonus points is whether it's just 10 points means 10 points or weighted bonus points is the points squared.
And that is what I think all the things that we saw that Joe did for us and his staff, that was how that was.
That was that. And I humbly say that because before I started this, I knew nothing about any of these things. But as far as consistency with other states, I believe that that's the language of what it means. If you say we're using a weighted bonus point system, then it means that the numbers get squared.
Some
refuse.
A weighted bonus point system could be we multiply it times 10, we multiply it times 2 or 5. That's my point. I don't know.
Is that common language? I don't know. I was just going off of what I heard from other states.
Is that right?
Well, Nevada squares, Montana squares, South Dakota squares. We would be consistent with the discussion that we got from the LCCC when we looked at all of their statistical analysis was squaring. So I think that's always been, I guess, in my mind, that we're talking about That's what. all
That's
the
what
analysis-
weighted bonus-
Everything that LCCC did was based on that weighted bonus point system.
They also did, oh,
The
sorry.
square.
They also did analysis of a bonus point system, which was
Straight, yeah.
not squared, no other multiplier, just straight.
So bonus versus weighted bonus.
Right.
And that's what I understood.
So, Mr. Chairman, this is Albert.
Go ahead, Albert.
Yeah, just, I agree. We've been talking about bonus points squared. If you're gonna put this out there, you need to put that in there so people understand it's not 3 times that. You gotta put out an option that's the whole option. That would be my point.
It's on. Yeah, just tell them that it's on.
Yeah, we've got what I read aloud, and we would send that text if this text is adequate.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I think we have a commenter online. Two online. All right.
Okay, let's go ahead and.
So Megan's bringing them in. All right, Wyatt, we can see you. Go ahead. Take yourself off mute.
Hold just a second.
Oh, hang on just a
We need to
minute.
get this right. So it's not use them or lose them. It's continue to apply or lose them.
Thank you.
Okay, Wyatt, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, good to be back after that nice lengthy hunting break. Good to see you all. I'd say a show of hands on the task force would be sufficient for adding goat and bison to the weighted bonus point system. I feel like it would be nearly unanimous on the committee, and I don't think an educated public would disagree. Keep licensing simple and consistent. I'm full on the weighted bonus point train, just throwing that out there. Is there anywhere in the Wyoming Game and Fish Department literature that says a person in the preference point system is guaranteed a tag at some point? There's no way there can be. Game and Fish doesn't owe top point holders a tag, just as the Wyoming Game and Fish Department can't guarantee new applicants a tag, given how the statistics stacked up from LCCC. Yes, these people with 24 points have been in the system a long time, and you'd feel bad for these people if you got rid of that system now, when they're expecting to draw a tag with 25 points maybe. But you should really feel bad for the future first-year applicants that know the preference point system won't guarantee them a tag ever, even with, say, 40 points. That's who you should really feel bad for, in my opinion. If the preference point system cannot offer guarantees, should it honor these perceived guarantees for 20+ point holders? Single point holders and 23 point holders are in the same point system. One end of the pool has a likely positive outcome, and the other has a guaranteed negative outcome. But being in the same system, they should have similar expectations, which they can't. Why are we assuming that those people with high points are a legal liability when a person with 12 points or 1 point entered into the system with the exact same expectations has just as much, legal right to expect that out of the system, have those same expectations? I appreciate the stated opinion on the lack of risk of litigation. That I think that's pretty legitimate in terms of what other states are doing and what we can expect. That system is broken. Statistics have shown the system is not sustainable given available tags and applicants. So I think you guys are definitely moving in the right direction there with getting rid of it. Being a proponent of the weighted bonus point, I'll say from a standpoint of fairness, those middle of the road preference point holders under the current system have no more chance than a first-year applicant of drawing a tag. Right now, we're only acknowledging an applicant's commitment for the top point holders. I myself, with probably about 12 years of entries, am no more likely to draw than a first-year applicant. The weighted bonus points are the fairest for everyone applying across the whole spectrum of the pool. I do think full immediate conversion is a good idea, which would still give top point holders a chance to use them before this is enacted. I've said before, if you're going to allow people to stay in a preference point system, reduce the tags going into the preference point pool. That will move the finish line out further. The system will only be appealing to the elite point holders. Those that were guaranteed to draw in the next year are now 20% draw odds for the next 5 years. Those that are 3 points away now that have the finish line moved out to where they probably have higher hopes in the weighted bonus point system, especially if the preference point is gone in X number of years. People need to be aggressively persuaded away from the preference point system, but that would still let top point holders keep the finish line theoretically achievable. So those are my comments for that. Hope that was clear enough for everybody.
Thank you, Wyatt. Any questions?
All right, thanks, Wyatt.
Oh,
And
actually,
negative-
I do have one more quick thing if you're still there.
Yeah, go ahead.
And a little off topic, but to stay on topic for future meetings, I have to say we're talking about 90-10 for deer, elk, and antelope too much and at inappropriate times. We've already said the decisions the task force makes can't significantly impact revenue for Game and Fish Department. This allocation switch also impacts the economy. Unless someone advocating for elk, deer, and antelope 90-10 can simultaneously offer an idea to make up for that revenue loss, it's a waste of time to talk about it. Yes, it'd be nice for residents to have tags, but not at the expense of our wildlife management agency. I've not heard anything to suggest you should even be spending time on it, and think there should be a brief open period to see if someone has a legitimate idea to make up that revenue. And if not, strike it from the topics and from future task force discussions.
Thank you, Wyatt.
Thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Wyatt, just one point for reference, you brought up the revenue side. I would really encourage you to go back and read the bill last year, because it's already been contemplated how you make up that revenue. So it's not like something that hasn't been looked at. It was pretty extensively looked at. I worked a long time with the department to try to look at how to do that on the 90-10. That bill actually resulted in 90-10, which included elk and antelope, $8 million increase in the department budget. So just one of those things, that information's out there, and I would encourage you to go look at it. So you can look at that, but this is not something that has not been contemplated. It's been well researched. We'll take a look at it and then see what you think.
And I'm gonna have us hold on to that. Thanks for the information on both sides on that, but we'll hold on to it. And I'm hoping we can move on to that issue real soon here. Let's hear our last commenter online. All right, next we have Michelle. Go ahead, Rob.
Yes, just want to push back against the Wyoming Wildlife Federation. We are definitely not in favor of pushing this decision back to the Game and Fish Commission. That this task force has been formed is a pretty clear evidence that the Game and Fish Commission has demonstrated an inability to identify and prioritize and tackle these tough questions. If you take just a look at the history of elk tag allocation, how many of the every time that's come up, it's always been to increase the tag for non-residents, never to decrease it for non-residents. So we are absolutely not in favor of pushing this to the commission. We want to be handled at the legislative level where we can hold our elected officials accountable at the election box. Thank you.
Thanks, Rob.
All
Okay,
right.
there's no more public comment. We'll
Cool.
move on. It seems
So-
like maybe it's time for just a short break.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
There's
What-
only a few of us here.
Let me, wait, let me check in when we come back from the break. We jumped to issue 1. I want to check in with you all and see, do you want to go back to issue 2 and start some straw design on deer, elk, and antelope? Or do you want to shift gears and spend more time on issue 3, which is landowner and access issues? We have delved into that less. Either one of these is going to be a main figurehead of the December meeting. So it's just a question of where you want to go next. 2 or 3. I think we have a guest or some folks that are coming specifically to talk around number 3, but I don't know who. He is here. Okay.
My preference would be to go to number 3.
Okay, jump to, oh, that's right, because Larry, you've got some new information to share with us. Okay, so when we come back from break, we're gonna jump in on landowner issues, number 3. Let's come back at 2:40. Does that work? 2:40, take like a 14-minute break? Okay, coming back. All right, your mics are live. Zoom can hear you.
Zoom can hear you.
Zoom can hear you. Nobody else is listening, but the people on Zoom can hear you.
And it's recorded, so I can go back and find out what they said about me.
Right? All right. So we have just over a third of the task force in the room.
Let's vote.
Let's vote.
Question?
As folks are trickling back in, we're going to shift gears and talk landowner issues, knowing that this is a topic that we started to tell the story on at our last meeting, but there's a lot more of the story to be told. So Dwayne passed around some handouts to get us started. And I'm gonna turn things over to Dwayne to explain what he's passed out and how this information contributes to the story for us. Everybody have those handouts? All right, go for it, Dwayne.
Okay, this hunting season gave me a lot of time to think about the landowner thing. I hunted with a couple different people that helped me with this. And also headed the education department, but he was in his career, he was very instrumental in trying to develop good relationships with landowners and game and fish and outfitters. And also Jim Schwartz, who was the deputy director of the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. And both of these people were around 20 years ago when the landowner license came up by the commission. Didn't go very far. A lot of resident opposition to it. Never went anywhere. I guess my thought is, I think there's a different appetite for it. Jim Magagna made a presentation at the last meeting about there was a very good interest in landowner licenses. So I just put together something that I thought we could at least look at to see if there is an appetite for landowner licenses this time. I think this group is probably too big to iron out the details of it, but I addressed that in this thing. I think it needs to be somebody, smaller group from landowners, couple landowners, game and fish department. Anyway, throw that out there. So I just like that everybody, not that long of a presentation, but
Sure. So should we take a second to read and then see if there's questions or folks can share what stands out to them from the information that's presented? Brian,
Yeah, I did want to let you know, Dwayne, that I think at our December meeting, Jim has been working on a similar proposal or idea that he probably will be bringing to that meeting as well. It'll be, kind of similar ideas. So just want the group to know that.
Okay. So let this be a starting point. And I'm thinking back to last time we talked about landowner tags initially being a way to acknowledge the loss or harm or damage that wildlife sometimes caused. And so that was kind of the initial way that those got started or the intent behind them. Take a second to read and then we'll see what stands out or questions that the information raises.
Yes, so Joe and Albert, Megan is gonna email you this information. So you'll have it, so check your inboxes. Megan, it looks like, Joe's not there, but we'll just remind him.
I think my first question, I've taken a lot of personal public comment on the landowner licenses that are issued right now. And I know that this is maybe a little bit different, but the current landowner licenses that we give to 160 acres. I don't hear a whole lot of people that say that's a good number. That number should be higher. And that maybe there's something to be said for issuing cow or doe fawn tags instead of antlered animal tags to landowners. And you know, I just want to get a lot of comment on that, because I have taken some. The ones that I've talked to and that are landowners seem like that seems to make sense. Certainly the acres, and I realize that not all 160 acres are created equal. Some of them are going to have more animal days than others, but I guess I'd like to hear what the rest of the task force seems to think on that.
So part of the story is that the people have questions of like, is 160 acres really the right amount? We've talked about, I think at the last meeting, abuses in the system, where places are getting subdivided for more tags, where people get the tags, they prove the land, the use, the day usage, but then that maybe changes and they aren't actually seeing that much. Ogden, what did you want to add to that story?
So correct me if I'm wrong, it's also 2,000 animal use days.
Yeah.
So if it's 160, that means, 200 head are on there for 10 days or 20 head are there for 100 days. And, 20 head of elk, 160 acres for 100 days. If you look at cow AUMs, they probably took it out.
200 head on 80 acres for 20 or 30 days.
Yeah.
And that's, I mean, I have that.
But that's where I'm at. If they're taking the 2,000 head or 2,000 animal unit days, the acres aren't near as big a deal. That, I mean, it sticks out because it's 160, but you do have it on irrigated acres, on little acreages. You've got it. And I'm not trying to defend it. I'm just saying that's what it is. And the other part is the licenses play a role. And by the way, for me, full disclosure, I don't get any landowner license in the general area, so I don't have a dog in this fight. But it plays a role in whether guys tolerate game on their place in general or not. And I think that's part of what we got to look at is when you get to the eastern side of the state, it's primarily deeded ground. And you really, if you want to maintain game herds, you need ag people there that want to see the game there. And that generally means either it's minimal impact to it or that they can do something to help them provide part of their living to them. And, there's one of our letters in here that does that. Elk are taken on, none on mine once again, but elk are taking substantial parts of the AUMs off part of these deep ground ranches. And that plays a role, whether those guys are tolerant or not going forward, whether they can make it work. So just comments out of the blue. It's interesting to me because I'm a landowner, but none of it affects me, has zero effect. I don't have elk and I don't have any areas or anything I get landowner tags on.
Adam.
But really fast, if you want to remind yourself, just so we don't rehash the same things, the information we've covered already starts on page 12 in your minutes from last time. It's at the bottom, just to keep us efficient and make sure that we're adding these things here. Adam, is that who you called on? And then I saw Larry had a hand. Go ahead.
So I agree with Chairman Bell on this. From the comments I've received regarding landowner tags, it's not so much that landowner tags are being issued, it's that it's type 1 licenses being issued. We're talking about a management tool, harvesting 350-inch full elk off of a property, whether it's 160 acres or 16,000 acres, does nothing for the management. There's no biological support behind that to help that landowner alleviate the impact of supporting our state's wildlife. There were a lot of good public comments I saw in the email supported over the last couple of months in regards to if landowners are truly interested in being part of the management tool, then maybe we should be exploring the cow calf doe fawn side of things before we look at the type ones as a reward, because the same complaint will happen this year that it does next year. You know, here's your 2 type 1 tags that you get, or your type 1 tag that you get, but you still have 200 deer for 10 days or 2,000 deer for 100 days, whatever it looks like. And I think the general public, speaking as a sportsman, is they're not necessarily against landowner tags. It's more against the type 1s coming out of the quota going to landowners year after year that do apply to that. Though, you know, for the average sports person, I can go out and get a cow tag also, but I'm still relegated to the same chunk of public ground that the other 600 tag applicants are relegated to also, while we're watching all of the animals on private ground eating you guys out of house and home.
So it sounds like there's kind of 2 elements to this. One is hunting as a management tool, and that being important to mitigating damages of getting eaten out of house and home. The other I'm thinking about is Ogden's point of landowners being incentivized to tolerate the presence. So there's a management piece to that, but then there's also perhaps an incentive and maybe financial, where those type 1 licenses have an impact in that perhaps.
So they're not transferable at this point in time, so they're relegated to the.
Got it. So it's still for the.
Correct. I mean, I don't have.
So it's less.
I never will, so I.
It's less of, it sounds like it's less of an incentive if
Yeah,
they're
there's no financial
non-transferable.
Incentive for a type 1 landowner's license at this point. It's entirely for the opportunity to go anywhere in the unit, not on your land, but anywhere in the unit to take one of the cream of the crop of the species.
Okay.
If that's the financial incentive, then we need to drop the financial incentive. You know, if that's the incentive for landowners, that can't continue to be part of that narrative.
Mr. Chairman and Adam, I'm gonna push back on that. Landowners feed our wildlife. And so years ago, someone decided that one of the perks we would give landowners is we'd give them 2 landowner tags. I think there are many problems associated with that system we should look at, but you know, the idea of giving them only cow calf tags because this is supposedly a management deal, it isn't. It's a perk. Let's just recognize it. And you know, so I think that idea that I've heard expressed several times in this is it's just kind of wasted breath. Sorry. I mean, no landowner in the right mind who has a great elk is going to say, okay, I'll do that. When they don't want it, biggest bull or biggest deer on their place, and that's okay. They feed those wildlife and they own that range, so I just push back on that idea.
But
It's not a management.
those aren't necessarily used on the deed acreage only.
Right.
Those are unit wide, so.
Maybe you want to change that, but that's.
But then you get into an issue where you have triggers on someone's place that aren't there during a hunting season. And that's an issue in and of itself. I mean, there's a lot of elk that winter on places in this state that they're not there during hunting season. So.
I appreciate calling a spade of saying this is a perk, you're providing a service, this is a perk. And also the public perception of where that feels unfair or feeling like that perk, having questions of whether that's justified or not. That's part of the conversation we have. Larry, you had a hand and then I saw Dwayne.
So first I have a data request because I keep hearing this and I think it's probably true in some areas, but I think we can track it. So we hear this subdivision going on, and I know in our place, we have people, you know, Carbon County, we've had people come in and buy property strictly for land. How rampant is it? So can we go back and have the department take a look and say, track the last, let's say, whatever is reasonable within your database, 5 years, area, whatever, pick an area where you have a substantial amount, where there is landowner tax. Are we seeing an inflation in that? In other words, if 10 years ago we were issuing 4, 5 years ago, we were issuing 8, and last year we issued 12. There's an issue there that we need to address. And to me, if that is going on and it's rampant, we need to address that. And there's ways to do that. So let's find out what that looks like and deal with real data. And that's instead of, in my own case, anecdotal. I know of several places that's going on. But is it a big problem or is it a problem we need to have? So can we get some data on that? The second part brings up this issue that Adam's talking about. When you receive a landowner tag, and of all transparency and full disclosure, I get landowner animal tags. But under those scenarios, I'm aware of the fact that in some states, they issue private land only tags. In other words, you can't hunt the whole unit. You have to stay on your private property. They also issue unit-wide, because in a particular case, I use my example, I don't have a lot of antelope in summer on me. I have over 2,000 antelope for 2 months winter on me. So consequently, you don't want to penalize the landowner that winters a bunch that doesn't have it in there. So that's a unit-wide thing. And I think that's something that we need to explore. If we truly have those animals on your private property, you ought to be restricted to hunting that private property with the landowner. Conversely, you're going to have landowners that are heavily impacted, but they're not there during hunting season. So maybe we need to consider within that existing framework 2 types of land. You know, if we find, backing up just a little bit, that we do start to see this inflation of buying ranches just for the purpose of getting land on it. What some of the states do is they just cap the number of landowner tags and then they put them on a strict rotation system. In other words, if we're seeing an inflation, and particularly in the really high value areas, let's say, for example, 58 Elk Carter Mountain up in the Cody area, and you start getting guys buying up parcels, or if you see these ranches start to do subdivisions or limited liabilities when corporations, so they get more land on the tags, you just come in and just cap the number that are available for landowners in those situations, and then put them on a rotation as to when they get them. But I hear a lot of that, and I'd like to know if we can mine the data. And maybe it's just a statewide thing instead of a unit by unit. I do think Adam brings up a good point. If you got them on your own hunt season, you probably ought to stay on your private property. But those are 2 issues I'd like to get on the list.
Good. Remember, we're collecting our background information, and part of that is leading us into, well, maybe this or maybe that for solutions. But remember, we want to make sure we get the full background before we jump to those things. Dwayne, you brought specific information here. I wonder if there's anything else that you want to highlight from that.
I think, and I think this on everybody, so they haven't had time to really digest this, but a lot of the issues we're talking about have been addressed a little bit in this document. But I don't believe, first of all, I think we just need to find out if there is an appetite for letting some landowners that qualify to be issued licenses that he can sell or give or whatever. I'm not talking about the landowner licenses existing now. I'm talking about the license system that was tried a couple or 20 years ago or whatever. And I address the things like cow-calf harvest. Because if you're gonna be able to get land type 1 tags, are you gonna also be able to allow residents to come and hunt your property? There's things in here that could benefit. I think the residents even 20 years ago really kind of shot themselves in the foot by fighting this thing, because I think they probably would have had the ability to hunt ranches that never get a chance to hunt. It was a one-on-one basis kind of thing, where Colorado was like 10-to-1. You let 1 resident hunt, you get 10 licenses. We tried it 1-to-1. And it got shot down.
And on that, and the allocation was coming from the non-resident, those tags, remember Dwayne? Those tags that were gonna be allocated to the landowner came from the non-resident allocation. They were not from the resident allocation.
Exactly.
So they didn't lose any licenses, and they were gonna get access to a ranch. And it was shot down.
But believe me, I've spent a lot of hours this hunting season talking to a lot of people to try to address a lot of the things we're discussing here. But I'll guarantee you, a group this big is not gonna be able to do it. It's gonna have to be some select people, game fish, some landowners that could possibly qualify, that are interested in doing something like this. Biologists, the access people from the game and fish, because this could be an expansion of the access.
Yeah. I saw a hand, who's there? Sorry, did I cut you off? Was there more? Okay, I saw a hand, Brian, Ogden, Cy, and Adam, and Albert. Sorry, let me go to Albert so I don't forget him, and Brian, you're next. Go ahead, Albert.
So thank you. My first question, we're still in fact-finding mode, right? Is that my understanding?
Correct.
You know, so I think Larry brought up some of the really good things we need to find out. And then, you know, on some of these smaller parcels, if we do know, you know, if licensors are going to some of these smaller parcels, 160 acres, do we know what type of land that is, right? So if that's a 160 acre pivot or cropland, that's much different than 160 acres of uplands. And so some of that needs to be understood a little bit too. And I just want to throw that out there for the thought process. I've never taken a landowner tag in my life. I just never have, but that doesn't mean I don't think it's a worthy thing. And I think, you know, this whole idea of pay for presence, right? The one gentleman brought that up, and that's really controversial. You want to get something more controversial than giving a landowner a tag, paying for the presence of wildlife, you know, whether that's a good idea or a bad idea. And so think about, I think also you have to think about what Larry said, what Senator Hicks said about wintering. So like I said, I don't take landowner tags, but I have deer from how many hunting units winter on my place? Does that mean I should be able to hunt every hunt unit that deer come into? No. Does that mean I should only be able to hunt my own land when the use of that species on my landscape is not during the hunting season, or very little? You know, there's a few on the river, but not many. So I think it is a very complicated issue, and I think it's going to revolve around how many acres and what type of land and what that should warrant. Because I don't like people gaming this system. The idea that we're going to subdivide 168 ranchettes to the wealthy so they can get the hunting tag they want, that's just BS in my mind.
All right, thank you, Albert. Brian, Ogden, Cy, Pat. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay, so I just wanted to hit on a few things that have been brought up here. So first, just so folks know, we have studied this within the department. We came up with a set of recommendations for, not even recommendations, just different options to consider. This is a couple years old now, but we'll be able to bring that to the conversation. The commission intent, I want to be really clear here. The commission actually felt strongly enough about this. They wrote it in the regulation. Their intent with providing landowner licenses was to provide landowners an opportunity to hunt on their land. It wasn't for damage. It wasn't for herd control. It was to reward them for providing wildlife habitat by giving them 2 licenses. It's not required on their land. It says on their land, but we've heard why that doesn't always work. There is a prohibition in the regulation now against subdividing specifically for the purpose of obtaining landowner licenses. Extremely difficult to enforce, but it does go on, and we have found places where they've done that, but it's making a case is difficult. Laramie Peak is a perfect example. There's a lot of, it's checkerboarded, and there's a lot of small parcels of private land. It's a highly coveted elk area. It's one of the most highly coveted elk areas in the West. And there are a lot of 160 acre parcels up there that end up having 2,000 elk these days. And the person that gets, that has 2,000 elk these days on 160 acres, they get the same number of landowner licenses as, you know, a 20,000 acre ranch. That's just another kind of fact for everybody it's not graduated right now. Another issue that has come up, we've all been hearing all along about the issues with increases in demand and either stable or decreasing amount of supply. This whole issue can exacerbate that problem. If incentives for landowners to obtain licenses that don't obtain them now, and there's a lot that don't use them. We've heard from several in here. I qualify, I don't take them either. In Area 7, I qualify and I don't take them. But if there's significant incentives, either monetarily or for other purposes, tax purposes, the potential for landowners that don't do it now to take additional licenses can exacerbate the problem that we're already experiencing. We've seen this happen to an extent in central Wyoming with hunting with heroes. For all the best intentions in the world, you know, hunting for heroes goes around and solicits landowners who don't use their licenses to donate their licenses to the department to then be transferred to a disabled veteran, so that Hunting for Heroes can take that disabled veteran out and not have to put them through the draw. So, you know, these people are able to get these licenses easier. We have seen a decrease in resident drawing odds because of that issue in central Wyoming. You know, the last thing I would say is that it's just really important as we have this discussion, from my perspective, looking out for the state's wildlife. You know, we would not have the abundance nor the diversity of wildlife we have in our state without private lands. 50% of the state is private land. And when people came out and settled Wyoming over 100 years ago, you know, where did people want to settle? Where did they want to raise livestock? And that, you know, and oftentimes in some of the most productive habitats, the green areas, the places near water. And so oftentimes private lands are providing even, you know, a higher value of habitat than some of the larger public lands. So
Can I jump in there real quick on that? I don't mean to jump in front of anybody, but the Ruggles House Institute at the University of Wyoming a few years ago put out actual acres and maps to show the importance of private land. So they'll show you deer areas such and such, or a certain deer group, and they'll show you how many population and how much of that crucial winter range is on that private land. So it's an information class. They're probably 8-10 years old. Can we get those and get those distributed to the group strictly for information? Because that data is already out there. So just get that and get that out to the group so we can sit there and actually look at exactly what you're trying to describe to certain words, like the animals, the mule deer.
okay, we'll get her done. That's all I have.
All right, I'll throw a couple possible deals out and then wander a little bit, because we're blended into both landowner licenses and potential what you do on the other end. One is, if you're in a high percentage drawing area, why not make landowners enter a draw on the thing and say, you know, we've only got 35 licenses in this area. We're only going to allow 5% or 10% of them to be landowner licenses. If you want to do it, you just get in the draw with everybody else. And you do it almost like preference points. If you put in for X number of years, you're going to get one, but limited, because you see that. I used to have elk area 1, and almost every one of the elk licenses there when Homestake had it all went to landowners, and the residents just cried because they didn't come there. So I don't think it's unfair to tell them, look, we're under a very limited quota here, and you've got to draw amongst other landowners. There's 9 landowners putting in. We've only got 10% of these tags are allocated to resident or to landowner tags. So that's just a thought. One other one is back to the subdivision, and this could be handled on land transfers. We could theoretically freeze parcels at the size they're at right now, statewide, and say, regardless of what size you are, and the county could put it on the land transfer forms, and it'd be just like mineral rights. And you'd say, you're splitting 180 acres off of 10,000. Check the box, which one gets to have the landowner privilege. And that stops that subdivision deal, because it is a problem, and I worry about it, because it doesn't matter if you move it to 500 acres, it's still got value, and people do buy ground for it. So that's another thought there. Going back in, we were talking about paying for presence. Okay. I looked at it just the opposite. When you go into these landowner type programs, just how do you incentivize the game to be there or be higher? And that, to be honest with you, is part of how this task force came about. Was we were addressing not preference points or anything else. Our committee was addressing what we do with landowner issues. And I'm one of the ones, there's a number of ranches in Wyoming that resident hunters will never get a chance to access. Or high water, unless you got enough money to pay the fees, you're not gonna get there. And I'm back to the deal that, one, I think we need to have a program somehow that landowners start working management wise with game and fish. Game and fish pretty territorial. They tend to do it area wise. We've got parcels that are big enough to have their own biologists and help develop game birds. That changes a game bird. And you've got a ranch, and numbers of these ranches being sold now are being bought for game. They aren't bought for cows. Cows don't do anything. So I would venture to say close to half of the ranches or more that sell it right now are sold because of game, not because of cows. How do we incentivize them to manage that game to the higher level? They obviously, and that means set a criteria, have them hire the biologists, do the deal, and then let them help develop license sales off of that. Because if you take a baseline and you take an area that's right now is generating, and I'm just gonna pull a number out of the air, 5,000 hunter days. If via a group of ranches or a ranch that's large enough to go in and help with game and fish, work inside either an area or one they develop, and go to from 5,000 hunter days to 7,500. Is that not a gain for everybody, for them, for this? The other thing is every highly managed area in the state, ranches that adjoin them are all coveted ranches because the game slops over and goes back and forth. And I mean, you see it all the time. And to me, we're turning this thing around to where we're actually trying to reduce game by making it restricted and hard on landowners. What we ought to be doing is partnering with them to increase the game, which increases hunter opportunity for everybody. Now, to the point of transferable licenses, or I'm not sure where that falls and how it works. But I do know this. If you go to South Dakota against us, and they see deer coming out of the stack yard, they go get the gun and shoot it, because South Dakota's set up where there's no incentive and they don't want to stop. And we're just the opposite of Wyoming. There's numbers of places in my area, former Commissioner Smith's place, like, they sell because of hunting, not because some guy wants to come in and run cows. How do we incentivize? Because that's all the way around with what we're doing. If you start penalizing and making it tough, what you're going to do is contract the birds, not expand.
Appreciate that, Ogden. Sai, I think you were next.
Well, we're still storytelling.
Yeah, fact finding.
So this statute, the way it's written, and people are saying that landowner licenses are not transferable. That's not true. It's being done in this state. And what's unfair is it's not equitable across the spectrum with all landowners. Pathfinder Ranches owns 13 ranches in central Wyoming. They have access to about 54 landowner tags. When you go to work, the umbrella company that owns Pathfinder Ranches is Salmon's Enterprises. When you go to work for Salmon's Enterprises, you're required to take 25% of your compensation in stock ownership. Salmon's Enterprises has 5,400 employees. Every one of those 5,400 employees qualifies under the way we issue tags as a landowner because they're part owner of Pathfinder Ranches. Those Salmon's Enterprises through the Cheyenne Company that's based in Cheyenne, Matt Hoover is the ranch manager. he markets and sells those hunts, to Samuel's employees. So they pay for an outfitted hunt and they get a landowner tag. And they get to go hunting in premium country, which is Ferris Mountains, Shirley's, et cetera, for elk, deer, and so this is a corporation that's figured out how to work the system, and it's legal. They're all owners. You sweep floors for Salmon Enterprises, 25% of your compensation comes through stock ownership. But yet we take a family ranch that's been here forever, and they can't sell their 2 landowner tags because they don't have the ability to do what these corporations like Samuel's has figured out to do. And there's other ranchers through the state, corporate owners that are doing the same thing. They transfer 1% ownership of their company to an individual. That individual comes and pays a lot of money for a guy to hunt, to hunt that property. He gives his 1% of his stock back to the company, back to the corporation at the end of the year. And then the next year, another person steps in and does the same thing. So the reason that this is important is because we're looking the other way. Game and Fish knows this is happening. Everybody knows this because the game wardens have to sign off on the affidavit saying that this license can be issued to this person. So they know this is being done. My point of this is why not let everybody have a piece of the action, and let them have transferable licenses or a gold line. But the way we're doing it now is not right. It's not equitable across the system. It's just not. I think when we're talking about the story, it's more about what's wrong, what do we need to fix, in addition to why would we fix it. And Adam's exactly right. There's a real management component to this thing. There's a huge management component to it. When I know the big ranch that I hunt on, I have no problem at all trading out 30, 40, 50 cow tags in exchange for some act, because we have a lot of residents that hunt that ranch anyway. It's just that we still have to draw for those cow tags. We still have to work that whole system. And there's what Dwayne's proposing is needs to be explored. It needs to be fixed. But to say that we're not allowing transfer of landowner licenses, that's not accurate.
So the statute now, let me just clarify, says it's for the landowner and their immediate family.
That's what the statute
right.
said. It doesn't say anything about corporations.
So when the corporation
It says
is the
landowner.
owner,
Just
right?
to be very, very clear, regulation, this is not a legislative issue. In commission regulation,
Okay.
that needs to be.
So as far as where it could be fixed, thank you. The fix is at the commission level for this with landowner tags.
There's one other point I'd like to make about this landowner thing. There's some people in this room that they got a nice beautiful piece of property. They've been getting landowner tags for years, and they should be allowed to continue. So the acreage is not nearly as important as it is how much use there is.
Yeah.
That's what's really important, is how much use there is. The one thing that we do not do is we should have a clause in here where this is evaluated every 5 years. It shouldn't just go on for perpetuity, to forever and ever to get these 2 elk tags. If something happens to the population, things change, Game and Fish should be required to go in there and do a survey and determine if that use is still current every 5 years.
Okay. Adam had a question and then Pat. Okay.
So I've seen cases where family ranch held by a corporation, they transfer 1 share of stock to someone so they can qualify for a license, which is wrong. I mean, it's not even a person associated with the ranch family, and that's just abuse of the system. But I would, Brian said that the current regulation is difficult to enforce. As an old 25-year prosecutor, the current regulation says any lands purchased or subdivided for the primary purpose of obtaining landowner licenses shall not be eligible for landowner license. That's not difficult, it's impossible to enforce. I mean, that's no standard. How do you prove, so someone comes and buys a ranch on Muddy Mountain or you know, in Albert's country. And how do you prove that his primary purpose was to buy that? All he's got to say is, I bought it because I want to run 2 cows, or I bought it because I love fishing, or I bought it because I love the view shed. That's totally unenforceable. And the other thing I'd say is, Ogden told me the other day that I still had half a red shirt on, so I'm going to talk with the other half. I don't think that Game and Fish is directed right now for a variety of reasons. I mean, poor Game and Fish employees, everything they do, they get kicked in the head. You know, if they take any kind of view, they usually make about 50% of the people mad. So someone's always kicking them in the head. It doesn't matter which side of the head, but they're always getting kicked in the head. So I think there's a reluctance for Game and Fish to truly enforce who is getting landowner licenses. It shouldn't be every 5 years, it ought to be every year. And as I recall my days on the commission, one of the ways they determine animal use days is you take a 10-foot piece of rope, and you pound a stake in the ground, and you circle it around, and you count how many elk pellets there are in that 10-foot circle. I mean, I only own 40 acres on Green Mountain, but if I qualified, I'd put together a bucket full of food and put it in my tent, because the landowner needs to fit where they draw the 10-foot circle. So there's things we can do to help this problem, and I really do think it's a problem, by looking at the regulation and giving the department and Game and Fish Commission some authority to go out and truly enforce this. I mean, if someone has one share of stock in a family corporation, and they're not related by blood or marriage or anything, and they live in Pennsylvania, they shouldn't be getting a landowner license. So there's enforcement mechanisms. I think if we look at it harder and we give that direction to the commission and the department, we can fix some of the abuse. I don't think it totally fixes the abuse, but it helps.
Tony, go ahead.
But I guess just a little bit of change from what was said about, the Game and Fish ought to check every year, and it's pretty easy to qualify. From some of the ranches that I have visited with and are, I guess, knowledgeable about, it is a pain to qualify. I mean, sometimes you're waiting on the game warden or the biologist to get up there to check your field, and you're ready to cut hay, and they can't get up there, and it's really, they're busy and they have lots of things. And I know there are several instances where just trying to keep up with the, I guess, the procedures and the boxes you have to check in order to qualify. There are some people or some ranches who just kind of say, geez, I'm not sure it's worth all the trouble. And, I didn't get my hay cut, and then I had to get it cut before they came up to check. And meanwhile, 200 elk came through, and there went my hay meadow before I could even, get it taken care of. But that's something that came up here just the other day as I was hunting on their property and talking to them about this. So the other thing that I've talked with a lot of the landowners, particularly the resident and historic family ranches in our area, I'm in area 7 and 19 for elk, 65 and 66 for deer. We have some huge ranches. I'm one of those 160 acre guys right in the middle of 100,000 plus ranches that border or very close, and there's a big difference between the non-resident owners and the resident historic ranch people, I think. And Brian can probably, or you guys that know, that a lot of those historic family ranches are a lot more amiable and a lot more willing to cooperate with the hunters and with the Game and Fish than some of the other big ranches that have been bought by non-residents, because a lot of those guys, because they do buy them not for the cattle or the sheep or the horses, they buy them for, the scenery and the wildlife and the hunting in some cases. And so they don't really care if there's 4,000 head of elk on their property or not. I mean, if they eat everything on there, so what? And so these resident and historic family ranches that allow hunting, everybody shoots the elk off there on the first 2 or 3 days, and they all run over to the non-resident ranch, big ranch, and that's where they stay the rest of the year. And then you have this glut of hunters coming to these guys that are willing to work with the game and fish, have walk-in areas and hunter management areas, that the elk just aren't there after the first day or two of whether you start in August or October. And it's just a huge problem. And, you know, I appreciate Larry sending out those different states and what they do a lot of times to try to alleviate some of that problem. And I shook my head because one of the things in several of those states said, well, they'll give more landowner licenses if the landowner allows reasonable hunting opportunity. Well, that's a ambiguous word. You know, what is reasonable? What do you mean by reasonable? Is it? Yeah. So, you know, some ranch may allow 5. That might be reasonable for them.
The way that's structured, that's statutory, so then that goes to the commission to make up rules as to what defines reasonable.
Well, and then that puts a lot of burden, I get, and which is good if they define what reasonable is, and so that's some of the things that I see, and we're under the North American model. Let's don't forget, and in spite of everything else, wildlife do not belong to the landowner. And I'm advocating for the landowner certainly in a lot of ways, but if you have a large acre landowner who's not allowing anybody or anything to move those animals off of there, then, you know, we're going back to the serf system. I'm a serf if I get to go hunt, and if I don't, or if I get in there, then I'm, you know, against the law or whatever. So I know it's a tough decision or a tough problem that we have to face, but man, when you have 4,000 elk on a place that no one can get to, and those elk don't move from day one to throughout the winter, and you got them on both sides of area 7 or area 19, the hunters are, and I don't know if giving a few extra landowner licenses really helps. In fact, the historic ranches that I'm talking about, they have landowner licenses and like them very much and appreciate them. They allow a lot of hunting, and yet all the elk move somewhere else. You can look at them across the road, and then they're bombarded by people who want to hunt, and it creates a problem.
I could sense some urgency in the group, or not some urgency, but we're starting to tilt into that, like, let's come up with the ideas. I feel like we've covered the story and we can always, not even close.
What's
I know there's more story, but I wonder, I know Ogden was starting to suggest some options, and Larry has brought ideas from other states. I wonder if we can move in that direction.
I just have one, maybe 2 questions. The 160 acres, was this just an arbitrary number back in?
I suspect it relates to the Homestead Act.
Okay.
That's the only thing I can figure out.
That's what I thought. I just didn't know if
It's like 7250.
And then Brian, is it policy then, or is there a grandfather process for how often it's evaluated?
We have basically, once we have giveth, we have not been taken away.
So once it's in, it's in.
Yep.
But that's not by any regulation, that's just
No, it's
practice
just
and
internal
staff
direction.
capacity.
And is that, if somebody, it doesn't have a history on it, like if I don't put in this year, I don't lose that?
No.
It's once you're in forever.
No, I don't want to make a blanket statement. There have been places that have been reevaluated because some kind of major change or we realized that it probably never did qualify, but those cases are pretty few and far between. It's a pretty difficult conversation to walk out and tell a landowner, I know you've been getting these for the last 20 years, but we don't think you qualify anymore. I mean, it doesn't promote good relations between the game and fish department and landowner.
I get that. Yeah, no doubt. and certainly in our area, the large industrial sites that we have up there have landowner tags, and they found a way to distribute those through a drawing process to their employees. Whoever draws, they get to go hunt. And I'm not saying that's not a great incentive as an employee. I'm just not sure how they do that, but it's done. And
It's done all over the state, so.
So part of what we want to think about is what's the best way to incentivize landowners to be good stewards of the habitat, to tolerate and enhance the habitat without these unintended consequences and the abuse, right?
Just one of the things, then Larry, I talk to a lot of sportsmen, and I would say on the surface, to what Dwayne's original point to this whole discussion started is, on the surface, I would say sportsmen, and we can look through our comments to see that they're pretty adamantly opposed to transferable landowner, transferable licenses. And when I say on the surface, when you have a conversation, especially in the small groups that we've had, we had one in Campbell County, and hopefully have another one, have one here. When you talk about some of the things that they don't think, a lot of them don't even know that there was something proposed back a while that wouldn't take away from resident licenses, that give them maybe an opportunity. There's something to be said for property that has all these animals that is all private land. There might be some landlocked stuff that's never going to be able to be accessed, but if there's a way to allow some of that management in there through, I think some sportsmen are open to the fact that if it's very specific, and that there might be an opportunity for a resident sportsman to be able to hunt a place at no cost. I would say that because that does come up. Am I going to pay $5,000 to do this? That's off the table. But is there some room to move out there? I think it would have to be well explained, but I think that maybe there is. I don't know, Adam and Josh probably get the same thing, but on the surface, sportsmen it's a hard no.
But it sounds like there's perhaps some opportunity, especially if it was a way to increase access, that there might be some negotiation there. Larry, you want to add anything else, or we're gonna?
Well, I think the only way that we're gonna get a lot of meaningful, to Rusty's point, public input back on this, we have some specific recommendations that they can react to. So, along that line, let me go through and give you maybe some more things that we want to consider to throw out along this. We've already talked about, for one, you get landowners, but only for your private property, not yours. So two times.
Larry,
The other
is this
thing that
something?
comes to mind in some of these really coveted areas is, and Brian talked about this, and I know of several instances where there is more eligible landowners than there is tags in the unit. If you provide too much financial incentives, none of the public gets it. And then it gets to all of these non-resident absentee landowners that own these places. So one of the ways you deal with that is you cap the number of eligible landowner tags, and you have a quota for resident landowners, just like we currently do in non-resident. But you may want to say 20% of all non-resident tags are eligible for landowners, and they just don't know about that. You want to make it a little more complicated, it's back to those mathematics. You do it as a percent of public tags, or you do it as a percentage of the number of tags. In other words, if there's 50 tags in a unit, there's 50 eligible landowners, there's 50% public land, you cap that, but they cannot be more than 25. 50% of those tags have to be reserved for public. And so that would be proposals that I think we need to get out there. The other one that I think that we talked about is so two issues. Would the public be receptive to gaining access to private land in a 1-to-1 ratio for every land transferable land on the tag? The one member of the public had the opportunity to have that land. So that's a specific proposal. Would be to look at that. The other proposal that I hear a lot of times is, and I think this was in some of the comments, I would be even receptive to allowing a transfer of a landowner tag if they just granted me access to get all of this other public land that I can't get to. You know, I may not want to hunt on the ranch, but I would, if that's the incentive that it takes versus just paying cash. You know, if we allow this landowner to change, sell that license. If you grant me access to 15 or 20,000 acres of public land, or access to the front range of the Bighorn National Forest on the east slope, I'd be receptive to doing that. So that would be 2 types, 1-for-1 access to that private land, the other, you know, to hunt that private land, the other one would be to gain access to large blocks of public land.
Chairman.
And,
Commissioner Doobie and I've had this conversation about landlocked public lands, and there's a mentality, and I don't know if it's just fairly regionalized or not, but Pete's talked about ranchers leasing BLM or Forest Service for generations. They view those leases as their responsibility, their land. We talked about access to those places. You can access what we lease, but you can't access what the neighbors lease. It's all BLM, it's all Forest Service. So that, you know, I kind of agree with the possible trade-off of maybe a tag for access. You're not going to have ranchers in Johnson County go with that because their leased BLM butts up against their neighbor's leased BLM, and if they're not participating, you can't go on their BLM. You know, so you're gonna have a regional. There's a conversation with lessees that needs to take place on what federal or state ownership actually means.
I was gonna say, this might be a dumb question, but if you were running cattle or sheep or whatever on leased public land, can you limit access?
Well, you can by not allowing anyone to come to your private land to get to it.
Got it. Okay, so it's still the private or the private land abutting the public land.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
I just
it's
wanted to, I thought you were
overwhelming public land. I mean, there's
right, but it's the
10,
landlocked
20,
problem.
yeah, there's sections that are leased off.
Okay.
Carrie, so to your point, the reason it sounds a little confusing is because large blocks of public land might be bordered by
Right.
4 different landowners, and if I allow access into that public land, I'm actually technically allowing access into all of
all those
the
other
public
chunks.
leases that all those other 5 landowners may have, and they might not appreciate that, so
Got
that's
it.
where you run into that.
Got it. So there's kind of a hunker down and just protect us all by keeping everybody out mentality. Yeah, yeah. Hunker down, good neighbor, either way that you see it. I can see where that would come from. All right. So good to be mindful of those limitations and where that.
And that's a cultural thing.
Right.
There's not even a legal precedence for that.
Right, right.
BLM's BLM regardless of who's leased what for how long.
Right, right.
But it's just it's a generational communal mindset.
Right.
Is
What it is.
possible to overcome. I don't know.
Yeah.
well, and just real quick to respond to that, that's because of the current status quo. So if we allowed that landowner to transfer 2 tags and demonetize those for $20,000, he might be more inclined to put up with an angry neighbor every year. You know what I mean? It could change the equation.
I think I saw a hand over here. Pete, go ahead.
Yeah, what he and I were talking about is, that doesn't mean it's legal. That's more, it's an ethical type situation between, and that doesn't happen throughout the state. But if danger happens in northeastern Wyoming, north central Wyoming, that's life. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm really curious, Dwayne, to see your proposal, to kind of see what's different from what was proposed 20 some years ago. Because I'll tell you what, I was in those meetings, I'll tell you what, you got tarred and feathered when you come out of there. They were horrible. They were absolutely horrible meetings. And I remember leaving one of those meetings that was, we don't care how much acreage you give us to hunt. Landowners are not getting taxed. So I'm really curious to see if that attitude has changed over this amount of time. It'd be really interesting to size them through those wars too. I'm just really curious to see how that's changed. And maybe it has, I just don't know.
And I don't either.
Yeah, I don't either. So this is Albert.
Go ahead, Albert, and then Pat, I see your hand.
Yeah, hi. And I think we need more information, at least I do, on the Access Yes program. I think that's sort of a more robust and more nuanced Access Yes where you pay for access. I still think there's some validity in that. I don't know. I know people want to sell, some ranchers want to sell tags. But I think there's still a lot of ranches that can just say, you know, you can come hunt on my place for $10,000. And so if we have some kind of program that incentivizes that landowner to go, hey, would you allow some other public in there and we're going to pay you to do that? I think that's something we need to examine, because I think that would be beneficial. And then you still don't get to the issue, you know, the landowner tag. So the landowner that winters, how many ever thousands ahead of wildlife he winters. If you want to reward him for that, you know, if it's not a hunter tag in the fall, then what is that? You know, what's the alternative? Because it's not an access, yes, because you're not paying to hunt, because the animals aren't there then. But during critical, that stuff that's in critical winter range, you don't want to lose that in this state, I guarantee you.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Albert. Pat, go ahead.
No, I just think we need to say this, and I get hit in the head by my buddy Si sitting next to me, but you know, the other problem with access are outfitters. You know, I grew up in Wyoming, and in those days, my dad and I would get these two-wheel drive pickup. We could go anywhere around Casper, Wyoming, and say, "Can we kill a deer? Can we kill an antelope?" And the rancher said, "Yeah, kill 5." You know, so outfitters, and it's their living, and I'm not criticizing or demeaning it, but they're leasing the private ranches and then controlling all hunting on that ranch is an access issue that I think, I don't know of any solution to it, but it's out there. We ought to just recognize it, say it, and factor it into whatever we decide to try to do with, you know, to help our landowners. That's significant income to them, and it's what happens.
Well, so you made the point, maybe the first or second meeting, what's leased is leased at this point in time. I mean, it's not like there's new available grounds to be leased by outfitters, so they're tight for resources as those of us that don't have this type of experience or type of resources.
Just to expand on that too, being in the business a long time, I probably still hunting probably was the first hunting business when I'm still on the ranch. And the history of how we got there and how things like that happened. And you know, how sportsmen treated ranchers, that's where it started. And all the ranches I've leased, but I've leased many of them. Every meeting I have with the landowner starts with 30 minutes of listening to them bitch about how many times they've been wronged by sportsmen. That's, you spend a half hour listening to that. And gates and the roads and this and that and that kind of stuff. And it's not nearly as bad as it was, for sure. It's a lot better than it was, but those kind of things, they just don't get forgotten. And then the other thing too, and I'm gonna, and this is just, it's not the game and fish's fault, but it kind of is their fault.
Good hedging.
Just say it.
Sort of prep. Yeah. So they, you know, when we got in this business, it's access, yes, and I was at all the meetings with Kosh and all this thing, like all the roads is supposed to go down. And how many department employees are there now in the access yes program?
There's 5 access.
Well,
coordinators.
each regional has one.
Not every region. We have 5 total.
Yeah, there's several, and then they have supervisors, and there's a lot of people involved, right? And they make a good living, good salary, et cetera, et cetera. You take an outfitter like what Pete was, or like I am, and we may have 700,000 acres that we're managing and watching, and we're doing it with one person. And so the game of fish doesn't have the money to put towards paying landowners a fair compensation. So what you guys are paying them is so far under market value, it's scary. It's not even 10% of what the market value of the property is, because you guys put so much money in your employees, and you know, you have full-time jobs, somebody putting the signs out and stuff. We do it in our part-time because we're nimble We can do it a lot cheaper. We're just are. That's private enterprise versus public enterprise. So the money that you guys receive to go towards, you can't compete with us.
Part of that's the income side of it too, right?
And it's just the way it is. I remember being at commission meetings when this whole program was set up. And it was actually set up to where 100% of the money that was donated to this program was supposed to be 100% of what they had to use to run the program. And somewhere in there, they flipped it to where they could take their employees' salaries out of the Game and Fish budget rather than having the money in donation. You can go back to the actual commission meetings when that happened. So it's just the way it is. They can't compete with us. And then the other thing about landowners too, and this is really, really true. If something goes wrong on their place, they want to make one phone call. And man, when that phone call comes in, my ass is coming out of a lot smaller. Whatever happened on that 100,000 acre ranch, I damn sure better know what happened, who did it, and what I'm gonna do to fix it. And you don't get that with your guys. It just doesn't, it's not the same. It's just how it is. Everybody in this room that leases ranches has gotten those phone calls from the ranchers. And we, by God, we go in there and fix it. I woke up one of my employees at 4 o'clock in the morning one time and escorted him to his truck and booted his ass off the ranch. I mean, you guys wouldn't do that. You wouldn't go grab the rest of the hunter by the throat and 4 o'clock in the morning and say, you almost screwed up this lease for everybody else. You just can't. We do. And that's the added value to leasing to us, is that responsibility, and we can pay them significantly more money, and we're responsible for what happens.
It sounds like the good and the bad of the market forces in this, right?
It's private.
Right, the private enterprise of that. So I captured here.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I just got a whole bunch of arrows.
Hang on,
flying
hang
out
on.
my ass.
Oh, come on, let's pass
And
on.
I'm not- that's it. The bullshit flag's coming out. So Si, here's one of the things that we provide with that, and then landowners have asked for. One of the reasons landowners like to go with Game and Fish, the ones that do, they want somebody out there enforcing whatever rules that they have put in place. And our biggest shortfall and our biggest complaint for landowners is we don't have enough folks out there to enforce those rules, the ranch rules, whatever they may be. We do it with 5 people. We got a couple million acres that those 5 folks manage and work with landowners on and patrol. Now, the game wardens do help with that, but game wardens got other places on public lands to be as well. We do have a handful of, probably each one of those full-time employees has 1 2 to 3 month temporary that goes out and puts signs up. There's a lot of, with hundreds of thousands of acres to put signs on, so they do that. But we have the amount of money that we put into actually access payments compared to full-time employees is 10-to-1 ratio. I mean, it's a significant difference. And the other thing that I would just bring up that's now going on with the passage of a recent bill is that we're working on a whole bunch of new access projects with those folks that are already managing the stuff we've got to look at how we're going to invest the money that is going to come from the increase in the conservation stamp based on legislation last year. So there's a lot of these kind of new access projects that are coming along.
There's a lot of that funding that's going to be for the permanent easements and stuff.
It is. It's gonna, or easements that we have now that are temporary, turning them into permanent,
Which is good.
or those kind of things.
Those are good projects. That's why the outfitting industry didn't lobby against that bill. We see the value in that for the residents, sportsmen, our neighbors. So value.
Okay, I have another specific recommendation.
Ready.
So it gets back to when we discussed this management issue. I think Adam both touched on it to some degree. If it's really a management issue, what I would say is we would allow the commission to issue doe fawn and or leftover tags to landowners on those damage payments. What do we pay out every year in damage payments? How many millions?
It varies. I'm going to say last year was 1.3 roughly, Scotty.
That was in the.
And I can get all that documentation, but I don't
Yeah,
know.
Scotty's got a lot of that. Yeah.
But the idea is those are coming out of sportsmen, that's your license fee going to pay a guy. Why wouldn't we just issue dope on tags, and leftover tags that nobody wanted, any of the draws to those landowners, and if they take those, they can't put in for damage claim. And you would only do that where you have a history of damage claims to try to reduce that cost, supplant those sportsmen's dollars and let those landowners address those damage issues as they see most appropriate.
Can they, are you talking they buy those or acquire those for face value price and then sell them for whatever the market transferable
They would
is, or are
acquire
they
them
transfer,
whatever
I
the
guess?
face value is on it. And then if they can monetize those, so be it.
What Senator Hicks is saying, you know, when I saw that chart, it's incredible, the damages that occur in the state now. It's like 70% predator related.
I'm gonna say about a 1.4.
Man,
I'm looking at it. Yeah,
I want to put paying damage claims, we need to smoke some damn big toothy things. That's what we need to do. Those big toothy things need to die. And it's like 300,000 a year. I think it's just under 300,000 is elk. And then the rest is.
There's variable whitetail accounted for 40,000, mule deer for 68,000. Otherwise, it was mountain lion, wolf, grizzly bear, and black bear. Antelope was 23. Game birds was 6,500.
What was elk?
Elk was 298,000. So the vast majority, 650 was grizzly.
Yeah, so even if it's $500,000 a year, it's $500,000 a year. But the other thing is it's $500,000 to sportsman's fee. It's a landowner to resolve the issue, so there is no issue, right? And then they can monetize those for a little extra. I think it goes a long ways towards developing relationships and solutions to problems, and it may not be widespread, but I don't know why we wouldn't try it. At least give the commission the authority to do that in specific instances to alleviate. Maybe it's just crop damage. Brian, you certainly something we ought to get some public comment to talk about.
I would guess the commission already has some.
No, I don't believe they do, not licenses. Now they can, they have that, the depredation regulation.
Well, I've had landowners call or game wardens call me and ask for permission to give a kill permit.
Yeah, it's
How is that
totally
any
different. That's where the landowner or his agent is specifically identified to and allowed, authorized to kill X number of big game animals to alleviate damage. It's typically outside hunting seasons. It's not hunters, it's not licenses. They just take the wildlife themselves.
The
And it's
number is
very, very rare.
Pest control.
Not common.
A lot of times it's the game warden or biologist themselves.
Yeah.
Doing.
Well, and I
take.
said no, but that, if you have that authority, you may have the other, you gotta look at that, or maybe you need to suggest that legislature gives you more authority, but.
That's what Senator Hicks is talking about, because we don't have the authority to do that through public license issuance system. We can't do it that way. We can do it through Rick King, the chief game warden, can authorize a person in the name of alleviating damage to kill wildlife. That's the way to do it.
I think whatever road we start going down with landowner tags, I think tying landowner licenses with damage claims is a good idea. And most landowners I've talked to that I own, if they were able to transfer licenses, some sort of monetary basis for transfer someone's licenses, and not file any damage claims, they're okay with that. Because that's a way of them being able to recoup some of that. The thing about damage claims, which is, because I've looked at the big ranch I own, we were going to go down this road. We were going to go down there to try to figure out how to compensate them for having 1,000 head elk there year round. And proven extraordinary damage to grass or ranges is it's impossible because you had to start back. You can't just say, okay, well, I'm tired of feeding 1,000 head elk. I'm gonna file this claim, and then the first thing that happens is, well, were there 1,000 out there last year? Yeah, we did file a claim last year, denied. So there's no monetary compensation, no monetary way of incentivizing or helping those
Because that's a lot of feed, and especially on this dry year. These ranchers-
Say the mule deer damage was.
2019, mule deer damage was claimed was almost 70,000, and paid out was just over 60.
I guess the only thing I would say about that is I'd hate to see $68,000 worth of mule deer does.
That was 35, there were 35 mule deer claims in 2018. I mean, when you start looking at the